My name is Flora Huang, and I'm from Philadelphia, USA.
Hello, we are Women in Data Science.
I became a Wits ambassador because I dream of an equitable world where empowered women help humanity make better decisions through data science.
As a woman, I'm hoping more Peruvian women will be motivated to join this exciting field.
The Wits community has really enhanced my sense of purpose in these life goals, and it has really built my confidence in such a meaningful way to be able to mentor, motivate, and support others.
The most rewarding and impactful aspect about my work as a clinical data scientist is to use the data generated by doctors, nurses, and the healthcare system to improve the care of future patients.
I'm delighted to bring this event to Pakistan, along with so many WIDS ambassadors worldwide, so that we can inspire all young girls or women to take up career in data science.
The use of data science to address climate change and sustainability issues continues to inspire me in my data science journey.
Through Wits Alexandria, I've got the chance to meet with brilliant female professors, learn about the research, and bring that to my community as well.
I'm a Wits ambassador because I wanted to inspire more young girls like me to join the field of data science, and I believe that in the future there must be more women in this field.
I'm really excited to continue bringing Wits events to my school and schools across Australia to empower girls to get involved in the field.
It's great that we've got Women in Data Science events and know that there's so many more inspiring stories as part of the Women in Data Science journey.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Bertozzi, and I am a chemist who works in the area of drug discovery. I've had many opportunities in my life to collaborate with data scientists. They've been absolutely central to the work that we do. We couldn't have made the discoveries that we've made without having people to analyze very large data sets and to help us find hidden trends within them. Now, when I was growing up, I was somewhat insulated from the idea that women or girls couldn't be scientists because I came from a family of scientists. And when I was in college, I learned that not everyone had that privilege. I hope that all of you women data scientists or aspiring data scientists will truly feel that you belong in the field, because I believe it, and your participation is absolutely essential for us to bring the full benefits of data science to solve the big problems in humanity. So just as I was so fortunate to have a family that created an environment where I could believe in myself as a scientist, I'm hoping that you all have the confidence to pursue your dreams and that you help the generation that follows you in the same way that hopefully someone of my generation can be of help to you. Good luck with all of your work.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Margot Garrison. I'm the Executive Director of Wits Worldwide, and I'm going to be your MC today, so you will see me go on and off this podium introducing speakers. I'm just so absolutely thrilled to have you here today. I can't think of a better way to spend International Women's Day celebrating and connecting with women in data science just like yourselves. So thanks so much for joining us here today. We have such a diverse audience. We have people from Rutgers. We're the Rutgers girls. Yeah, look at there. And I heard people from Oregon, right there, and Michigan. And we even have people from Saudi Arabia today in the audience, flying from Europe, from the East Coast, from everywhere, just to be here with us today at this conference. But we're not the only WITS conference today. We'll see a little bit later. We have tons of events this year, and just today we have events in Tokyo, in Australia, in Lima, in LA, not to forget, in Charlotte. Welcome, Charlotte. I think they're watching us on the live stream right now. In Cambridge, and so many different places, in Kenya, you name it. So it's just absolutely wonderful. We're also live streaming this event, and so welcome to everyone who's joining us remotely. And why don't we all say a big hello to everyone joining us remotely? Come on. Hello! I hope you'll have just a fantastic day, and that today you will leave at the end of the day being a little bit wiser, okay, having ideas and inspiration from all the people that you're going to be hearing today on stage, and hopefully have some more friends as well. And maybe that starts with the round table that you're at right now. So one of the biggest things for you today, one of the most important things, is this little booklet. So have a look at that. Everything you ever wanted to know about WIDS, including everyone who's been involved in organizing this conference, how to tweet about us today, what hashtag to use, the password of the Wi-Fi, always really important, is right in here. There are also lots of bios of the speakers in here. And so I'm not going to entertain you with very long introductions for anyone today. I'm just going to be referring, have you read the bios in the booklet, all right? So just keep an eye on that. A heartfelt thanks to all our sponsors also, who made today possible here on campus and everywhere else as well. We really appreciate you, and I will be talking about sponsors a little bit more later on too. Now finally, I want to introduce you to a very special person today. She's our WIDS artist in residence, Hannah Cha. Hannah, where are you? There you are. She's going to be drawing all of the speakers, and maybe some of you as well, and we'll be showing some of her art as we go along. But without any further delay, oh, thank you, Anna. See, that's why I'm wearing blue pants, yeah. I didn't realize this was coming. Let me introduce to you our very first speaker. She is a fabulous woman in our community, a real thought leader. She studied AI in the early days, then joined Yahoo in the early days. Welcome to the stage, Srinija Srinivasan.
Thank you, Margot, and thank you, WIDS, for this invitation. It is an honor to be with you all. Hello, hello, hello. I'd like to set up a big frame for today's discussions. So I'm going to zoom way out and talk about consciousness. And then I'll make a foundational point about data science and a foundational point about women. And I hope to connect these dots in a way that demonstrates how much transformational potential this community holds. First, on consciousness. Writer and teacher Eckhart Tolle talks about the evolution of life on Earth as the evolution of consciousness. The mysterious and marvelous consciousness we each experience has been billions of years in the making, right? From simple single-celled microbes to more complex multicellular organisms to plants and animals and now human beings. And we humans have the remarkable capacity to alter life in a way that is affecting evolution itself. Human choices and actions have had consequential and even irreversible effects on species and habitats around the globe. And with ongoing advances in AI and genetic engineering, we're developing capacities to determine what it even means to be human. So as Eckhart Tolle says, through the human being, it's now possible to consciously evolve consciousness. And I see a direct relationship between evolution and data science. In a way, hasn't evolution made us all data scientists? We somehow process astonishing amounts of inputs in any given moment, mostly unconsciously and a little consciously, to try and make sense of our world, to know something about who we are, what we're doing, and what comes next. So we could consider data science as a discipline, as a method for consciously evolving consciousness. In data science, we intentionally acquire, aggregate, interpret, analyze huge amounts of data in order to make sense of our world, enhance our understanding of who we are, what we're doing, and what comes next. The foundational point I want to make about data science comes out of a recent conversation with my friend and teacher, Orland Bishop. We were discussing AI, but his insight is even more essentially true about data science. Data science is about the past. By definition, every piece of data we encounter is something that's already happened. It's finished. It's in the past. Now, there's tremendous value to better understanding the past. How could we make sense of our present and make choices about our future without knowing about our past? But data science is about the past. The foundational point I want to make about women is that women are creators. I'm not saying we have the exclusive lock on creativity, but the very characteristics that comprise what we mean by women give us deep knowledge about what creates the conditions for thriving life. We have a special line on creation, and creation is different from iteration or innovation. It's not tied to the past. It doesn't have to be based on what comes before. So let's connect these dots. We're in a position to consciously evolve consciousness. Data science is about the past, and women are creators. To the extent we're happy with how things are, we can continue to iterate and innovate, tinker around the edges, amplify and accelerate the collective consciousness that has created the world as we now know it. But in the throes of multiple crises, climate justice, racial justice, gender justice, economic justice, I think what we most need now is creation, not just innovation. As women, we're made to lead on this. If we want the future to be meaningfully different, we must first cultivate our capacity for imagination, allowing us to create a future we haven't yet seen. And we can and must do this collectively, not only individually. Another friend and teacher, Krista Tippett, puts it this way: for the first time, our technologies have given us the tools to think and act as a species. What will we do with that? Because data science is rapidly expanding to virtually every corner of life and work. It's a powerful distribution network to sort of infiltrate, infest, engage with consciousness across lots of communities and domains. How we approach data science will either nourish or impoverish our collective imagination as it affects our collective consciousness. So how can we steer its direction, methods, intentions to best serve us, to help create the conditions for thriving life? I'm excited about all the ways we'll come up with to better analyze and understand the past. That is a profound contribution from data science to help shape a collective consciousness. But too often, our instinct is to use that understanding to predict, or worse, control the future. I'm sure you can each think of applications across every field where we use data science for predictive application. And I'd like us to deeply interrogate this tendency for forward-looking prediction. When I consider the dominant prevailing isms we're reckoning with, racism, sexism, colonialism, imperialism, capitalism, I'm struck that they all represent attempts by some to exert control over others in hopes of controlling the future. The desire to know what's next is understandable. It's comforting to think you know, and it's unsettling to not know. And for those who do the controlling, it seems highly profitable. But we're now contending with the profound costs. Our quest to control has proven to be a fraught hubris. We're seeing its existential limits. We're in a species moment, as Krista Tippett would say. Most recently, the global pandemic has vividly demonstrated that uncertainty is the new certainty. We need to exercise one of our species' superpowers, adaptation. We need to adapt and prepare ourselves to relinquish our wish to control. That's a big ask, especially in modern Western culture, where we've practiced and prized knowing and controlling in industry, in the academy. My mantra since March of 2020 has been, uncertainty is just another name for possibility. I hope that as a community of women in data science, we provoke and inspire and support each other to exercise our species' power of adaptation. Go from seeing data as having the answers to employing data to generate expansive questions. What would help us love each other more? Then we can exercise our power of creation. Let's consciously evolve consciousness to participate as cooperative improvisers with life. Thank you.
And now I'm really very honored to introduce our first keynote speaker, Gayatri Kanu. She was introduced to me, she works at Meta, she has had a brilliant career there, and she was introduced to me by an old friend of mine and former student, and he says, when Gayatri started at Meta, she was 1 or 2 levels below me. Now she's the boss of my boss. So here's Gayatri. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Happy International Women's Day, which I'm sure is not a coincidence, but also happy Holi. For those of you who don't know this, today is an Indian festival of colors, and I'm clearly dressed for the part, so that needs to change. Thank you, Margot, for the very kind introduction. As Margot mentioned, I've been at Meta for the last 10 years. I've worked on a few different things. Today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what me and my team do as the monetization team on Facebook. Now, I know what you're thinking. She works at Facebook, and she works on ads. Is there going to be anything fun and good and nice in this talk? So the challenge ahead of me today is to get you to open up your thinking a little bit about what we do on the monetization team, how we build products with users first as our guiding principle, and why I feel proud about the work that I do. By the way, I did not know there was a Rutgers contingent here, so I'm often asked about what I've learned over my 10 years at Meta, what advice I'd give others. These are my 5 tips or 5 learnings of success that I'll weave in through my talk, especially focusing on this last part. I think it is so important. What's helped me most in my career, it is so important to sort of mirror the data, techniques, algorithms, depth and details with the art of influence, strategic thinking, storytelling, to have a lasting impact on our users. All right, let's get started. The mission statement for monetization on Facebook is give everyone a voice, champion economic prosperity, and make meaningful connections between people and businesses. Our mission statement does not make money, make it rain, make as much money as you can. We are constantly solving for these 3 actors in our ecosystem, again, with a user-first mentality. First and most importantly, the 3 billion users who come to our platform, these are our #1 customers. We are constantly trying to build the best experiences for our users. We also have creators, and I loved everything you heard right now about creation. These are experts. These are people who are passionate all over the world, millions of people who want to create original, authentic content on our platform, make a connection with the users, influence users, build a community around them. And then we have businesses. Just to give you a stat here, there are 200 million businesses on Facebook, one of the biggest platforms of that kind. 10 million of them spend money to run ads. So there is a lot that we do, that the businesses do to use our free products and services to build a meaningful connection to users on our platform. So as I walk you through sort of how we solve these 3, for these 3 actors on our ecosystem, I'll talk to you about 3 lines of work that I'm really, really proud of. I can't keep doing this to the mic. 1, making meaningful connections between people and businesses. I think it's most interesting to talk about this with the lens of the last couple of years. They've been funky years, to say the least, and how so much has changed in our lives. How we work, more hybrid and remote work, how we connect, how we express ourselves. My coworkers know what my bedroom looks like because it's behind me on Zoom, which is not something I ever thought would or should happen, but this is where we are. And how we shop. What has started mattering to us, what is more meaningful in terms of goods and products and services, has changed a lot, from midnight runs to find toilet paper to discovering new products like the bidet. And while a lot is changing, small businesses have been more than ever before seeing unprecedented challenges like supply chain issues, labor and material shortage, increasing cost and inflation. But human needs around shopping, around commerce remain the same. We shop for entertainment and enjoyment, not just as an errand. We want to shop with ease and convenience. We want to shop to get inspired, to express ourselves in unique ways that matter to us. And we also think of shopping as a social activity. We shop with friends and family. And so technology, a lot of this technology at Meta has really stepped up in new, unique ways to deliver on these timeless human needs. On Facebook, we have groups, buy and sell groups. We have reviews. People are turning to their friends, their neighbors, to get a lot more advice on where they should spend money. We have technologies like AR, VR that allow you to sort of try out products on yourself or in your space before you buy them. AI, machine learning, ranking is delivering on finding new products and services to express yourself more than ever before. And a lot of these businesses have a strong presence on our platforms, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. And now, today, more than ever before, you can have a direct line of communication, a direct line of access to the businesses, which is really accelerated in the last 2 or 3 years. So that's, I guess, my number one reason why I feel proud about the work that we do. There are 200 million businesses, small businesses, that survive and thrive on our platform. 10 million of them also spend money to run ads. Let me walk you through a few examples that show the difference that we are making. Allbirds is a environmentally friendly shoes and apparel company. In 2020, they wanted to bring more customers and bring more awareness to their Dashers running shoe. I took up running in COVID, and I knew all about Allbirds and was following them. They came to Facebook to run an ads campaign. They went through a few different ad creatives. They did a Facebook conversion lift study and saw a 48% increase in purchases for their spring 2020 campaign. I love stories like this. I love slides like this. There's a lot of interesting data science that goes into which ad creatives work, like what do users want to see, doing conversion lift studies. But I think what matters is the impact that you can have on businesses, small businesses. 48% lift is no easy feat. And for anybody who doubts sort of the impact that you're having, data wins arguments. Another example, Andrea and Robin McBride have the largest Black woman-owned wine company headquartered in Oakland, California. They had traditionally relied on sales in their stores for their wines, but when stay-at-home orders were getting issued, people stopped shopping at brick-and-mortar stores. So they moved to Facebook to accelerate their online presence. Facebook has a program called the Elevate program, whose mission is to accelerate economic success for entities of color. Through the Elevate program, the McBride Sisters Collection got a grant, a fully funded grant to run their ads, and the partnership of the Facebook Monetization team. And they ran an ads campaign in the winter holiday season of 2021. We buy a lot of wine during the holiday season. And they had a 58% lift in purchases. Again, data wins arguments. I talked about two examples, Allbirds and McBride Sisters Collection. These are ad-related examples. Like I said, 200 million businesses exist on our platform. Not all of them run ads. Here are some products that my team built very quickly in the first couple of months, right after COVID hit. We saw in the data that there was an inherent need for a lot of this, and reacting very quickly, build these products. On the left here is businesses wanted to get information out really quickly, timely information to the customers that mattered. We launched this COVID-19 update post tag. And so businesses could talk about sort of store hours or special shopping hours for like at-risk populations or availability of certain goods and services. In the middle, people could show their support to businesses by using the Support Small Business campaign. And then on the right, we build modules like this, businesses nearby. This shows up somewhere in your news feed, or if you do a search for a commerce-related search, you would get modules like this. Again, all of this is not ads at all. Facebook makes no money from this. In fact, there is probably a cost to time and resources in building this, but it's the absolute right thing to do for users, especially when the pandemic hit, and I feel proud about this work. My parents were entrepreneurs back in the day, back in India, and as is not uncommon, they were failed entrepreneurs. And I often think about all these different products that we have today, the support, these grants, and how things could have been different for them back in the day. So number one reason about why I enjoy doing the work that I do. Second, the other part of our mission statement is give everyone a voice and champion economic prosperity. This is where the creator economy comes into play. Here are some stats. This is a survey done by Morning Consult in 2019. A large percentage of our population follow influencers or creators on social media. Many of them follow a lot more. To just give you a quick flavor of what do I mean by creators, here are some of my favorites, probably speaking to different aspects of my personality. Colonel Chris Hadfield is an astronaut, post-school, astronomy, science things. The Holiness family, very talented family couple, makes music and parody about parenting, and parenting in a post-pandemic world, which was very hard. Billie Jean King, who's very active on Facebook, has always been sort of an idol for me as a woman who broke barriers for women in her industry in tennis. A couple more from Instagram, Daily Math, posts daily math puzzles, which are really fun to do. And Bucket List Bumps is a solo woman traveler, goes all around the world, posts gorgeous pictures. I recently took a solo trip to Spain, and I started following her content. So a lot of variety of creators. If you have a passion, if you have an interest, if you want to get into something new, you will find experts in that field from all over the world on social media, on Facebook and Instagram. You'll also find a community of people around you with the same interests. Now, creators create for the inherent joy of creation, for sharing their knowledge, for influencing people, for building a community around them. But all of this takes time and money and resources. And that's where my team, Creator Monetization, comes in. So the goal of this team is basically to get money in the hands of the creators. We do this in a few different ways. First, straight up grants, bonuses. We pay creators money for creating good, original, authentic content. Ads monetization. A business or if a creator opts in for this, we could show an ad on the content of the creators. That's the bottom ad. It's called an overlay ad. We can show an ad on top of the creator content, and the money that comes from this ad is shared with the creator. The creator keeps most of the money. Facebook keeps a smaller amount. And this is good for everyone. The brand gets associated with this awesome content that is very relevant to their brand. Creators make money and can continue sort of fueling their passion. And then on the right, Stars is a one-time tipping product, and subscription is a monthly subscription. Users pay money directly to creators. Facebook makes no money over here. These are products that we build so that users can, with their wallets, show a very direct encouragement and a direct connection to the creators that they care about. So we get money in the hands of creators through all of these different products. As is true with any well-run project, we often get questions on why. Why are you paying creators? What is the ROI? Is anything changing because you pay the creators? Are they continuing to create good content? And is this content what users actually want and need? Facebook's traditionally been a friends and family platform. Why are we bringing this content on our platform? And so that's where my team started, taking all these questions and building a framework. We call it the Creator Monetization Flywheel, which has become the basis of how we make decisions in this entire space now. So framing is really critical. I know all of us do this. I did this in academia. Coming up with the right problem and defining it very clearly goes a long way in actually getting alignment around what you're trying to do. The framework's not complicated. Our basic hypothesis is pay creators. If you pay them, they can fuel their passion, sustain their living. We'll continue creating more content on our platform, incremental content. And that incremental content will be good for users. They'll find value out of that content, and they'll come back to our platform more. So we set out as the data science, and this is where we get to do some cool data science. We set out to sort of establish every step of that funnel, that flywheel, prove it causally, and quantify it so that we can optimize it. Now, this isn't easy, and it's pretty complex, and I'm going to summarize it all in one slide. So bear with me. But before I go into actually talking about this, I'll say, approach problems with depth and details and rigor when that's the right thing to do. I'm a computer scientist. A lot of us have very technical backgrounds here. The strength you bring to the table is that you don't have to shy away from complexity if that's, again, the right thing to do. And I, again, feel fortunate enough to work with people who have capacity for complexity. All right, so what did we do on the creator flywheel? Step one, prove causally that by paying creators, it allows them, it gives them the money, time, resources to make more content. So prove that link causally. As is true for any causal proof, a randomized A/B test is the best way to do it. So for a very short time, for a small percentage of our population, some creators make money, some creators don't make money, and for the ones that make money, we quantify how much additional content they can make. Now, a lot of additional nuance over here and fun data science or economics problems here. Pay somebody $5, that's not going to change anything in their behavior. Pay somebody $5 million, and you're probably not being efficient. So there's a lot of optimization that we can do over here. All right, so you got all this incremental content. You proved that. Is that really good? Is that what we want on our platform? Is that what users want on our platform? So that's step two. Again, a small sample short-run test, where for some users, we show them creator content. For some, we don't. The experience for some users on Facebook has a lot of creator content in it, in newsfeed, or by going to different parts of Facebook. And for others, they don't see much of it. And then we see the incremental lift in engagement from the users on our platform. There's no more direct way for users to tell us that they are finding value in our platform than coming back to our platform more. So that's what we measure. A few different adjustments. We have to control for leakage. We have to establish the counterfactual. I mean, creators will make content even if you pay them no money. And so you have to establish the baseline counterfactual of truly how much incremental content comes from sort of our creator monetization work. And with this flywheel, we have shown a sustained lift in content production from the creators. We have quantified it. We know what we get from paying these creators. And we have shown sustained lift in user engagement. People come to the platform more to consume this content. Makes a lot of sense to me. I do go to consume the content of the creators that I talked to you about earlier. And I think we see that in the data across all populations across the world. Here's a post from Mark in the summer, last summer, where he talked about all the different creator monetization products that we are building and will continue to build, and overwhelmingly positive response, which doesn't always happen, overwhelmingly positive response to everything that Mark said over here. So the creator economy is here to stay. My second reason for why I feel proud about the work we do. We support millions of people around the world to express themselves, to share their knowledge, sort of share the human understanding, I guess, across all these different niche areas through their content creation on social media. And third and not last and not the least, I guess, I'll talk about how we build user-first ads experiences. This poster, some of you might know at Facebook, we have these posters all around our walls that talk about how we want to operate and what we care about. This poster was made by my team. It was called the Feed Ads team back in 2012, 2013, when we started showing the first ever ad on Facebook. We showed that ad on newsfeed, and that's why the Feed Ads team. Ads as good as organic. And this has always been sort of our North Star as we approach ads. We want people's ad experience on Facebook to be as good, to be additive, as the organic reasons they come to Facebook for, like connecting to friends and family. And to do this, we introduced the concept of ads quality. So the basic idea behind ads quality is we want to provide a delightful ad experience to users through ads, show them the most relevant ads, the highest quality ads that they would love to interact with. It's not a concept unique to Meta. A few other companies have made statements like this that indicate that, of course, ad relevance matters, though the exact implementation is not shared. I'll share a little bit about what we do at Facebook. So when you want to show an ad anywhere on Facebook, but actually, honestly, anywhere online, you run an auction. In the auction come all the ad candidates that could be eligible to sort of win that slot for an ad, and an advertiser bid. The advertiser bid is the amount that the advertiser is willing to pay us to show their ad somewhere on in that ad slot. In a typical auction, the highest bidder wins, and they get to show their ad, and we make the highest amount of money we can. But that's not always going to be a good idea, as should be obvious to everyone. There could be ads that could be borderline offensive, like the ad on the right. There could be ads that are fraudulent. And users tell us this. Users have a lot of controls with ads, and they tell us that there are some ads that they don't like. And so what we do on ads delivery on Facebook is we perturb our auction, and we don't always show the ad that makes us the most money. We would show the ad that balances the advertiser outcomes and the user outcomes, or the user relevance. So we build this thing called an organic bid, which is basically user value bid, let's call it, what our best understanding is of what users would enjoy with ads, and we change the auction based on that. So an ad like the one on the right, even if the advertiser is willing to pay us the most money, will not win the auction, will not be shown, and some other ads would be shown. Now, if you're following this sort of line of work, you've realized that introducing ads quality, by definition, will result in making lesser dollars, making lesser money. We are always, you're not showing the ad that we are going to make the most money from, because we are perturbing our auction. And that's okay. Like, there is a short-term revenue loss, but it is still the absolute right thing to do for our users. And I feel, I guess, proud about working in a company where we focus on what matters in the long run, not the short run. And even if that means it's at a loss to short-term revenue, that's fine. Hard trade-offs to make, but we made them. I'll quickly glaze over sort of what goes in the ads quality, or the organic bid. It's a bunch of objective stuff, like low ad creative quality, or borderline offensive content that's policy violating. But there's a whole bunch of the green stuff over there. There's a whole bunch of stuff that users give us signals on what they like or they don't like. I don't know how many of you have ever curated your ad experience on Facebook, so my call to action would be, please go do that. You can X out an ad, you can change your ad preferences, you can say see more, see less, and we take all of that signal together to build the organic bid. Okay, so we introduced ads quality. It is at a short-term revenue loss, but I think the cool thing that my team could show is what happens in the long run. So on the left here, better immediate ad experience results, right? Users rate ads more highly, have fewer negative ad experiences, see fewer inappropriate ads. But all of that is at a short-term revenue loss. It's not an easy decision to make on letting go of that money. Well, my team could show that in the long run, just by changing the relevance of an ad to a user, people actually come to Facebook more. There are more daily active users, there are more sessions. Kind of going with the hypothesis that we had going in. They have a better sentiment towards ads. Again, something that we want. We don't want, businesses don't want users to just run away from ads and not interact with ads. We want people to have a good experience with ads. And because of 1 and 2, in the long run, there is no revenue cost to introduction of ads quality. And that is why we continue working on this, continue sort of investing more short-term revenue in ads quality to have better long-term outcomes. All right, with that, I will end. Thank you so much again for inviting me here today. I hope I've opened up your thinking a little bit about what monetization at Facebook means, how we sort of build with a user-first mentality. And my call to action would be, again, to use these 5 my learnings in your day-to-day work as much as you can. Again, with a focus on sort of strategic thinking, long-term thinking, influence, storytelling, that goes a long way. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
My name is Philomena. I'm a data scientist here in Kenya. I remember when I was starting out my career, I used to spend most of my time behind the laptop, and it got to a point where I felt like I was a bit overwhelmed. It was very monotonous, and I felt like I was not thriving. Work-life balance means being able to not only flourish in one area of your life. The different areas of your life would be your career and also your personal life. And so it's just about finding the balance between the two. One thing that I love doing is dancing. It started just as a hobby, something I'll do with my friends, but now it's become something that's more routine and something that I really enjoy doing. I grew up in Nairobi, and this is me with my mom on a Saturday morning at the farm. Growing up, my mom really had a strong interest in farming. She always said that it's something that she wanted to go into. And so what started out as just me helping her out in the farm quickly became something that I was very invested in, what we're planting, what we're growing. So one thing that I've actually learned about myself that I did not know about myself before is the fact that I'm an extrovert. Putting myself out there in the various activities has really enabled me to rediscover myself. Things that have enabled me to even get over some of the fears that may have propped up while growing up. This has even helped me to rediscover some of the strength I never really knew existed before.
My name's Becky Cook. I am a Ngunnawal Aboriginal woman. So the Ngunnawal people are part of the Quandamooka community, which is from Stradbroke and Moreton Islands, just off the east coast of Brisbane, Australia. While my primary focus is as the centre manager and coordinating things within the office and the centre, I also have the opportunity to work on research projects, and I'm currently working with community on a project surrounding enhancing data literacy in the Indigenous community. The biggest impact is the potential to improve the well-being and socioeconomic outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples through the best practice use of data. The NAIDOC Week stands for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Day Observance Committee. And this has developed into a week-long celebration and recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture each July in Australia. As part of my role, I spent the day engaging with members of the community, having conversations about data and whether they would like to enhance their use of data and how they were using data in their everyday lives. The outcome of participating in this day was that we were able to consult with the community surrounding a proposed project that we had on enhancing data literacy. This meant that our project was informed by the community at those early stages of the research design. We were able to hear what the community wanted and also incorporate this into our work. It's also part of the ethics process. So my advice for women data scientists would be that you do belong here. I myself am not a traditional data scientist, meaning I'm not a statistician or a computer scientist, but I do feel I'm contributing in this area of data. So if you're passionate about what you're doing, you're going to be successful.
My name is Amanda Melberg. When I joined Dataiku and I already saw the Empower group. Empower serves as a safe space for Dataikers to discuss the challenges that women face in business and beyond, and provides advocates to allow us to grow a sense of belonging for all women so that people can have the freedom to choose how they want to show up at Dataiku. What's been most exciting is we've really become like an actionable women's group. So in October 2021, in one of the Empower group meetings, I introduced what the WiDS organization was, hoping to recruit some other women to help in organizing the event the following year. Dataiku had already heard about WiDS. There's so many folks that are women in data science, and so I thought it was just a great pairing. This year, we have over 25 WiDS ambassadors across EMEA, America, and APJ. And so that was really exciting because we had the Empower group to kind of talk about things, but then we had the WiDS regional events to kind of practice what we preach in a way, and bring a lot of the cool stuff that we were talking about internally to other members of the community. My advice would be to lean into these communities that exist, such as the WiDS community, or bring the WiDS community to your company and kind of jumpstart that initiative and create that community that you potentially seek, because I think it provides the mentorship and sponsorship that we all need to truly like thrive in our careers.
Great. So wonderful to hear from Philomena and Amanda and Becky. Hey, before we go on to our next speaker, I just want to do a shout out to some very special people in the room today, and those are the people who are not women. And there are a few of them. So all non-women, please stand up and be applauded here. Right? Look. Alex. Wonderful to have you. Wonderful to have you. See, now you know what it feels like to be a woman in data science. Our next speaker is a wonderful colleague of mine here at Stanford, Jennifer Pan, and so pleased that you could make it today. She is showing that data science really touches everything, including politics. Jennifer.
Okay, all right. Green button. Oops. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm a social scientist, and one of the things I study is censorship and propaganda in authoritarian regimes, including China. It's in the course of studying censorship and propaganda that I came to the realization that you have this system that is obviously designed to manipulate, distort, suppress information, but we can actually learn something about the goals of these very opaque, intransparent regimes by studying these information control measures at scale. So data science allows us to learn something new about what authoritarian governments want. So to study online censorship, my co-authors and I gathered millions of social media posts from social media sites in China before the Chinese government could censor them, and then we go back and check to see when censorship occurred. So you might think, are there 1,400 social media sites in China? No. So we gather data from the top social media sites as well as websites that have any discussion forums. And what we find is censorship is unambiguous. You see messages that say, sorry, the host you're looking for does not exist, has been deleted, or is being investigated. This one says, why don't you go look at something else? So when it comes to censorship, we often think, whether it's about China or another political entity, that those in power would want to censor anything that is unflattering, anything that is critical or negative. In the China case, we find that's not the case. China censors first and foremost to stop collective action, to stop social mobilization, to stop protests. And it allows a certain degree of criticism of the government, of the party, of its policies. One thing to note is that censorship is bursty. So when we think of social media, we think that there are certain things that go viral. So we know that social media is bursty, censorship is also bursty. In this figure, on the x-axis is the time of our data collection, and on the y-axis in gray is a sample of posts, and in red are the posts that are censored. All these posts relate to a city in southern China called Zhengcheng. So there's a baseline level of discussion, there's actually a baseline level of censorship, but then in a certain time period, there's a big burst of discussion because there are riots in this city. And you see a corresponding burst in censorship. Another important thing to note is that not all bursts of discussion are censored. So it's not like everything that goes viral is removed. Here, people are talking about increases in power prices. They're mostly complaining that power prices have gone up during a period of a heat wave, but this is not censored. So you have this burst that is not censored. And so our ingoing hypothesis was that the Chinese government censors all posts in these bursts that relate to collective action. So it doesn't matter what is said in that burst. It's the fact that it's about mobilization on the ground. And so in this histogram, what we do is code each of the events that are associated with bursts. And so you see, and x-axis is something called censorship magnitude. You can see that the bursts in purple and blue relate to news and policy events. They have low censorship magnitude. But the bursts in red are related to collective action, and that's where we see higher levels of censorship magnitude. You can also see higher levels of censorship related to pornography. I think that's unsurprising. Every country around the world censors pornography to a certain extent. All right, so then this is just events. We go a step further and analyze what is censored when we look at the posts. So we're using supervised machine learning to categorize posts into those that are supportive of the government and those that are critical. And what you can see here is that the y-axis is the percent censored, Percent censored is high, regardless of whether posts are critical or supportive of the state, when they relate to these events related to collective action. And censorship is low, regardless of whether people are critical or supportive of the government, when they're talking about events that are not related to collective action. All right, so everything I just showed you is observational, but we're actually making a causal argument. We're saying that if you talk about collective action during a period in which there's on-the-ground mobilization, you're going to get censored. That's going to cause censorship. So in order to validate these observational findings, we conduct a randomized experiment where we choose 100 social media sites where that has the highest level of traffic. We create 2 accounts on each of those sites, and then we write posts according to this 2x2 matrix. So the thing to note is that I said censorship occurs in bursts. So what happened is that we had a team of research assistants ready to go, and if there was a collective action event that precipitated online discussion, we would then write about this event, both pro and anti-government posts, and then at the same time, during this same burst of collective action, we would look for another trending topic that was unrelated to collective action, and again, write pro and anti-government posts. And we would, we submitted these posts randomly assigned by the types I just introduced, and then we checked censorship. And what we find is that there is no difference in censorship between the pro and anti-government posts. So the y-axis in this plot is the censorship difference between pro and anti-government posts that we made. And you can see across a variety of events, collective action events, policy events, other news events, there's no difference in the censorship rate when you're looking within event pro and anti-government posts. Where you see the large causal effect is between talking about collective action events and not talking about collective action events. So these are 4 collective action events. You can see there's a large effect in terms of censorship. So the bottom line is, if you talk about protests, social mobilization, where that's happening on the ground, online, that's where censorship is going to occur. So that's censorship through content removal. So things are getting deleted. But here in the digital age, so much of what's going on is competition for our attention. So governments can also achieve censorship not by removing content, but simply by redirecting people's attention. And in China, there are rumors of millions of so-called 50-cent party members who fabricate social media posts as if they were the opinions of ordinary people. And they're called 50-cent party members because they're supposedly paid 50 cents for each post they make. But we actually find that they're not paid anything. They're government employees who are asked to do this on top of their regular jobs. So the prevailing view is that these people are making up posts to argue against and debate against China's critics. So this is the view of traditional propaganda, that people are trying to persuade others to their point of view. What we find is that there is no argumentation. These people are not engaging on any issues that are controversial at all. Instead, they're redirecting people's attention with positive, motivational, very happy messages away from these core central issues where there is debate. So we study this by accessing ground truth data on the activity of these 50-cent party members through email archive of the Zhangong Internet Propaganda Office. So Zhangong is a county in southern China, and in this network figure, they're in the center. And all around them, those nodes are workers emailing them, reporting the fake posts that they make. So in these emails, we can see people saying, oh, I made these posts this week. They'll attach screenshots. They'll attach a Word document with links. They'll attach Excel with links. So this is really highly unstructured data. We use a variety of methods to extract posts and accounts that are used by these workers. And I think we, in the end, got about 43,000 known fake posts and tens of thousands of fake accounts. And so what we're trying to do is we want to know what these people are saying, right? So we're estimating the distribution of these posts, and we put them into 5 categories. The first is what we call taunting of foreign countries. So this is criticizing supporters of the US, of West, of democracy. Second is what we call argumentative praise or criticism. This is criticizing those who are critical of China or praising those who endorse China. The third category is what we call non-argumentative praise and suggestion. So this is things like, we should end poverty, things at such a high level that no one can disagree. The fourth are just announcements of policies and programs. And the last is this cheerleading category, these happy, motivational messages unrelated to politics. One example, someone will say, I woke up today feeling so thankful for everything that I have. I hope everyone has a great day. So just happy stuff. And the prevailing view is that this is what 50 Cent party members are doing. This is traditional propaganda. So what we do is, first, we estimate the distribution of these posts based on the leaked posts. And we can see that over 80% of the posts fall into the cheerleading category. There's basically nothing in taunting of foreign countries or argumentation. And this is really unlikely to be due to sampling error. We actually pushed really hard to see if we could find anything in those first two categories. In the end, I think we found 26 posts out of over 43,000 that could fall into those two categories. We then look at the posts from the leaked accounts on Weibo, because we're just going to extrapolate based on Weibo, which is the kind of Twitter-like platform in China. It has about 500 million monthly active users. So looking at the posts from these leaked accounts, similar pattern. Then we notice that there's two types of accounts used on Weibo for these faked posts. One are what we call ordinary accounts. These are actually people's authentic accounts that they use to post about food, travel, kids, and then rarely interspersed are these posts made at the behest of the government. For prediction, for our purposes, it's extremely difficult to identify those accounts. So for prediction purposes, we focus on what we call exclusive accounts. These are accounts created exclusively to make these fake posts, and we identify really simple rules to know which accounts these are. And then we do prediction within the county, and then we do prediction across all counties in China. And the important thing here is that we're identifying accounts based on account characteristics, and then looking at what is the content of those accounts. So we're not doing prediction based on the content, because then we would be just like choosing based on our dependent variable. So this is, everything I'm showing you here is the content, and we're not predicting based on the content. Okay, so as a social scientist, another thing is that this is not uniform. People are not posting uniformly these fake posts over time. They're bursty, and they're bursty in two different types of periods. One is right after collective action events. Second is before time periods when a protest is more likely, like certain holidays and political meetings. Another thing, validation. Social scientists care a lot about validation. How do we validate those predictions? We decided to ask them. You might think, how is that going to work? These are government employees whose very job is to mislead you. So what we do is, for the predicted accounts, we administer a double-blind survey on Weibo through direct messaging, saying, I saw your comment. It's really inspiring. I want to ask, do you have any public opinion, guidance management, or online commenting experience? And then importantly, we ask the same thing of the known 50 Cent accounts, and then we ask the same thing of accounts that are unlikely to be 50 Cent. So we are looking for accounts in the same regions as our predicted accounts, but which don't have the same account characteristics as those we think are posting at the behest of the government. And what we find is that 59% of the predicted accounts say yes to this question, 57% say yes, and the unlikely accounts, only 19% say yes. And the first two are not statistically distinguishable, whereas the first and third are. You might be curious why 19% of people say this. There is some sort of confirmation bias that people have. So if you're an influencer, if you do have a following on social media, but you're not posting at the behest of the government, you still might respond to this question affirmatively. All right, so to sum up, China's online information control strategy is first and foremost oriented at stopping collective action, at preventing people from coordinating on issues to mobilize together. And in addition to removing content to achieve that goal, the Chinese government also creates content in order to redirect people's attention from those core salient issues. And I think importantly for our purposes, what kind of the meta learning from this is that when we study these information control measures that are designed to hide things, when we study those measures at scale, we can learn something new about what authoritarian governments are doing, because those measures leave large footprints. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Hey, it's finally warming up in this room. We have standing room only also. So I wanted to ask you if there is an empty seat next to you, can you please raise your hand so that people can be guided to your table. So anyone who wants a table, you can see now where to go. Right, so our next speaker is going to show us how data and the police get together. Her name is Trina Reynolds-Tyler. And I just have to tell you, she comes from the Invisible Institute, and she flew in yesterday from the south side of Chicago on her birthday to be here with us. Trina, thanks so much for coming.
Did you have the click? Awesome. And I just press the green. Hi, everyone. My name is Trina Reynolds-Tyler. I'm also known as Trina T. I'm data director at the Invisible Institute, a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigative journalism organization who primarily investigates police misconduct. There, I lead Beneath the Surface, a project that uses narrative justice and data science to interrogate the intersection of gender-based violence and police misconduct. I feel it's important to start off with, this is a very triggering conversation, and it involves some of our most intimate parts of our lives. It not only takes a lot to have experienced the traumatic event, but to have experienced that event at the hands of police and then to come forward and file a complaint is something that takes a tremendous amount of effort. And I'd like to ground us in the folks who couldn't even make it today, who are no longer with us due to the immense weight of what that experience looks like. I'll start us off in a bit of history. So in the year 2000, the city of Chicago announced in the city of Chicago, there was a 4-mile stretch of public housing that was really close to the center of Chicago. Stateway Gardens was just a fraction of that public housing corridor. And it was at some point known as the largest concentration of poverty in the nation. It was slowly deteriorating over time. See, as the buildings were bulldozed due to the plan for transformation, we're going to demolish these buildings and build new houses. Buildings were bulldozed and people remained living in the complexes right next door. As of today, those buildings have never been rebuilt, thereby displacing thousands of families. That area was policed by a group of officers known as a skull cap crew. People knew them for the clothes that they wore. They were named in over 20 federal lawsuits and over 60 civilian allegations of misconduct, many people describing officers forcing themselves into their homes, using extreme force against their bodies, against their children's bodies. One of the people who encountered members of the skull cap crew was Diane Bond. As she was walking out of her house on April 13, 2003, she encountered them, a couple members of them, and they put a gun to her and they said, "Where do you live?" and forced their way back up to her 8th floor apartment. There, they not only traumatized her son, but also took her into the bathroom and searched her body for drugs, sexually violating her in her bathroom. A couple weeks later, she ran into them again in the stairwell. They punched her in the face, dragged her up the stairs back to her apartment, forced their way into her bedroom, and had her lay on the bed and reach into herself to search for drugs. This sexual violation was extremely traumatizing for her, and luckily, by way of her proximity to Jamie Calvin, she gained access to a lawyer and filed a lawsuit against the city of Chicago. Now, this behavior was not new. In 1972, the Blue Ribbon Panel was a 4-day series of public hearings where people spoke about their encounters with police regularly. And a US representative said, you will be hard-pressed to go to any black ghetto and not find somebody who either has direct experience with police violence or at least knows some firsthand information of it having occurred before. Jamie Calvin filed a FOIA lawsuit in an attempt to gain access to disciplinary records, misconduct records. See, like Diane Bond, many people had filed complaints against the Chicago Police Department, but not many of them were sustained. Not everyone had access to a lawyer. Not everyone was deemed a credible witness. In 2014, it went all the way down to the Illinois Supreme Court, and it was deemed that police misconduct records are public information. We gained access to, initially, 5 years worth of data, created the Citizens Police Data Project where you could filter through by location, by officer name, by complaint type. Today, that database houses the data from 1988 to 2021. What we learned was that there were lots of people filing complaints against the Chicago Police Department, and there was not much discipline happening. And that primarily, people were filing complaints about operation and personnel violations, illegal search, and use of force. Specifically in the operation and personnel violations, folks spoke about the failure to provide service and the neglect of duty. One of the things that really troubled me as I began to parse through the CPDP database in 2016 as an AmeriCorps member was the issue of primary categorization. So when we look at complaints, all we have is this metadata, information about the officer name, maybe the time and date that the incident occurred, and the primary categorization, right? In a single instance, there may be several encounters of types of abuse, but this investigator determines which one is the most egregious, and that becomes the category which is displayed at the very top level. We knew we could find more information if we had access to underlying documents. And luckily, a man named Charles Green, who was incarcerated for a murder that he didn't commit, submitted a FOIA request in 2015 for the underlying documents going back to 1967. Because the city of Chicago blew their deadline, they could not simply tell him that his request was unduly burdensome. We knew the documents were coming, we just didn't know when or how we would receive them. This opportunity would change what we initially see as an illegal search by a black officer against a black woman to a sexual violation, an instance where during lockup, an officer told a woman, if you show me this, I'll let you out the back door, presses up on her, and then says, well, you still getting a possession charge. Now, we knew more stories like this existed. This phenomena was very widespread, right? It wasn't just even one type of complaint. It was a way of flattening the narratives of people. And we were extremely interested in not only being able to better quantify the number of sexual violations that occurred at the hands of police, but also to see if the investigators who went into the files actually thought of the encounter as a sexual violation at all, too. We created Beneath the Surface, right? This opportunity to go behind the scenes of an investigation, beneath this primary category level, and deeper into the shared experiences of people. It's one thing when one person is talking about an encounter that they had with a single officer, but what are the ways that stories connect people across time and space? With the support of HRDAG and a whole boatload of people in Chicago, we decided to create an algorithm named Judy. Shout out to Judy, one of the folks at Wits also. This was a way that we would do a more targeted search, right? Volunteers would read through training data in order to label the complaints as relevant or not relevant. We would run a topic model with our metadata to generate features for Judy, who would ultimately spit out a bunch of scores, which would, in Patrick Ball's words, turn a needle in a haystack to a haystack full of needles. This project was really near and dear to not only my heart, but also shared many stories of, again, many people in the community. So before we even got started, oh, I'm pressing the wrong, so we came back to this emphasis on what complainants had in common instead of this emphasis on finding the bad apples, finding the individual officer or the cluster of officers who are doing something wrong, and leaning into what the complainants had in common. We started with the documents pipeline team. a collaboration between the Lucy Parsons Lab, HRDAG, and Invisible Institute team members who processed the documents, helped identify specific report types that we would need in order to get access to the narratives. And then we sent those right over to the volunteers who were provided an annotation dictionary, including selectors like neglect, sexual violation, domestic, home, disabled, and LGBTQIA. These reading groups were extremely important because they helped us to better craft our annotation dictionary and ensure inter-radar reliability, ensure that people had an actual shared definition, a shared ability to tag a narrative as relevant or not relevant. But it also helped us in a couple months later when we received over 200 volunteers who were extremely enthusiastic about tagging narratives, but were not sure where to go. The infrastructure that we initially started with, Reading Groups A and Reading Groups B, gave us insight on anticipated sensitive conversations, gave us insight on the way that people would respond, their frustrations with reading the same narrative, feeling like they were reading the same narrative over and over and over again. And then, of course, we had Code Review, where we met every Friday, a group of predominantly Black folks and data scientists at HRDAG, where we were vulnerable, threw some code on the screen, took turns interpreting the findings, and learned together. Because beneath the surface is not just a project about data science and playing and tinkering with tools. It's about including the people in the process from the very beginning so that at the very end, when we do have our findings, the people who are most impacted are already on board and aware of what is possible to find. Now, we had many haystacks full of needles, and so I won't go into details about all of the various different types of complaints that we found, but I will focus on one, which is response to sexual assault, right? So this on screen is an example from a complaint that we were able to identify through Judy, where a woman came into a station and she was visibly bruised. She was extremely disrespected, allegedly, by these officers. She later was able to get a report and she filed a complaint against the people who she encountered that day. Now, outside of her story, we found 89 other complaints that shared characteristics, 38 cases where people refused to file a report, 11 cases where folks were victim blames, and more than a quarter of them, the survivor of sexual assault was a minor. Today, we're investigating missing persons cases in Chicago. Not only were we able to identify 54 complaints where people expressed frustration with officers when attempting to file their loved one missing, we also stumbled upon a complaint where a police officer delivered a 14-year-old missing girl to be trafficked. That officer was let go, able to resign, keep his pension, and become an officer somewhere else. And another officer was charged with human trafficking of runaway girls. At the end of our first few iterations of Judy, I reflected on the feedback that volunteers provided to us after every time they tagged. I knew that many of them wished that they could label other types of complaints, and I would often hear them say the same things. We wish we could tag involuntary commitment to mental institutions. We wish we could tag destruction of property. Lots of people were so frustrated that I didn't tag the race of the person. I had to remind them that that was information that we had access to by way of the metadata. But there was still not a clear opportunity to implement some of their interest in tagging different types of documents until Maurice Rabb, Stanford alumni, came to the Invisible Institute and asked us if we'd like to be a part of the MLK Hackathon of 2022. They created an interface which allowed us to not only make the narratives more accessible to people who are labeling things, moving us away from Google Sheets and into an application, but also gave us an opportunity to, in the back end, generate different types of training data. At the end of the day, all of these complaints came from the Independent Police Review Authority between 2011 and 2015. That entity no longer exists. That's the same entity that fumbled the Laquan McDonald case. Today, although we have the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, allegations of misconduct are going down because of distrust in the system. Now, what proportion of human rights violations are potentially reflected in one complaint? That is what I'll leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Trina. Fantastic work, and I have to say, the best colored outfit of today in the Wits color. Hey, in the program, our next speaker is Desi Small Rodriguez. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us today because she had an accident a little while ago and she couldn't travel from LA. She's fine, but it's a real shame that she can't make it. Now, after the morning break, we'll have a panel moderated by Megan Price from HRDAG, and that's what Trina, the institute that Trina mentioned a couple of times, the Human Rights Data Analysis Group. And Megan stepped in and is going to give us a talk now as well. So in that panel later on, moderated by Megan, we will see Jennifer and Trina back, and I'm sure you will really appreciate that. Wonderful talks of this morning. So Megan was actually one of our very first speakers at Wits in 2017 as well. At that time, she was 8 months pregnant. She's not now. And we're just so happy that she could make it and step in here for Desi. So Megan, thanks so much.
Well, thank you. I'm so happy to be here and equally happy to not be 8 months pregnant again. Thank you all. So I could not be more gratified to follow Trina and the presentation of her work because it really is going to touch on a lot of the same themes that I'm going to cover in what is the cost of being wrong, and specifically why does community involvement matter so much. The other thing I considered titling my talk, and so I just gave myself 2 title slides, is what makes a good classification problem? And hopefully by the end of my 13 minutes or so, it'll make sense why all of those questions are connected in my head. But first, I want to tell you just a little bit more about our organization, the Human Rights Data Analysis Group, or HRDAG. We're a small nonprofit based here in the Bay Area. We're a team of data scientists, and we partner with human rights advocacy organizations to identify questions or arguments that can be advanced through more rigorous data analysis. Now, over the past 30 years, we've been very fortunate to partner with a wide variety of organizations, everything from large international institutions like the United Nations and Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, to local organizations working in the communities where they're based, like the Invisible Institute and Trina's team. Now, I like to start my talks with this quote from my colleague and co-founder, Dr. Patrick Ball, because much like Trina said, it really sets the stage for the topic we're going to cover. And that is that human rights stories tell about the worst events that anyone can experience. Taking responsibility for human rights information means assuming an obligation to the witness, to the families, and to the victim. We are morally obligated to do the best work that's technically possible so that the victim's story is heard and believed. And on our team, we are data scientists. We often go all the way to the end of a rabbit hole about a mathematical assumption or debugging a piece of code, but we never lose sight of the reason why we're so focused on those technical pieces is because we've assumed this moral obligation to do the best work we can to honor and respect the stories that have been shared with us. Now, we use a wide variety of analytical tools. Today, I'm really only going to talk about the first one, machine learning models. But if you want to learn more about the different applications and the different methods that we use and dig into more details, I really recommend that you check out the Tech Corner on our website. That's where we have more technical blog posts. A lot of those are written in Jupyter Notebook. They include code snippets, and we get into a lot more detail of our work. And in particular, if I've timed it right, I'll be able to circle all the way back and talk about that first one, processing scanned documents for investigations of police violence, and we'll link back to some of the points that Trina was making. But I want to start with some work we did in Mexico with partners at Data Cívica. And these partners came to us because it's quite common in Mexico, unfortunately, for what are called fosas clandestinas, or clandestine graves, to be discovered. These are essentially anywhere outside of a cemetery where multiple bodies are found. And the question our partners brought to us was, would it be possible, using some kind of mathematical model, to predict where those graves are likely to be found, but haven't been yet, so that we can strengthen our advocacy for investigations to look for these hidden graves? And so we thought of that as potentially a classification problem. And translating that into the language of a classification model, we said, well, we're going to need some labeled data. We're going to need some municipios, or states, within Mexico where we know these graves have been found. And then the really hard part, we're going to need some municipios where we're confident they don't exist. Not just that they haven't been found, because the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We need to be sure that they aren't there. And this is one of the many reasons why we rely so much on our community partners, because it's our partners who have the local context to say, we know which geographic areas that is. We can make that list of places where we think these graves, in fact, will not be found. And then we can build, or we can try to build, a machine learning model that labels the rest of the municipios, that predicts the probability of finding an up until now undiscovered hidden grave. And so we built such a model. We pilot tested it with some information from 2015. And when we showed, this is just raw results to our partners, of the top 10 municipios with the highest probability of containing an undiscovered hidden grave, our partners kind of shrugged and said, well, that makes sense. That's where the violence is happening. That's where we would expect them to be. And so we said, well, is this useful to you? And they said, oh yes, this is very useful, because now it's not us advocating for these investigations. It's this model that says this is where we should look. And so that's very useful to our advocacy. And that's an improvement on the current status quo. And I'm just going to pause that story there and switch to my counterexample, which is another classification model. This is work that my colleagues Christian Lum and William Isaac did and published in 2016 in Significance magazine, critiquing a specific so-called predictive policing model. And the goal of this model was to classify geographic regions where crime was likely to happen, so that police could prioritize going to those geographic regions. But the labeled data for this model, the training data, is crime known to police. And so what Christian and William showed using data from Open Data Oakland was they compared, on the left, the red shading is drug crimes in Oakland known to the police. And the blue shading on the right is self-reported drug use from a nationally representative health survey. Now, we can have a philosophical argument about what drug use should constitute a crime. That's not the point of this slide. The point is to show that the red shading and the blue shading have essentially no correlation with each other. And so if you build a classification model with the training data from the red shading, at best, it's going to replicate that bias, and it's going to send police back to those same neighborhoods over and over again, and not recommend sending them anywhere else. And at worst, depending upon the way the model itself is built, it may exacerbate that bias, and it may continue to over-police those neighborhoods even more. And this is the point at which I like to remember that we have in fact known that crime known to police and crime that occurs are not related. We have known that for more than 100 years. And yet, we have to learn that lesson over and over again, especially as we gain access to new and different data sources. It is so tempting to assume that we know the answer to the question we're trying to ask. Okay, so what's the difference between Graves and policing? Because in the work in Mexico, we and our partners concluded that that classification model was an improvement on the status quo. And in our critique of predictive policing, we concluded that that was not a good use of essentially the same math. And the thing we ask ourselves is, what happens when the model makes a mistake? When it classifies something as either a false positive or a false negative. We know these models are going to make mistakes, otherwise they're not telling us anything new. In the case of Graves, a false positive means we waste some resources. And a false negative means we miss an opportunity. And again, in close collaboration with our partners, we concluded that that was no worse than the status quo. As the situation on the ground in Mexico evolves, we may change that decision, but that's the state of that project right now. Whereas in the case of predictive policing, a false positive means a neighborhood is systematically over-policed. And if we want to generalize that to other applications of these tools, the rubric that our team advocates for is asking this question of what's the cost of being wrong? Do we waste resources or do we affect people's lives? And who bears the cost? Is it the organization that created the tool, or is it the community that is having the tool used on them? And this, again, is where community involvement is crucial. We cannot leave it up to ourselves to answer these questions. We have to ask the communities who are being affected. They are the ones who know the answers to these questions and who are going to have insights that we may not have. Now, beyond this rubric, I have been starting to think, well, that question helps us to identify applications that may be harmful and applications that may be helpful. But how do we skew ourselves and identify those most helpful situations? And I've been really starting to think that a lot of problems are classification problems that I didn't sort of see in that framing. And this is really thanks to a lot of work that my colleague Tarek Shah, who's here somewhere, has been doing. And this brings us back to his technical blog post on scanning documents to uncover police violence. As you heard Trina describe, many of our partners are in a similar position where they've gained access to a cache of documents, but they've been turned over because that organization was compelled to share that information. So they share it in the least convenient way possible, and it needs a lot of processing. And it turns out that processing documents can be a classification problem. You can classify where the beginning and the end of a document is. You can classify, does this page contain a name? You can classify, does this page contain an age? And it's a very iterative process. It requires the kind of human reflection and human labeling that Trina was talking about. But it is a way to leverage these machine learning tools and human input to process and make sense of this incredibly valuable information in a way that I don't think we could do either purely manually or purely using machine learning models. And so I just want to close by returning to the amazing work of the Beneath the Surface team that I really think is the use case we should all be trying to replicate. We should really be thinking about the kinds of documentation that may exist, that may be accessible, and that then can be processed using these tools and by involving the community that's affected, so that we hear reflected back from them, what's the meaningful content? What are the meaningful labels that we need to use to build our machine learning models so that we're getting the right kind of information out of these problems? I will leave it there and say thank you very much. There are many ways to follow us and our work, and I really hope you'll all stay in touch.
Thank you so much, Megan. And I'm sure you all very much look forward to the panel after the break with Megan, with Trina, and with Jennifer. I just wanted to mention that during the break, there is a board just outside of the room there where you can see job postings, where you can add your own little note to say, hey, I want to connect with someone about this or that. So that's our connection board. Please check it out. I also wanted to mention that we have a media partner, theCUBE, set up right there as well. And they're going to be doing interviews that are going to be live streamed and available online later as well with some of our speakers. They're usually really wonderful. And you're probably wondering what I'm standing here with a cake. So this is our birthday cake. This is our 8th birthday. And I'm going to... I'm going to give this cake to the table whose vase has green sticker dots on them. So if you look at your vase, the table with the green dots, you can come and collect your cake. We'll have a break now. We'll be back here at 10:20.
Hello and welcome to theCUBE's coverage of International Women's Day 2023. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. Series of profiles around leaders in the tech industry, sharing their stories, advice, best practices, what they're doing in their jobs, their vision of the future, and more importantly, passing it on and encouraging more and more networking and telling the stories that matter. Our next guest is a great executive leader. Talk about how to lead in challenging times. Krista Satterthwaite, who's the Senior Vice President and GM of Mainstream Compute. Krista, great to see you. You're CUBE alumni. We've had you on before talking about compute power. And by the way, congratulations on your BPTN, Black Professional Tech Network 2023 Black Tech Exec of the Year Award.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thanks for having me.
I knew I liked you the first time we were doing interviews together. You were so smart and so on top of it. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
All kidding aside, let's get into it. One of the things that's coming out on these interviews is leadership is being showcased, and there's a network effect happening in the industry. And you're starting to see people look and hear stories that they may or may not have heard before, or new stories are coming out. So, one of the things that's interesting is that also in the backdrop of post-pandemic, there's been a turn in the industry a little bit of headwind in certain areas, some tailwinds in cloud and other areas. Compute, your area is doing very well. It could be challenging, and as a leader, has the conversation changed, and where are you at right now in the network of folks you're working with? What's the mood?
Yeah, so actually things are much better. Obviously we had a chip shortage last year. Things are much, much better. But I learned a lot when it came to going through challenging times and leadership. And I think when we talk to customers, a lot of them are in challenging situations. Sometimes it's budget. Sometimes it's attracting and retaining talent. And sometimes it's just demands, because it's really exciting that technology is behind everything, but that means the demands on IT are bigger than ever before. So what I find when it comes to challenging times is that there's really 3 qualities that are game changers when it comes to leading in challenging times. And the first one is positivity. People have to feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. To make sure that their attitudes stay up, that they stay working really, really hard, and they look to the leader for that. The second one is communication, and I read somewhere that communication is leadership. And we had a great example from our CEO, Antonio Neri, when the pandemic hit and everything shut down. He had an all-employee meeting every week for a month, and we have tens of thousands of employees. And then even after that month, we had him very regularly. But he wanted to make sure that everybody heard from him, his thoughts, had all the updates, knew how their peers were doing, how we were helping customers. And I really learned a lot from that in terms of communicating more during tough times. And then I would say the third one is making sure that they are informed and they feel empowered. So I would say a leader who is able to do that really, really stands out in a challenging time.
So how do you get yourself together? Obviously, the chip shortage, everyone knows in the industry, and for the folks not in the tech industry, it was an economic potential disaster because if you don't get the chips you need, you guys make servers and technology, chips power everything. If you miss a shipment, it could cause a lot of backlash. So Cisco had an earnings impact. It has impact to the business. When do you have that code red moment where it's like, okay, we have to kind of put the pause and go into emergency mode? And how do you handle that?
Well, it's funny because when we have challenges, I come to learn that people can look at challenges and hard work as a burden or a mission, and they behave totally different. If they see it as a burden, then they're doing the bare minimum and they're pointing fingers and they're complaining and they're probably not getting a whole lot done. If they see it as a mission, then all of a sudden they're going above and beyond, they're working really hard, they're really partnering. And if it affects customers for HPE, obviously HPE is a very customer-centric company, so everyone, pays attention and tries to pitch in. But when it comes to a mission, I started thinking, what are the real ingredients for a mission? And I think it's important. I think it's people feel like they can make an impact. And then I think the third one is that the goal is clear, even if the path isn't, because you may have to pivot a lot if it's a challenge. And so when it came to the chip shortage, it was a mission. We wanted to make sure that we could ship to customers as quickly as possible. And it was a mission. Everybody pulled together. I learned how much our team could pull off and pull together through that challenge.
And the consequences can be quantified in economics. So it's like the burn the boats example. You got to burn the boats, you're stuck, you got to figure out a solution. How does that change the demands on people? Because this is, okay, there's a mission, it's not normal. What are some of those new demands that arise during those times? And how do you manage that? How do you be a leader?
Yeah, so it's funny. I was reading this statement from James White, who used to be the CEO of Jamba Juice, and he was talking about how he got that job. He said, "I think it was one thing I said that really convinced them that I was the right person." And what he said was something like, "I will get more out of people than 9 out of 10 leaders on the planet." He said, because I will look at their strengths and their capabilities, and I will play their passions. And so I feel like when it comes to leadership and getting the most out of people in difficult times, it is all about how much you can get out of people for their own sake and for the company's sake.
That's great feedback to people watching who are early in their careers. Leading is getting the best out of your team, attitude, some of the things you mentioned. What advice would you give folks that are starting to get into the workforce, that are starting to get into that leadership track, or might have a trajectory, or even might have an innate ability that they know they have and they want to pursue that dream?
Yeah.
What advice would you give them?
Yeah, what I would say, I say this all the time, that, for the first half of my career, I was very job conscious, but I wasn't very career conscious. So I'd get in a role and I'd stay in that role for long periods of time and I'd do a good job, but I wasn't really very career conscious. And what I would say is, everybody says how important risk taking is. Well, risk taking can be a little bit of a scary word, right, or term. And the way I see it is, give it a shot and see what happens. You're interested in something, give it a shot and see what happens. It's kind of a less intimidating way of looking at risk. Because even though I was job conscious and not career conscious, one thing I did when people asked me to take something on, "Hey, Krista, would you like to take on more responsibility here? The answer was always yes, 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 yes. So I said yes, because I said, hey, I'll give it a shot and see what happens. And that helped me tremendously because I felt like I'm giving it a try.
Yeah.
And the more you do that, the better it is. Actually, the less scary it is because you do that, a few times and it goes well. It's like a muscle that builds.
It's funny, a woman executive was on the program. I said, the word balance comes up a lot, and she stopped and said, let's just talk about balance for a second. And then she went contrarian and said, it's about not being unbalanced. It's about taking a chance and being a little bit off balance to put yourself outside your comfort zone to try new things. And then she also came up and followed up and said, if you do that alone, you increase your risk. But if you do it with a team that you trust and you're authentic and you're vulnerable and you're communicating, that is the chemistry. And that was a really good point. What's your reaction? Because you were talking about authentic conversations, good communications with Antonio. How does someone find that team? And do you agree with it? And how would you react to that?
Yes, I agree with that. And when it comes to being authentic, I mean, that's the magic, and when if someone's not really being themselves, it's really funny because you can feel it, you can sense it. There's kind of a wall between you and them. And over time, people won't be able to put their finger on it, but they'll feel a distance from you. But when you're authentic and you share who you are, what you find is you find things in common with other people because you're sharing more of who you are. And it's like, oh, I do that too. Oh, I'm interested in that too. And it builds the bonds between people and the authenticity. And that's what people crave. They want people to be authentic. And people can tell when you're authentic and when you're not.
Is managing and leading through a crisis a born talent, or can you learn it?
Oh, definitely learned. I think that we're born knowing nothing, and I once read people are nurtured into greatness, and I think that's true. So yeah, definitely learned.
What are some examples that can come out of a tough time? As folks may look at a crisis and be shy away from it, how do they lean into it? What advice would you give folks, and how do you handle it? I mean, everyone's got different personalities. They get to a position, but stepping through that door.
Yes. Well, I do this presentation called 10 Things I Wish I Knew Earlier in My Career. And one of those things is about the growth mindset. And the growth mindset, there's a book called Mindset by Carol Dweck. And the growth mindset is all about learning and not always having to know everything, but really the winning is in the learning. And so if you have a growth mindset, it makes you feel better about everything because you can't lose. You're winning because you're learning. So when I learned that, I started looking at things much differently. And when it comes to going through tough times, what I find is you're exercising muscles that you didn't even know you had, which makes you stronger when the crisis is over, obviously. And I also feel like you become much more creative when you're in challenging times. You're forced to do things that you hadn't had to do before. And it also bonds the team. It's almost like going through boot camp together. When you go through a challenge together, it bonds you for life.
I mean, you could have bonding, it could be trauma bonding or success bonding. People love to be on the success side because that's positive. And that's really the key mindset. You're always winning if you have that attitude. And learnings is also positive. So it's never a failure unless you make it.
Right. Exactly. As long as you learn from it, and that's the name of the game. So, learning is the goal.
So I have to ask you on your job now, you have a really big responsibility, HPE, compute, and big division. What's the current mindset that you have right now in your career, where you're at? What are some of the things on your mind that you think about? We had other senior leaders say, hey, I got the software as my brain and the hardware is my body. I like to keep the software and hardware working together. What is your current state of your career and how you're looking at it? What's next, and what's going on in your mind right now?
Yeah, so for me, I really want to make sure that for my team, we're nurturing the next generation of leadership. and that we're helping with career development and career growth, and people feel like they can grow their careers here. Luckily at HPE, we have a lot of people who stay at HPE a long time, and even people who leave HPE, a lot of times they come back because the culture is fantastic. So I just want to make sure I'm contributing to that culture, and I'm bringing up the next generation of leaders.
What's next for you? What are you looking at from a career, personal standpoint?
It's funny. I love what I'm doing right now. I'm actually on a joint venture board with H3C, which is a HPE joint venture company, and so I'm really enjoying that and exploring more board service opportunities.
You have a focus of good growth mindset, managing through tough times. How do you stay focused on that North Star? How do you keep the reinforcement of the mission? How do you nurture the team to greatness?
Yeah, so I think it's a lot of clarity, providing a lot of clarity about what's important right now. And it goes back to some of the communication that I mentioned earlier, making sure that everybody knows where the North Star is, so everybody's focused on the same thing. Because I feel like I always felt like throughout my career, I was set up for success if I had the right information, the right guidance, and the right goals. And I try to make sure that I do that with my team.
What are some of the things that you could share as we wrap up here for the folks watching? As the networks increase, as the stories start to unfold more and more on digital like we're doing here, what do you hope people walk away with? What's working, what needs work, and what is some things that people aren't talking about that should be discussed publicly?
Do you mean from a career standpoint or?
For career, for growing into tech and into leadership positions.
Okay.
Big migration. Tech is now a wide field. I mean, when I broke in the 80s, it was computer science, software engineering, and 3 degrees in engineering, right? Now it's huge swath of AI is coming, so many technical careers. There's a lot more women.
Well, and that's what's so exciting about being in a technical career, a technical company, is that everything's always changing. There's always opportunity to learn something new. And frankly, every company is in the business of technology right now because they want to get closer to their customers. Typically, they're using technology to do that. Everyone's digitally transforming. And so what I would say is that there's so much opportunity. Keep your mind open, explore what interests you, and keep learning because it's changing all the time.
I was talking with Sue, former HPer, she's on a lot of boards. The balance at the board level still needs a lot of work, and the leaderships are getting better, but the board at the seats at the table needs work. Where do you see that transition for you in the future? Is that something on your mind? Maybe a board seat? You mentioned you're on a board with HPE, but maybe sitting on some other boards. Any
yes, and actually, we actually have a program here at HPE called the Board Ready Now program that I'm a part of. And so HPE is very supportive of me exploring an independent board seat. And so they have some education and programming around that. And I know Sue well, she's awesome. So yes, I'm looking into those opportunities right now.
She advises, do one, no more than 2. You hit the day job.
Yeah, I would only be doing one current job that I have.
Well, Krista, it's great to chat with you about these topics and leadership in challenging times. Great masterclass, great advice. As SVP and GM of Mainstream Compute for HPE, what's going on in your job these days? What's the most exciting thing happening? Share some of your work situations.
Sure. So the most exciting thing happening right now is HPE Gen 11, which we just announced and started shipping, brings tremendous performance benefits, has an intuitive operating experience, a trusted security by design, and it's optimized to run workloads so much faster. So if anybody is interested, they should go check it out on hpe.com.
And of course, theCUBE will be at HPE Discover. We'll see you there. Any final wisdom you would like to share as we wrap up the last minute here?
Yeah, so I think the last thing I'll say is that when it comes to setting your sights, I think, expecting good things to happen usually happens when you believe you deserve it. So what happens is you believe you deserve it, then you expect it and you get it. And so sometimes that's about making sure you raise your thermostat to expect more. And I always talk about you don't have to raise it all up at once. You could do that incrementally. And other people can set your thermostat too when they say, hey, you should be, you should get a level this high or that high. But raise your thermostat, because what you expect is what you get.
Krista, thank you so much for contributing to this program. We're going to do it quarterly. We're going to get more stories out there, so we'll have you back. And if you know anyone, any good stories, send them our way. And congratulations on your BPTN Tech Executive of the Year Award for 2023. Congratulations, great prize there and great recognition for your hard work.
Thank you so much, John. Appreciate it.
Okay, this is theCUBE's coverage of International Women's Day. I'm John Furrier. Stories from the front lines, management ranks, developers, all there, global coverage of International Women's Day with theCUBE. Thanks for watching.
Welcome back. Please find your seats again, or wherever there is a remaining seat. And as you're sitting down, I would like to invite the panel to come find their seats on the podium. This is one of the hardest things to do, is to get people back from break. But I hope that you're all connecting and finding new acquaintances and maybe finding some synergies. And please come on, please come on. Yeah, all the panelists are welcome to come sit down. I just wanted to share with you, I'm super happy right now. And you know why? Because my son is here today. I know he's going to be so embarrassed when I say this, so I won't point him out, but it just makes me super happy. It's really nice. So welcome back to the podium, Megan, Jennifer, and Trina, for a panel continuing really some of the discussions that they've had. And Megan, it's over to you.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, for coming back from the break. So hopefully everyone heard the wonderful talks that Trina and Jennifer gave this morning. But just to remind you all, Trina Reynolds-Tyler is the Director of Data at the Invisible Institute, where she works on many projects, including the Citizens Police Data Project and the Beneath the Surface Project. And Jennifer Pan is Professor of Communication at Stanford University, where she studies political activity in China and in other authoritarian countries. And I wanted to start our panel discussion today because, as I said, we've heard a little bit about your work, but I'd love if you could both say a little bit about how you came to your work, and specifically if you could say whether you think of yourselves as being data scientists first, who then started looking for an interesting problem to work on, or whether it was the question and the problem that presented itself and then you reached for data science as the right tool to tackle that challenge. And I'll let Jennifer start.
So I worked in the private sector for 5 years out of undergrad, and I went to get a PhD because I wanted to know whether I could understand something about the world and have confidence in that knowledge. So I went to get a PhD so I can learn methods, statistics, causal inference, research design methods, to be able to know whether I can know more about the world. So I would say it's this there's a desire to gain knowledge that led me to gain the tools. And then in terms of the specific direction of my research, that's something that emerged somewhat by chance. So early in grad school, we were working on NLP methods for Chinese, and we needed to collect a lot of data, and we ended up collecting social media data because there's a lot of it, and that's what started the work on censorship, because we realized we had gathered that data prior to censorship, so we could look at what was and was not censored. And in starting that work, then it just generates more and more questions, and then there's this path dependence to the work. So some combination of both.
Awesome, thank you. I first and foremost think of myself as a community member, and I really came to data science because I had a lot of questions about the world and about my lived experience and that lived experience connection to other people's lived experiences. After graduating from Colorado College and doing just like some organizing work like on campus in 2015, I came back to Chicago and joined the Black Youth Project 100, where I was the communications co-chair. And so that meant that my job was to generate talking points and prepare people to be on camera. And I had never done that before, but I was like, let's get it. And as I was, looking for specifically, we were organizing around the murder of Rekia Boyd. If you're not familiar with her case, feel free to look it up. But I was looking for data sentences for questions that had not been asked or that I just did not have access to. And so when Rekia Boyd, the officer who murdered Rekia Boyd, was, resigned the day before his firing hearing, and I was like, what is accountability in policing? I was right in alignment with the Invisible Institute, the organization that studies police data. And so when I came to the Invisible Institute as an AmeriCorps member through Public Allies, we had the CPDP version 1, and I was like, okay, it's my job to do outreach for this, talk to people about basically this descriptive statistics. We hadn't even entered the realm of machine learning. And I found that as I was talking to people about their experiences and about the data, and then encountering folks who wanted the data in different forms, that I had the capacity, that I had the ability myself to not only compile that information, but also like enjoy doing it, enjoy learning the story, and having clarity, more information than what I could find in a journalism, in some article that someone had written. I was able to pull together information and paint the picture of what occurred one night when an officer reported using force. And so I always first and foremost think of myself as a community member, because my lived experience comes with me in this work, and it impacts my ability to connect with the most impacted populations. And I think of myself as a bridge between data science and community members. But I do hope to live this life as a data scientist, because I believe it's such a transferable skill, such a tool that can be used in so many realms that we have not yet explored.
Well, just to springboard off of that, I know you and I have had a lot of conversations about how important it is to include not only your own, but the community's lived experience and the expertise that lived experience can bring. So could you talk a little bit more about the ways that you incorporate others' lived experience as expert input into your work?
Thank you. So even before we really got the reading group started for Judy, I convened a group of Black women and just proposed to them what I was what I was considering doing, and asked them for feedback as I prepared to be ultimately this container of trauma, right? And I gave them examples of what people would be doing, and told them about the types of content that would be shared, and they began to ask me different types of questions, not only about my purpose, right, in doing the work, but also about the way that it would continue to live, and also the way that we really uplifted how we would care for each other. And I think that was a really important piece, because sometimes when we're doing this work, using data science, we're not always thinking about the implications of the topic. And also, we're not always equipped to ask the right questions. And so it was through these, not only this initial group who were like, okay, if you're gonna do this, these are some of the things we think you should hold in mind, but also in the reading groups, right? The small reading groups, the first reading group A, a group of women over the age of 45, like 5 women, and then reading group B, women under the age of 30, like 5 women who would meet on a regular basis and then ask really important questions, which helped us to really lock in on the annotation dictionary, improving this inter-radar reliability.
That's great, thank you. So another commonality that I see in your work and also in the work of HRDAG is in asking questions about things that either by happenstance or by intentionality are hidden. I mean, Jennifer, you're specifically studying censorship. And so I wonder if you could speak a little bit more at either a high level or a specific technical level about how you think about using data to uncover things that are typically not going to be represented in conventional data collection efforts.
I actually think it builds on exactly what Trina was talking about, which is that you have to have that connection to the thing that you're studying or the thing that you're trying to examine. That connection could be because you've studied that place, because you have lived there, because you're connected to the community in other ways. But that really is essential to figuring out how do we analyze the data, how do we interpret the data. Because the truth is, with large-scale data, we can get anything we want out of it. And we as humans are really good at post hoc theorizing. So we can come up with stories about any result. But if you don't have that connection, at best, you miss the thing. And at worst, you misinterpret and kind of come to a conclusion that's just completely wrong and off. And so for me, studying phenomenon like censorship, also repression, I do it in contexts that I feel that I have some substantive understanding of. So most of my work is focused on China. I've lived there, I've worked there, I've studied the country and its politics for many years. And when I work in other areas, so I have one paper looking at Saudi Arabia and arrests of activists in Saudi Arabia. It was super important for me to work with someone who specialized in the region, so that kind of I had more confidence that what we were looking at was indeed what was happening. I think the hard part though is, so I worked with someone who studies the Middle East, and what she was saying is that no one knows anything about Saudi Arabia because they have such stringent limits on access and research. And so what we did was talk to some of the activists who are in exile and others that we could reach out to give us more of that context and background that's so crucial.
Do you want to say more about uncovering hidden things in data?
I mean, like for me, with police misconduct, so the reason why we chose like even disabled as a selector is because like I cannot make up the thing that people with disabilities are saying about the way police treat them. Like I can think in the darkest depths of my mind, like you said, of like what could be, but really it's really about like making sure that we make the time to look for some of these types of narratives that don't fit the like sensationalized media stuff. But then also in the vein of like missing persons cases, for example, what we've seen, we have data from the year 2000 to the year 2021 of every case that was ever opened and closed, or maybe has never been closed in the city of Chicago. And we see the status of a closed non-criminal, right, as the way that they close them. And then we see that some cases, they reclassified the event type to maybe a homicide, right? But it was important that we look deeper at the data because there were multiple cases where, Chicago police officers are closing non-criminal instances where a homicide has occurred. And the only way that you would know that bit of information is if you took the time to identify people who had been reported missing, who were later found deceased, and then look them up in the data in order to see the way that they are categorized at the end of the day by the Chicago Police Department. And so you have to really interrogate the data generating process and then identify steps along the way so that you can really confirm that what you're looking at is really, you know, has properly been categorized, or if what's happened is they'll close out a case and like open up a new one and call it something else.
So Jennifer, you mentioned this a little bit in the Saudi Arabia case, but I know in our earlier conversation you talked about how you haven't been able to travel to China since 2019. And so I wonder, what do you find are the impacts or the differences in the way you can do your research when you're able to travel to the place where you're doing the work? And is it sort of interviewing diaspora communities, or are there other kind of, I guess, how do you find the experience of being able to be there versus not?
Yeah, so I think being there is what kind of gives that substantive knowledge and I would say intuition for how do you structure your research as well as how you interpret the results. And I feel that not having been in China for these years during COVID, I've lost a lot of that intuition. So day to day, I mean, we're still collecting a ton of social and digital media data from China. We're still doing online surveys in China. We can do experiments remotely. So we still have a lot of data that we can work with. But I feel increasingly that as I haven't been able to go to the country, that intuition for what's going on is lessening. And China is a place that changes so quickly that, you know, that could lead to either missed opportunities, hopefully just missed opportunities and not misinterpretation. But that is definitely the risk and the loss of not being able to be physically in a place.
I would say that, you know, physically being in Chicago helps me to better understand what folks are saying anecdotally and to determine if that is what folks are saying anecdotally can be answered, you know, in a scientific way, if it can be interrogated in a scientific way. And I think a lot of times this, you know, the stuff that folks are saying anecdotally will only come out when you are casually having conversation with them. And, you know, they maybe are asking different types of questions than you even anticipated, right? Opening the door for a different type of inquiry that is completely unexpected, but necessary. It's like we can't just, you know, it's important, even, again, I myself, like I am a Black woman from Chicago. I'm from the South Side. I have a lot of trauma. I know this and I work through it on a regular basis, but like my trauma looks different than other people, right? Who, not only than the people in this room, but the people back at home. And so there are it's like in the little things that we all maybe take for granted or are extremely thankful for, right? That other people may not have access to, which would completely shift the framing of the issue itself.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's being in the place, you learn things that were just not on your radar and that weren't even something you consider, but then becomes really crucial or creates that new idea or helps you figure out how to do a thing or helps solve a puzzle that didn't make sense in your mind. So it's gaining what you didn't know.
Yeah. So one of the things that Trina and I have talked about a lot is, and that I love kind of watching Trina put into practice, is the way that data science can be used to contextualize an individual's experience and then mobilize individuals. And Jennifer, I mean, you talked explicitly about how collective action is the thing that is sort of triggering a lot of the censorship in China. And so I wonder if each of you could just say a little bit more about the role you see for data science in collective action and the ways that it can be useful to an individual who may not even necessarily know that they're a part of a pattern.
So I would say that individuals can create change, and all change comes from individuals, but it's much harder for one person to create that change, especially if they feel like they're the only person experiencing a particular thing. And what data at scale can do is show individuals that they're not alone, that there are others that have similar experiences, so that they can coordinate, they can connect, and then collectively act, which makes change much, much more likely. And I think I mean, in grad school, taking classes on social movements, I always knew that, but it wasn't until I realized that the Chinese government cares about this mobilization more than anything else that it really kind of showed me the power of people acting together. That it's when people connect and act together that you can achieve change and change existing structures in a way that's just much, much harder for any individual to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree with this. This thing of like, you are not alone. I mean, it's such a powerful thing because when you have an experience, it can be extremely isolating. And then when you internalize like the, victim blaming and, it's just, you find yourself in a tricky position where you may not be getting the healing or the space and room to breathe that's necessary for you to really move on in this life and learn and grow and build. And so, even we found in the reading groups that folks are reading experiences of people and then in the same reading group, seeing someone who is within the reading group who has had that lived experience or who is concerned about or talked to their children about that lived experience. And so then it opens up your understanding of the world and it helps you to recognize that you're not alone and then to open yourself up to the idea that people have experiences that you could not even imagine. And I think it's extremely empowering too. When you realize like you and a group of your friends are all going through whatever, your Saturn return or whatever astrology thing that folks are into these days, it's like that you're coming to this place where you're in transition. And like sometimes when you're in transition, it can feel so isolating, but when you realize that everyone around you or even a handful of people who you love and trust are also struggling with the same things, it encourages you to be more open, to be more vocal, more vulnerable about your lived experience so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel and we can, build the foundation, the building blocks of mobilizing together and plugging in and plug in with each other in meaningful ways.
Right on, yeah. So Trina, one of the things that you've told me about your work specifically with the missing persons cases is that you see this sort of shifting of a category where someone will be doing survival work that gets classified as criminal, and so then they get moved from being a missing person to being a criminal who's hiding their criminal activity. And I wondered if you could just say more about how that shows up in your research and how you sort of deal with that from the perspective of like you were saying, the examples of like the way it's getting recorded in the documents.
See, a lot of times with missing persons cases, people like to say, well, all of them were runaways, and like, oh, so they were just, as a means of flattening, right, the actual phenomena of why someone would be reported missing. And or like maybe they just don't want to be found, but a lot of times what you see when you look deeper into these cases is that either they were running away from something, right, and then ran into something, right, i.e. running away from the house, being on the street, not having the auntie, uncle, whomever homes to go to, and having to use their bodies or being coerced to do other things in order to survive and make money outside, thereby, maybe facing an officer and being someone who is like actually in need and in crisis, but who has been doing survival work, and then, and making that transition from like, I'm a vulnerable person to like, I'm a criminal, right? Like we have that piece there. But then there's also, oh my goodness, the missing, but then there's also this like the underlying issues around like mental health and substance use disorder, and just like the kinds of ways that the things that people will do in their most desperate moments, and how when they're interfacing, when we in the world where we live, folks are not experiencing treatment, are again like going down this other path of what ultimately is categorized as criminalization instead of gaining access to treatment. We see this kind of this place where there could be a lot of healing, where there could be a lot of treatment, and there could be a lot of support, whereas instead people are funneled through the carceral state, and once you are incarcerated the first time, your likelihood of experiencing incarceration again increases. Your rights as an individual, become more and more diminished, and it's a tricky place, and deeply saddening, right? Because it's like, how do we work with vulnerable populations, and how do we keep everybody safe, and how do we humanize the folks who are, again, like in some of their most desperate moments, who are trying to survive, and then doing things like labor trafficking, or being trafficked, labor trafficking, sex trafficking, and not having the agency or the language to even put to words that that's what actually happened to them.
So one of the things I study, we call disguised repression. This is where governments will charge a dissident or activist with a crime that's unrelated to their dissent. So an example from China is the real estate mogul Ren Zhiqiang, sentenced to 18 years in prison for corruption, where many people think actually it's because he criticized the top leaders of the Chinese Communist Party. Alexei Navalny in Russia, who's in a penal colony currently on charges of embezzlement and fraud, but really he's a political activist. So we see around the world governments targeting activists with these non-political crimes, and we've found experimentally what that does is make those people less deserving of sympathy, so that it splits their supporters. Some people now think, okay, well, this is a criminal, so we can't support them anymore, and it fragments people's causes, the causes, and this ability to act collectively. So slight shift is that something for me in my research that I try to do is actually not be normative. So my research is about what the world is. My research is not about what the world ought to be. And I think the normative work is incredibly important, but for me, I really want to focus on how can we use data and research designs to really understand what is going on in the world, so that others can make their decisions based on that empirical basis. But oftentimes, even in this work I do on repression, people have trouble with it, because depending on your kind of political viewpoints, you might see certain types of mobilization as good and other types of mobilization as bad. And then, so that gets very complex. But I think the important thing from my perspective is that we can use good data and good research to have common ground on what is actually happening. But just to say that's not to say normative work isn't incredibly important. It is.
Well, I think that's a great segue with our last few minutes to my last question. You've already sort of said the first half, but all of us do work on very heavy topics, and in areas where change can feel very slow. And so what's either your experience or perhaps your advice if you're going to go into this kind of research to maintain the ability to sustain sort of the attention and the energy around a topic that can sometimes be very hard to study?
I think it can be really difficult, and there are periods when it feels very depressing. I think, though, for me, I love doing research. That moment when I see the result is where I'm happiest. Doesn't matter if that result has no consequence to anyone else. I just like to look at that data or the results of the experiment. So there's something intrinsically that I really love about what I do that helps me. I think the other thing to keep in mind is there's this very well-known paper called Now Out of Never. It's that we're always caught off guard by change. Even activists themselves, they've been working for so many years feeling like nothing ever changes, but then the moment something does, we never expect it. And so I think that's something that motivates me, and where you do, in certain situations, see this cascade where a few people act, and then more, and then more, and then that leads to change. But then maybe at least a period where there's no change. But there is this unpredictability about when change will occur. But that the reality is that there always will be change that happens. So that always also helps me a bit.
Right. Thank you. I would say, also find your people. You know, when I think about the fact that these are heavy topics, and that, change comes really slowly. It's like change comes sometimes a change is going to come by person. It might look like just a handful of folks in your living room to start, but then, that change over time, you can grow exponentially from there. So, and making sure that you find release and honesty and, with others, because again, it can be so isolating or just frustrating, and I think you have righteous rage. And it's okay to feel that, right? So we must feel things, so we can keep going and sustain it and stay the course.
Right on. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was just wonderful to spend a little bit more time with you. That's fantastic. Thanks. So WIDS is more than just a conference, as you know. It's not just one conference. We're all over the world. But over the years, since we started in 2015, we also added some programming. So we have a WIDS Next Gen, we have WIDS workshops, we have a WIDS podcast with a host with a funny Dutch accent, and we have the WIDS Datathon. And now to announce the winners of this year's Global Datathon are Valerie Goran, who is the Director of Workshops and Datathon with our central team, and Priya Danti from Climate Change AI, the partner we had this year. Drum roll, right.
Hello. So this year we had a wonderful Datathon challenge with participants from over 100 countries all across the globe who collaborated together in teams on the Kaggle platform to solve a time series forecasting challenge. And they analyzed prior weather patterns in order to predict future events. And we are so thankful to Priya and Climate Change AI for working with us this year and providing the data set.
Yeah, so I mean, climate change, one of the most pressing issues we're facing today, and we're seeing all sorts of effects, exacerbated, storms, floods, fires, and so forth. And climate change fundamentally is a change in the average weather over time. And so you can imagine that as we are seeing climate change, the kind of ability to forecast what the weather is going to be like is both incredibly important to both adapt to the effects of climate change, so things like addressing disaster response, resilient infrastructure, making our agriculture more resilient to the effects of climate change, but then also actually to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the first place. As we think about things like installing solar panels, wind turbines on the power grid, these are power sources whose output varies based on the weather. And so again, as we're even thinking about how we decarbonize our power grid, understanding what the weather looks like is really, really important to this. And so we're super excited to partner with WIDS this year on this challenge of forecasting kind of medium-term weather in order to enable both adaptation to climate change and also the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And, if I can get the clicker to work. It'll just take a second.
All right, well, even if not, there we go. So as mentioned, this WiDS partnered with Climate Change AI this year, and Climate Change AI is a nonprofit initiative to foster impactful work at the intersection of climate change and machine learning. And we bring together people from machine learning and data science backgrounds with those from climate change related backgrounds across academia, industry, policy, and so forth to do impactful work together. And so there are a lot of different ways to kind of plug in. You can kind of learn more by checking out various digital resources on how AI and climate change intersect, attend our workshops, summer schools, other educational opportunities, also do things like attend our happy hours, webinars, other ways to sort of get a pulse on what's going on and to meet others across the community. And so we really hope that you'll engage with the CCI community, both through kind of looking through the WiDS Datathon and beyond. And so with that, I'm going to hand this over to Valerie to talk about the winners of this year's Datathon.
Great, so on to our winners. This year we have decided to broaden recognition of multiple Datathon winners. So bear with me because I will need my notes for this. We were so inspired to see several high school students participating in this year's challenge. So the top high school award goes to Zainab. She is from Saratoga High School based in California. Next, we had many undergraduate students participating in the challenge worldwide. And the top undergraduate team from Princess Sumaya University for Technology based in Amman, Jordan, go to Dareen, Kwase, Omar, and Manar. Next, we have our 5th place Kaggle leaderboard winner, also from Amman, Jordan, Mohammed, Isa, Dana, and Layan. The 4th place winner of the Datathon are 2 coworkers from Russia. Their names are Nikolai and Yulyuz. 3rd place winner is Abir from Tunisia. The 2nd place are 2 colleagues from South Korea and Ireland who collaborated together representing their heritage of Mongolia. Their names are Lagvadorj and Angerma. And lastly, our final winner, our 1st place winner of the WiDS Datathon are Evanji and Elham, who met on Kaggle based in the United States. Congratulations to everyone in the challenge.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Great. It is always one of my favorite activities in the year, this Datathon. If you haven't participated or looked at it, please join us this coming year. We're working on the Datathon challenge for next year now. We're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about images. And first of all, I wanted to check in with you. Are you enjoying the art by Hannah? Isn't that amazing? Yeah. Now, you've seen some of our videos, and we use Getty Images often, and so we thought it would be wonderful to have someone from Getty Images to talk about how they manage their data and their images and how they do search. So here is flying from Southern California to join us today, Wendy Koo.
Thanks, Margot. Today, I'll share about the end-to-end process of designing a machine learning application for deployment. A couple years ago, I was sitting amongst you in Wits, actually right over there in this first table, and I was so excited about the field. There are so many different problems across domains, and I just feel like this is something that I can do and keep me entertained until I'm 70. But I also have some questions about what the role of data science entails, and here are some of them. How is training a model for school projects or the WITS Datathon different from doing that in industry? And does it make me a bad data scientist if I don't enjoy hyperparameter tuning? I'll answer some of these questions throughout the talk. To set the stage, let's take a look at Getty Images' visual search problem. Getty Images is a global visual content creator and marketplace with over 500 million images and videos in editorial content, such as entertainment, sports, and news, as well as creative content that international firms and small businesses use for marketing. Each day, users conduct over 1 million searches on our site. And this is what an average user experience looks like. users come to our site to search for images related to their brief, such as female engineer. They can use the side filter panel to find that compelling image that tells their story. Then, once they find that image, they can use our recommended images in the similar image section to further explore and browse the library. A while back, users came to us asking, how can we make the similar image section more helpful? They're saying that these images don't look quite alike to the original image that they interacted with. So as a data scientist in the search team, we're tasked with improving this feature. But what is a good similar image pair? Let's say the user interacted with the image in the middle. Which of these two images on the sides is a better fit to that? What about this one? So at this point of the user journey, we know that the customer likes something about this image, but we actually don't know what they like about the image. In fact, two customers who have done the same search with the same search phrase and they interact with this image, they may like different things. A user might be looking for a dorky expression and will prefer the image to the left, while user B may be looking for a profile view of the horse against the blue sky and prefer the image to the right. Therefore, in the similar image problem, we'll focus on improving visual resemblance of the results while maintaining relevance. Now that we have some better understanding of the fuzzy similar image problem, we can decide on a modeling approach. Let's use the search query person using phone in bed as an example. And the image that the user interacted with is the one on the top right. We propose two methods. Method one is lexical similars. In this case, we can use the keywords that the photographers add to the original image and find other images that have similar keywords. Unsurprisingly, you can see that a lot of these images contain the same objects. However, depends on how keywords are set up, it's not guaranteed that the relationship between the objects are identical. For instance, the person might be using the phone next to a bed instead of in bed. Method two is semantic similars. We can pass the image through a visual model. By that, we'll get a visual embedding that represents the image. Then, we can use k-nearest neighbor to find other images with similar visual embedding. While the exact results depends on what visual model you use, in this case, you can see that the retrieved images are dark and they do look similar to the target image. However, we're losing the precision in a more inconsistent way. For example, some images might consist of more than one person, and the person might be using a laptop next to their phone instead of using a phone. Sometimes when making machine learning decisions, we're altering the user experience. You can see the results on the right-hand side are much more visually cohesive, and we're effectively narrowing and shifting the user search in two different ways. Therefore, in the planning stage, it's very important to work closely with product such that we'll anticipate and describe the expected outcome and choose a modeling approach that aligns with the user problem. With that, we can either use an off-the-shelf model for the visual model, do transfer learning, or train this from scratch. However, the Getty images corpus is slightly different from that of many open source data sets. You can see that our data is all the way on the right. Our images are more artistic, and they can be more abstract. When making this decision, I find it helpful to evaluate on the incremental value of each method. This means asking myself and my team questions like, how will the feature look different if we were to use an off-the-shelf model versus an in-house model? With these considerations in mind, we also focus on validating the models and hypotheses as early as possible. So we decided on using the off-the-shelf model for a first test and validate that the customers actually care about visual similarity. At the same time, we'll fine-tune this model with in-house data to further improve performance. We use 5 million image and metadata pair in fine-tuning using a multi-GPU setup. For this project, we actually did not spend much time in hyperparameter tuning. We spent about half a day in a 3-month time to just try a couple of values using the learning rate scheduler. However, we've done a lot of data set experiments and model experiments. We've tried data set sizes of different sizes. We've tried noisier data with more confidence, and we also injected some images that are more expressive, such as these images of bridges taken from less conventional angles. We found that data set experiments often more direct to improve model performance because they're in corpus. Now that we've trained an amazing model, the next step is to evaluate it. Since whether similar images is good is a subjective process, we propose a human-in-the-loop evaluation process. Getty has one of the industry's largest and most experienced creative expert team. And to leverage the domain expert, we put together a 12-person cross-function evaluation team. Each similar image pair is rated by at least 2 evaluators based on relevance, whether the 2 images share the same main theme and key objects, and harmful, whether this image pair is harmful. And here you'll ask, what makes a recommendation pair harmful? And let's look at some examples. Is it harmful to compare a boy to a girl? Or a cool bird, comparing a cool bird to a cool person jumping into the ocean? Or this image of Central Park and an image of Changsha, a city in China? Or this drag performer to an actor getting ready for a show? While you might think, these don't look harmful to me, but the answer actually depends. If the user is writing an article for New York City, it can be very unprofessional if they accidentally use an image for the wrong location. Therefore, in the evaluation process, while we've clearly defined a rating scheme for relevance, we decided to leave it more open-ended for harmful. We actually encourage our evaluators to decide for themselves and empathize with users what is a harmful scenario. And if at least one evaluator finds that data point to be harmful, we count that as a harmful case. Comparing the performance between a pre-trained model and our fine-tuned model, we were able to improve the ratio of good results and reduce the ratio of harmful results to as low as 0.06%. And with that, we recommended the model for the test. Another way to understand what information is learned in the fine-tuning process is to look at model performance at a topic level. In the scatter plot on the right, each dot represents a topic and the ratio of harmful results using the open source model and fine-tuned model. You can see majorities of these dots fall under the diagonal line. This means that these are cases when the fine-tuned model outperforms. Unsurprisingly, we've seen a lot of improvement in terms of illustrations and factors because these are data that are not common in open source data sets like MS Coco and Flickr 30K. In the bottom left corner, these are topics that both visual models do very well in. These topics are often more straightforward and more close to an object detection task, such as dog, person, bedroom. While on the top right corner, these are cases when both visual models do poorly. These are semantic concepts that, when represented in images, can look a lot like irrelevant images. For example, a costume of a mummy can kind of look like a stack of toilet paper rolls. Or other Halloween costumes can also look like uniforms or traditional clothing. Therefore, we put together a different adversarial data set for training and validation to further improve the model. If this is a Kaggle competition, the good news is that we're done here. We have a great model, we have great metrics, we're good to go. But the blessing of being a real-world machine learning application is that we can use other tools to enhance the solution. If a user do a search for Halloween and they came across some not safe for work car crash images in the results, it can be a potentially triggering experience. While we can use adversarial training data set to further improve that, but with a machine learning solution, we can never guarantee that these cases are fully eliminated. In this case, we use a rule-based method using the image labels to mitigate these risks, such that if the interactive image is related to Halloween, instead of using all images as candidates to be recommended, we will filter that and only show similar visual embedding images that also have a Halloween label. We're able to use the search taxonomy that we've built over the past decades to scale this to cover other not safe for work scenarios across different languages. However, it's very important to do this sparingly, because as you can imagine, if we do this for every object, demographics, very quickly this becomes lexical search again. And layering lexical search on top of semantic search will create other problems. We shipped this semantic similar feature to the test, and we've received positive results. We're able to improve user interaction rate by over 19% relatively. To sum up, these are some of the key lessons learned in developing machine learning applications. Set model objectives with customer problems in mind. Strategize on model evaluation early, not as an afterthought. And leverage non-machine learning methods when necessary. Remember the list of questions I shared in the beginning? I actually left with the one that I'm most self-conscious about. I was wondering if my creative background in arts would put me in a bad light as a data scientist. For a long time, I used to have this sticky note that reminds me not to use the word creative in interviews. And I was, and still am, a little worried that a beautiful PowerPoint would take away from the content of my talk and make me appear less competent or less smart in a STEM field. But over the years, I realized this might be a pro and not a con. I think it's evident that creative problem solving and design thinking supports a lot of my job, such as model iterations, experiments, and designing custom evaluation. The gap between a good machine learning model and a good machine learning application is the fit between the technology and the user problem, and how we handle these model outputs carefully with a lot of thought. Because as unassuming as these numbers are, they're just numeric probabilities, and these are just image, music, product recommendations. We're affecting real people when we push these applications into the industry. So the field of data science can benefit from having more diverse background and more voices. So here I encourage you to contribute your perspective, culture, and passion to the field, because this is what the field needs. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Wendy. Thanks so much, Wendy. So Wits is not the only organization of women in the broad field of data science. We have women in big data, and I think we have some people from WiDS in the audience today. We have women in data. We've got women in machine learning and AI. We've got Pi ladies. And we have R ladies and AI inclusive. And today, I'm just so pleased that we have the founder of R Ladies speaking right now, Gabriella. She's not just an incredible data scientist, she's also a Witser and just a wonderful, active member of our community. Gabriella, thanks so much for coming.
I wasn't expecting that introduction, so loud. It's like a lot of responsibility to be here. Actually, it's a lot because until today, I was here in the audience. I think it's my third time over here. And when I was thinking about the talk, like we have a lot of like technical talks, and we talk about techniques and methodologies all the time. And I went back and forth. I talked to some people around, what should I talk? There are so many things that I can talk, but I'm not sure what I should talk. And I'm like, you know, I like to inspire more than anything else. And with the organizations, it's something that I love. So we are surrounded by technical talks, technical books, and technologies. Technology is part of our lives. We are connected now all the time by technology. And with that, we also have the technology by the time we wake up to the time we go to sleep. And actually, even when we are sleeping, technology is with us, right? However, my talk is not about technology, I'm sorry, and technologies. It's about something that you are probably aware, that you probably know. Maybe you are afraid of talking about it. Maybe you know someone, maybe you don't know anyone. Maybe you are afraid of sharing, maybe not. Maybe you didn't know this was very common. And it's becoming more common after the pandemic. Let me ask you all something. When you think about someone that you consider successful professionally, what do you think that trajectory was like? Good question, that one. So probably you are thinking about this, right? A straight line. Either going up, maybe flat. Or maybe you think about something like this, a ladder, always going up. You probably think that that person was a great student, that that person was acing all the exams, that they exactly knew what they wanted to be when they grow up. Well, sure, a lot of people's career paths are like this. But to be honest, for a lot of us, the career path is more like this. This is what I call a wiggly line. A line that is not straight, that has a lot of like zigzags. It looks like a confusion. You can't tell where the beginning is and where the end is. It's all together. What do you think when you see a wiggly line like this? Do you see maybe failures? Maybe you see successes. Or maybe you see both. Well, I see a lot of things. I see opportunities, I see experiences, I see resilience, I see flexibility, I see growth, I see learning. Well, that's what I see now. But it was not always like this. I just pretend it was. But let me tell you our story. And actually, because I have so many notes, I'm going to put this one here. Because I'm so nervous, sorry. Let me tell a story. Okay, once upon a time, there was this little kid. She wasn't a good student. Reading, writing, studying was not an easy task for her. All she wanted to be was to become a veterinarian. She liked dogs. She liked to be outside with her friends. She liked to play. But the years passed and passed, and she changed her mind. And that was the start of everything. Welcome to your wiggly path. I wish someone introduced me to this back then. That was the start of everything, and it looked very scary. It looked awful. It looked like there was no end, there was no beginning, there was no finish line. But one thing she knew was that the little loops and turns were not wasted. And that, I mess everything up, sorry. But the wiggly path was something that would make her unique. But the other thing that she didn't know was that there was a bright future ahead, and it was beautiful. But during that time, there were moments of like rain, tornadoes, storms. Sure, there were some moments of sun, and things were looking bright, but the future was looking very, very, very cloudy. And that she couldn't see the end of it. She did so much. She tried so many things, but it felt so little. And everything she did was not relevant, or at least it looked like it was not relevant. And again, she couldn't see the end of it. During this journey, she didn't feel confident. She didn't believe herself. Actually, just very few people believed on her future, on her success. I'm sure a lot of you here have seen yourself in this wiggly path. And during this wiggly career journey you felt lost. You felt demotivated. You felt unsure about your future. But let me tell you one good thing. No time was wasted. In every little one of these bags, they are filled with treasures. They are filled with learning opportunities and growth. And as I progress my career, each turn, each stop, each loop, each phase or cycle was very important. And several things I learned, I use almost every day, believe it or not. I can see and I tell that they are my superpowers and probably yours too. And I use these superpowers to help me navigate and succeed as a data scientist. But let's go back to the data science career. Let's think about the data science career. Let's think about how changing this career is. It changes all the time, and so are we. And professionals who can adapt to new technologies and methodologies will be better positioned to succeed. Now think for a moment about the nonlinear path and any other nonlinear path that you have seen. Now think about your career in data science. Can you see any connection between this confusion and wiggly path with the data science career? Is there any connection or anything that you can think of? Well, I can tell you something. They are connected and they are relatable. But let me give you some examples if you are not following this. So the first one, we, as a data scientist, we are flexible and adaptable. We navigate well through different domains, different programming languages. And we are constantly adapting to the changing of technologies. And this ability to quickly adapt to new environments and learn new skills are essential, no technical skills to succeed in this career. Another piece is we are creative. We develop new methods all the time, actually. We create innovative solutions, and we bring new perspectives. We are always learning, so we embrace learning. We are always learning and seeking out for new opportunities to expand our skills and knowledge. We take courses, a lot of them. We attend conferences. We get together and meet other people in the field. So the wiggly career makes you flexible because it exposes you to different roles, situations, and experiences. The wiggly career path makes you to adapt a lot and learn new skills. You also have to think outside the box and find new solutions to problems, which translates to being creative. But, of course, there is always the but. There is one last piece that I didn't mention, which is also very important. And this is not only for data scientists, but for anyone in any career. And this is about failure. And it's hard. Failure is very, very, very hard. Admitting a failure it's even harder. But failure is part of the process of learning, and it's important to view as an opportunity for growth than as a setback. So let's embrace the failure. Let's embrace it as a learning opportunity. Let's use the failure to improve our skills and to become better and better. And how I like to think, when I think about failure, and it's kind of like my motto is, there is no failure, only feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gabriella, for speaking from your heart to all of our hearts. And she is a huge role model for me. She doesn't know that, but she is. And so it's heartwarming to hear her speak so openly about being nervous on this stage. I think all the speakers will connect with that message. And anyway, she opens up a lot of conversations, I think, and I hope that in lunchtime also later, you can have similar conversations with each other. We're going to go into a small interlude of another video, and while we're waiting for the last minute to pass until it's time for that, you know, we're always right on time with everything we do. Let me just point out that all of those videos were created by a wonderful team, including two very special people who are in the audience today, Marissa and Amy. And I don't know if you're around here. If so, wave. But anyway, Amy and Marissa, just wonderful, wonderful work. And a lot of the graphics underscoring this were created by wonderful friends in New York, including Julie, who is sitting right there as well. So just a big shout out and thanks to everyone, the production of the videos. All right, so next up is a wonderful video by two very young students who recently participated in a health care-related data science study at Stanford University. They didn't consider themselves to be data scientists before they joined this program, and they will tell you in the video about their story.
Prior to doing this interview, I would have never thought or even called myself a woman in data science. But I think after looking at everything we've done this summer, everything I've learned and what I want to do going forward, I feel a lot more comfortable with thinking of myself as that. And I think that's where it starts for a lot of us.
My name is Muleta Melessa. I went to the University of Colorado, Denver, and I graduated in the spring of 2022, and I studied biology with a minor in math.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Perez, and I recently graduated from UCLA in the spring of 2022. There, I studied international development, which usually isn't the first thing you think of when you think of someone in data science. But having grown up in Compton as a low-income daughter of immigrants, a lot of my pathway has been informed by the desire to improve disparities for vulnerable populations, especially through public health.
I came here 6 years ago from Tigray in the Horn of Africa. I am a first-generation college graduate. I was always curious and very passionate about the healthcare and healthcare system, but my idea of healthcare was doctors and nurses and hospitals giving care to patients. I never thought of healthcare beyond that.
This summer, my partner, Mileta, and I had the amazing opportunity to participate in the Stanford Ahead Summer Program in Epidemiology and Population Health under Dr. Sherry Rose, who is amazing and has honestly been one of the biggest mentors in my journey so far.
I've been involved in other summer research programs, both as a student and as a faculty mentor, and I brought those experiences to designing the Ahead program with my colleagues. I brought my own lived experiences where I grew up in a low-income household facing food insecurity and lack of social support. The genesis of the Ahead program came from our joint understanding about the urgent need to diversify the research workforce in quantitative population health at all levels.
Mileta and I worked on a project about algorithmic fairness in the insurance risk adjustment formula, specifically in Medicare, and how undercompensation can harm adults that are 65 and up are minorities, or have multiple chronic diseases.
So the most surprising part was how the lack of community engagement and research can really limit your finding and also the solutions that you come up with.
We ended up finding that healthcare payment plans can appear to be further optimized and can play a role in reducing some healthcare inequalities caused by undercompensation.
So from our findings, insurers discriminate against the populations that they deem are unprofitable.
I think the most exciting part about working on a project like this is that you can really see the direct potential that it has to improve the life of people and their quality of life in terms of their health.
I knew I had a deep appreciation for biostatistics, but I didn't know how biostatistics would play a role in addressing healthcare issues. Through the research I did, I was able to practice and see the application of biostatistics in healthcare policy. That is something that influenced my decision to continue biostatistics to graduate program.
And so a lot of the times while we were working on our project and learning these brand new skills, we were very hard on ourselves, Meleta and I, in feeling like we had to know everything that was going on and be perfect. But I think if you don't feel like you're struggling, if you don't feel like you fail at least once and over again, then you're not learning. That those are just as important parts of the process. And especially when it comes to data science, there's going to be a lot of failures, a lot of troubleshooting, a lot of figuring things out. And those are things that we have to learn to welcome instead of be afraid of.
To current students, my advice is often there are more people than you know that are willing to help you succeed. So if you need help, ask. You're going to find someone to help you out.
And that's the purpose of programs like these and Women in Data Science, that you're not just watching a community happen, you're not watching data science happen, but you're part of that community. And you're not on the sidelines, but it's you who is the community. I am Stephanie Perez, and I'm a data scientist.
Just wonderful to hear from Melita and from Stephanie and from Sherry about the program. And this video also starts a small theme that we have today on healthcare, and we'll be continuing with our next speaker, Marissa Torres from Lawrence Livermore. And Lawrence Livermore is with us now on our live stream, so welcome Lawrence Livermore. And I know they're going to be listening to Marissa. Marissa, thanks so much.
Thank you, Margot. Hi, I'm Marissa Torres. I'm a bioinformatics group leader at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and I'm also the WiDS Livermore Ambassador. Hi, I miss you all. And today I'll be sharing with you about how I'm killing diseases with really big computers. So we're building analysis tools to solve disease. I do bioinformatics for experimental design, simulation, and prediction. And some of the projects I'll share with you today are ATOM, the American Heart Association, and our work on COVID. And by the end of this talk, I want you to understand how we're using data science and supercomputing to help us better understand how drugs and diseases affect a human. First, I'll talk about ATOM. This is a consortium between national labs, academia, and industry, and we're using machine learning to speed up drug discovery, accelerating therapeutics for opportunities in medicine. And our goal is to deliver treatments to patients within a year of identifying possible drug targets. We've built the ATOM modeling pipeline AMPLE to make compound property predictions with experimental data modeling. Our core functionality includes data libraries, machine learning models, and simulations and processing. And we run several of our large predictive biology capabilities using this. So let's look at some of the details. I'll spend some time talking through these arrows and spending some equal attention on the smaller arrows, which represent our relevant predictions for downstream analysis. With ATOM and our modeling pipeline, we need to find new treatments very quickly. So we built the generative molecular design loop.
And we're using GMD to be able to identify drugs for repurposing for cancer treatments, as well as finding new drugs for cancer and antiviral treatments. Turns out we never have enough data, and so we're using machine learning and simulations to help fill in the gaps. So we're building up our data libraries. And we start with fundamental data pre-processing. So we start with assay activities as well as potential drug compounds. Then we do a featurization of these SMILE properties where we go from compounds, featurize them using their SMILE strings into molecular learning descriptors. We also featurize assay activities, and so these are key activities for drug design: pharmacokinetics, safety, and efficacy. Really big computers. Livermore's capabilities are not only on the top 500 list, but they're a specialized collection of machines, several of which are highly ranked. And we're finding the right balance for our workload. For example, we need lots of memory to be able to do database searching, or lots of CPU cores for tasks like docking simulations, and then GPUs. They help us do model training. So we train these ample activity models so that we can better search our potential drugs for these key drug design activity models. And we use a machine called Corona, and this has 14,000 cores and over 200 GPUs. So we run these predictions to be able to get assay activities. We start with our 2D SMILE strings, and we run them through our activity models, and we get both predicted assay activities as well as developability of these SMILEs. So these predicted activities, they let us flag potential drug safety issues. We want to know if a compound to protein pairing is meaningful. We want to know if we're binding to potential safety categories or to non-targets. So we know for 6,000 known drugs, can we predict whether we're binding to these ample safety categories? Also, for 1,600 known drug targets, we want to know whether we might be getting potential off-target binding. So moving on, thinking about how a drug is affecting a human, we found that we really had to start simulating some of this data. So we partnered with the American Heart Association. These safety and off-target questions are also very important to them. And our goal with this partnership is to be able to scale up our drug analysis. We're scaling up our simulation capabilities. We're also better predicting protein binding as well as protein docking sites. So we started with creating these fusion models, and this provides us a way to better use our structure data to predict protein binding. Pictured here is a 3D protein model with a drug in a predicted binding site. So we're featurizing PDB-Bind. This is a specialized database that has 3D complexes with binding activity. And we featurize these to create 3D complex properties. We then train these fusion models, taking as input these 3D complex properties. And then in 2020, we were interrupted by our work in the COVID-19 pandemic response. So why is Livermore able to help here? We've long been a part of the nation's pandemic rapid response, and our teams are veterans of both the BioWatch and BASIS pathogen detection programs. So we started running our ample and our simulations to be able to understand which compounds might have correlation with experimental data. So now we're predicting to COVID proteins. We start by making 3D protein models using our homology modeling, AS2TS, and then we identify docking sites, starting with potential drugs. Using PDB spheres, we identify these protein docking sites. And we're running these on a machine called Quartz, which has over 108,000 cores, and Mammoth, which has 8,000 cores and 131 terabytes of RAM. So now we're running these large-scale docking simulations to be able to fill in some of the data we need for our machine learning. Two of the docking approaches are conveyor LC and mechanistic 3D modeling, GBSA. And this is using a machine called Lassen, which has 34,000 cores and 3,000 GPUs, and Ruby, which has 84,000 cores. This lets us predict protein binding through these docking simulations. And we run docking and taking as input the 3D protein models and docking sites we identified, as well as potential drugs. And we output predicted protein binding and these protein compound complexes. Now we have the input to be able to predict protein binding using those fusion models and also using 3D complex properties. As an outcome of using simulations, we were able to create an entirely new COVID-19 drug efficacy category using predicted protein binding down-selected from our simulations. This lets us create an entirely new category that's not based on the assay activities that the other categories are based on. We screen compounds against 2 SARS-CoV-2 proteins, Spike and MPRO. We then down-selected through the processes that I described for experiments, docking, GBSA, efficacy, and fusion. We identified 10 compounds that are potential antivirals. We screened several hundred of these, and we found 5 promising compounds that were strongly inhibiting in vitro. And these are the predicted docking poses that we now have as part of our data set. We released a tool called CoViewer within months. The team received the DOE Secretary of Energy Achievement Award. And this CoViewer tool helps COVID-19 researchers explore our molecular dynamic simulations. Back to the American Heart Association partnership. We're now scaling from the 4 COVID proteins now up to thousands of human proteins. So now that the data is organized and searchable, what can we do? We want to start looking at the known drug and target pairings. We also want to look at what we can confirm experimentally. And we're starting to identify the gaps where more experimental data would be helpful. We have these huge observation sets with many opportunities to investigate. For example, in the safety category, we have 28,000 predicted assay activities. We also have 24,000 predicted protein bindings. And from these 11,000 3D modeled proteins, only 14% are known drug targets. And for the remainder, we don't yet know what to do if we see some off targets. And of these known targets, we have made 3.8 million off-target binding observations. Turns out we only know targets for 3,700 of the known drugs. So this leaves us with a very small set of possible pairings we can confirm are on target. So let's start searching for cardiotoxicity or liver safety issues. This graphic is from the Mamashina paper, where they looked at mechanisms of drug-induced cardiotoxicity. And they're trying to see which drugs actually cause issues. And 78 drugs are known to have cardiac adverse effects. So we started investigating 18 of these drugs that overlap to our ample safety category. So are our models adding value beyond their input data? Here's an example of 4 drugs with ample data, where we're seeing both docking and ample results that are matching the published toxicity mechanisms. And we're starting to connect the safety activities with the protein binding. 18 of these published drugs are linked to ample, and these activities are associated with 3 cardiotox proteins, which are pictured on the left, and 1 liver protein, which is pictured on the right. And we can see some of these drugs are binding to the proteins. This is an example for loperamide, where 2 proteins have docking results. So we want to be able to confirm our predictions and compare them to evidence from a spoke precision medicine graph. And here we can see that we are seeing matching experimental results to our predictions. Our ample and docking observations are adding value. We're starting to fill in the gaps. And again, using loperamide as an example, without amplin docking, we would only know about these experimental matches. With these predictive biology capabilities in place, we're now using the generative molecular design in ADAM to be able to find new drugs for cancer and antiviral treatments. And we're continuing to add to ADAM with a new compound design tool, starting from the predicted assay binding and protein binding activities. We are now training our compound variation tools to be able to generate new compounds. And we're designing new AI-based drug compounds. Another related work, the vaccine design project with GUIDE. So a reasonable person might ask, isn't vaccine design the same as drug design? No, actually. For vaccine design, you're actually looking at mutations in the protein space. But we're starting to see for the GMD loop that there is overlap where we could screen compounds to avoid costly simulations and wet lab experiments. So from now on, we get to start with everything here, and we're looking for the next problem to solve. So that's the end. So I'll credit my collaborators until they kick me off the stage. So thank you to Felice Lightstone and Jim Brazzi and all my team members from ADAM, as well as the American Heart Association.
You still have 40 seconds.
Oh, still have 40 seconds?
Yeah, go on. You can continue.
Any questions? Oh, and the team for Livermore Computing, as well as my partners in the DOE NVBL and our LDRD. We have a lot of experimenters we're working with, and statisticians and data scientists, and a lot of bioinformatics expertise.
8 more seconds.
And you can see we have a lot of partnerships with other DOE labs.
Done. Oh, well done, Marissa. Thanks so much. See, these speakers are just amazing. They listen and everything. Hey, I'm really enjoying all the social media posts that you are sending out. #Wits 2023. Keep them coming. They're wonderful. We're going to continue with another talk about health before lunch. Just one more talk. Can you believe this, how fast this is going? One more talk before lunchtime. The sun is out, so it's looking great. And we have a very special guest who flew in over from DC, Irene. Please join us on stage.
So I just click which one? Yeah, you just the green. Thank you. All right. So I'm often asked to share my career journey, and I'm often selected to share those aspects of my story that actually transformed my personal and professional life. And in the picture you're seeing, I often tell myself I'm where I am today because of a social mission agenda, a system or a structure that actually promoted social responsibility. The picture I'm sharing is my high school in Holy Child School, Cape Coast in Ghana. The picture on the left is the chapel and the assembly hall. And on the right is 15 of us. We were 15 girls that were selected to actually study science in high school. And we studied advanced level physics, chemistry, biology, or math. Our professors were all from foreign volunteers and were from the Peace Corps. And they valued the social responsibility where you honor diversity, advance equity of marginalized people, champion inclusion, and treat every human with dignity and respect. And so as a result of this, I was successful in my science journey. And I also want to share a story about my grandfather. This is my father's father. His name was David Berko Apiadenko. He's in the back of the picture. This is a picture of at the wedding of his first son. He was age 58. This was in 1960. My grandfather was from a town called Akwatia, Ghana. And he was the only one among his family to actually complete primary school and secondary education. As a result, he was hired at the Ghana Consolidated Diamonds in Akwatia and was the only Black African to work with the whites as a clerk. Most of the Black Africans worked in the mines. And so he realized the importance of an education. Long story short, he saved us all his money and gave away the family land to build a hospital. He was able to raise about 5,000 pounds at that time. It started as a hospital with only 20 beds, and now it's a 350-bed hospital in the hometown of Akwatia and really serving the surrounding region with quality care. And I tell this story because he really found that education was a social determinant of health. And why do I tell this story? It's because that's part of my story. That's part of the data points that is needed to actually inform my health medical decisions. And our early childhood experience, environmental exposures, even the pathways that our grandparents and parents have said before us really influence our health and well-being. They've also shown that it's actually makes us, there's a significant influence not only in our health status, but in our vulnerability to chronic conditions in adult life. So what should be our data science agenda? We know data science is generally the study of data and the methods, right, used to develop insights. And so we extract a lot of knowledge from data to inform decisions. So if we're really to advance a data science agenda, we need to think about health equity. We need to think about promoting a social mission agenda. And in healthcare, and in medicine, data is transforming every aspect of our life. It's really important in decision making. We use data to make decisions in healthcare and clinical care. We use it to allocate resources. We use it to identify patient populations that are at risk. And so a robust data science agenda really needs to help to support communities and be inclusive. And I'm going to offer 5 aspects of what I think should be included in our data science agenda to advance health equity. And before that, I know I'm sharing this because there are a lot of opportunities, missed opportunities in healthcare and especially in medicine. Science evidence is poorly managed. Our evidence is poorly used, even though we have a science evidence. And this results in really suboptimal care for our patients and patient experience. And so those 5 points that I want to make around our data science agenda includes this. Number 1. Let's see. Okay. Is the science evidence. Okay. Science evidence relies on data, as we all know. And so it's very important as researchers to make sure that our science is not biased, our science is inclusive. We rely on clinical trials, we rely on real-world evidence data, and we know that a lot of this time, our science or clinical trials are not as diverse. Our data relies on this, and so we need to push and promote for equity and inclusion in all of our science evidence. And so how our data is interpreted as evidence makes a huge impact on health and in our people in society. The second is ensuring that in addition to inclusive data, we have trustworthy data, and we're ensuring that our data pool is diverse as well. And so how the data sources are captured, those types of data are really, really important for a robust data science agenda. All right, we're in the era of precision medicine. And so you want to go to the hospital, you want to see a doctor that's providing you with the right treatment, using the right data that's applicable to you. I wouldn't want to go and see my doctor and say, oh, I used this drug on an older white male and let's try it on you. So we want to make sure that all our precision medicine is really targeting the right patient at the right time. And so that's really important. And those data points on patients that are similar to you is what we're now using in precision medicine. Social determinants of health is really important as part of an agenda. As individuals, we know that we're unique, and like I mentioned, our social environment and our physical environment as well as biological is as influential in our health and health status, and so we need to consider that in our data in healthcare. It's also important about how we really establish ethical standards to govern the responsible use of data as well. And finally, I do want to talk about data empathy and spend a lot of the time on this, and I shared with you my story. This is the part of data science that's not captured. We usually capture quantitative data, but there's those qualitative data points about our stories, our emotions, our preference, our values, our cultural upbringing, which are all important in a data science agenda that's required to promote health equity. And so that's something that we need to think about as well as I mentioned, in our data science agenda, especially for health equity. The data empathy, when I talk about it, it also refers to knowing the context of your data, right? So not only data points or stories or emotions, but looking at data, you need to understand the context of where the patients are from. It's not enough to say African American patient or Hispanic, because we're all really diverse and unique, and we have different backgrounds and upbringing. And so making sure that we're really granular in our data is very important. And again, I do want to share that we really are responsible for promoting a robust data science agenda, because as humans, we all have dreams, we have aspirations, and I want to charge you all to say that, you know, the science and the data science discoveries that we promote today is actually the foundation of the data science for the near future. What was actually, you know, data science discoveries 10 years ago or 20 years ago or decades ago is the building blocks of what we're working on now. And so if we really want to achieve health equity and promote a social mission in our data science agenda, we really need to make sure that we're capturing all those data points. So I do want to thank you for your time. I know I've been really inspired by all your talks, and I'm here to say that be brave, be bold, and really I'm wishing you all the best in your career, and let's all do it to promote health equity in our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. That's wonderful. All right, well, we're almost there. We're almost at lunchtime. A couple of things that I wanted to announce. First of all, you can pick up your lunches outside. You can go eat in the living room. You can also go all the way to the end of the building, on the other side of the building, and you will find a map on your pages 38 and 39 in your program book, and meet our sponsors. So they're set up there. If you're interested in some of the companies and organizations that are sponsoring Wits, they're going to be there. You can talk to them about potential internships or jobs, or just get to know some more colleagues in data science. Now, you may wonder, for those of you who looked earlier at your vase with stickers, what are the yellow and purple stickers for? So the tables with the yellow dots, who are those? There. You can go to lunch first. So have a great break. Let the yellow people go first. That's their reward. No more cake. I hope you will get to know a lot of each other. Go and meet and greet people. And I will see you back here at the dot at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to theCUBE's special presentation for International Women's Day. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. Jenny Troutman's here, Director of Products and Services and Training and Certification at AWS, and Heather Rudin, Director of Education Programs of Training and Certification. Thanks for coming on theCUBE and for the International Women's Day special program.
Thanks so much for having us.
So I'll just get it out of the way. I'm a big fan of what you guys do. I've been shouting at the top of my lungs, it's free, get cloud training and you'll have a six-figure job, pretty much. I mean, I'm over amplifying, but this is really a big opportunity in the industry. Education and the skills gap and the skill velocities that's changing. New roles are coming on around cloud native operators, cybersecurity. There's so much excitement going on around the industry and all these open positions, and they need new talent. So you can't get a degree for some of these things. So it doesn't matter what school you went to, everyone's kind of level. This is a really big deal. So Heather, share with us your thoughts as well on this topic. Jenny, you too, like where are you guys at? Because this is a big opportunity for women and anyone to level up in the industry.
Absolutely. So I'll jump in and then I'll hand it over to Jenny. We're your dream team here. We can talk about both sides of this. So, I run a set of programs here at AWS that are really intended to help build the next generation of cloud builders. And we do that with a variety of programs, whether it is targeting young learners from kind of 12 and up. We have AWS Get IT that is designed to get women ambassadors or women mentors in front of girls 12 to 14 and get them curious about a career in STEM. We also have a program that is all digital online. It's available in 11 languages. It's got hundreds of courses that's called AWS Educate that is designed to do exactly what you just talked about, expose the opportunities and start building cloud skills for learners at age 13 and up. They can go online and register with an email and start learning. We want them to understand not only what the opportunity is for them, but the ways that they can help influence, and bring more diversity and more inclusion and into the cloud technology space and just keep building all those amazing builders that we need here for our customers and partners. And those are the programs that I manage, but Jenny also has an amazing program, a set of programs. And so I'll hand it over to her as you get into the professional side of the things.
So Jenny, you're on the product side. You've got the keys to the kingdom on all the materials and shaping it. What's your view on this? Because this is a huge opportunity and it's always changing. What's the latest and greatest?
It is a massive opportunity. And to give you a sense, there was a study in 21 where IT executives said that talent availability is the biggest challenge to emerging tech adoption. 64% of IT executives said that, up from only 4% the year before. So it's the challenge is growing really fast, which for everyone that's ready to go out there and learn and try something new is a massive opportunity. And that's really why I'm here. We provide all kinds of learning experiences for people across different cloud technologies to be able to not only kind of gain the knowledge around cloud, but also the confidence to be able to build in the cloud. And so we look across different learner levels, different roles, different opportunities, and we provide those experiences where people can actually get hands-on in a totally risk-free environment and practice building in the cloud so they can go and be ready to get their certifications, their AWS certifications, give them the credentials to be able to show an employer they can do it, and then go out and get these jobs. It's really exciting, and we go kind of end to end from the very beginning. What is cloud? I want to know what it is, all the way through to I can prove that I can build in the cloud and I'm ready for a job.
So Jenny, you nailed the confidence word. I think I want to double click on that. And Heather, you talked about the dream team. You guys, you're the go-to-market. You bring this to the marketplace. Jenny, you get the products. This is the key. But to me, the International Women's Day's angle is that what I hear over and over again is that it's too technical. I'm not qualified. It can be scary. We had a guest on who has 2 EE degrees in robotics and aerospace, and she's hard charging. She almost lost her confidence twice, she said, in her career, but she was hard charging. It can get scary, but also the ability to level up fast is just as good. So if you can break through that confidence and keep the curiosity and be a builder, talk about that dynamic, because you guys are in the middle of it. You're in the industry. How do you handle that? Because I think that's a big thing that comes up over and over again. And confidence is not just women, it's men too. But women can always, that comes up as a theme.
It is a big challenge. I mean, I've struggled with it personally, and I mentor a lot of women, and that is the #1 challenge that is holding women back from really being able to advance is the confidence to step out there and show what they can do. And what I love about some of the products we've put out recently is we have AWS Skill Builder. You can go online, you can get all kinds of free core kind of training. And if you want to go deeper, you can go deeper, and there's a lot of different options on there. But what it does is not only gives you that base knowledge, but you can actually go in. We have something called AWS Labs. You can go in and you can actually practice on the AWS console with the services that people are using in their jobs every day without any risk of doing something that is going to blow up in your face, right? You're not going to suddenly get this big AWS bill. You're not going to break something that's out there running. You just go in, it's your own little environment that gets wiped when you're done, and you can practice. And there's lots of different ways to learn as well. So if you go in there and you're watching a video, and to your point, you're like, oh my gosh, this is too technical. I can't understand it. I don't know what I'm going to go do. You can go another route. There's something called AWS Cloud Quest. It's a game. You go in and it's like you're gaming, and it walks you through. You're actually in a virtual world. You're walking through, and it's telling you, hey, go build this. And if you need help, here's hints and here's tips. And it continues to build on itself. So you're learning and you're applying practical skills, and it's at your own pace. You don't have to watch somebody else talking that is going at a pace that maybe accelerates beyond what you're ready. You can do it at your own pace. You can redo it. You can try it again until you feel confident that you know it and you're really ready to move on to the next thing. Personally, I find that hugely valuable. I go in and do these myself, and I sit there, and I have a lot of engineers on my team, very smart people. And I have my own imposter syndrome. I get nervous to go talk to them. Like, are they gonna think I'm totally lost? And so I go in and I learn some of this myself. I experiment, and then I feel like, okay, now I can go ask them some intelligent questions, and they're not going to be like, oh gosh, my leader is totally unaware of what we're doing. And so I think that we all struggle with confidence. That I think everybody does, but I see it especially in women as I mentor them, and that's what I encourage them to do is go and on your own time, practice a bit, get a little bit of experience. And once you feel like you can throw a couple words out there that you know what they mean, and suddenly other people look at you like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. And you can kind of get past that feeling.
Well, Jenny, you nailed it. Heather, she just mentioned she's in the job and she's going and she's still leveling up. That's the in when you're in, but it's also the barriers to entry are lowering. You guys are doing a good job of getting people in, but also growing fast too. So there's two dynamics at play here. How do people do this? What's the playbook? Because I think that's really key. Easy to get in, and then once you're in, you can level up fast at your own pace to ride the wave. And then there's new stuff coming. I mean, every reInvent is 5,000 announcements. So it's like a zillion new things. And AI is hot now.
reInvent. reInvent's a perfect example of that ongoing imposter syndrome or confidence check for all of us. I think that something that Jenny said too is we really try and meet learners where they are, and make sure that we have the support, whether it's accessibility requirements, or we have the content that is built for the age that we're talking to, or we have a workforce development program called Restart that is for people that have very little tech experience and really want to talk about a career in cloud, but they need a little bit more handholding. They need a combination of instructor-led and digital. But then we have AWS Educate, as I mentioned, if you want to be more self-directed. All of these tools are intended to work well together and to be complementary and to take you on a journey as a learner. And the more skills you have, the more you increase your knowledge, the more you can take on more. But meeting folks where they are with a variety of programs, tools, languages, and accessibility really helps ensure that we can do that for learners throughout the world.
That's awesome. Let's get into it. Let's get into the roadmaps of people and their personas. So, and you guys can share the programs that you have and where people could fit in, because this comes up a lot and when I talk to folks. There's the young person who's, I'm a gamer or whatever, I want to get a job, I'm in high school or elementary, or I want to tinker around, or I'm in college, or, I'm learning, I'm an entry level kind of entry. Yeah. Then you have the reskilling. I'm going to change my careers. I'm kind of bored. I want to do something compelling. How do I get into the cloud game? And then the advanced reskillers. I want to get into cyber and AI. And then there's other. Could you break down, did I get that right, or did I miss anything? And then what's available for those kind of lanes, or those persona lanes?
Well, let's see. I could start with maybe the high schooler stuff, and then and we can bring Jenny in as well. I would say, a great place to start for anyone is aws.amazon.com/training. That's going to give them the full suite of options that they could take on. If you're in high school, you can go on to AWS Educate. All you need is an email. And if you're 13 years and older, you can start exploring the types of jobs that are available in the cloud. And you could start taking some introductory classes. You can do some of those labs in a safe environment that Jenny mentioned. That's a great place to start. If you are in an environment where you have an educator that is willing to go on this journey with you, we have this AWS Get IT program that is, again, educator-led. So it's an after school, or it's a program where we match mentors and students up with cloud professionals, and they do some real-time experimentation. They build an app, they work on things together and do a presentation at the end. The other thing I would say too is that if you are in a university, I would double check and see if the AWS Academy curriculum is already in your university. And if so, explore some of those classes. We have instructor-led, educator-ready course curriculum that we've designed that help people get to those certifications and get closer to those jobs. And as well as hopefully then lead people right into Skill Builder and all the things that Jenny talked about to help them as they start out in a professional environment.
So is the Get IT, is that an instructor-led that the person has to find someone for, or this available for them?
It is through teachers. It's through educators. We've reached over 19,000 students. We're available in 8 countries. There are ways for educators to lead this, but we want to make sure that we're helping the kids be successful and giving them an educator environment to do that. If they want to do it on their own, then they can absolutely go through AWS Educate, or even and to explore kind of where they want to get started.
So what about someone who's, educated in the middle of their career, might want to switch from, being a biologist to a cloud cybersecurity guru, or a cloud native operator?
Yeah, so in that case, AWS Restart is one of a great program for them to explore. We run that program with collaborating organizations in 160 cities and 80 countries throughout the world. That is a multi-week cohort-based program where we do take folks through a very clear path towards certification and job skilling that will help them get into those opportunities. Over 98% of the cohorts, the graduates of those cohorts, get an interview and are hopefully on their path to getting a job. So that is, that really has global reach. The partnership with collaborating organizations helps us ensure that we find communities that are often unreached by cloud skills training. And we really work to keep a diverse focus on those cohorts and bring those folks into the cloud.
Okay, Jenny, you've got the skill builder action here. What's going on your side? Because you must have to manage all the change. I mean, AI is hot right now. I'm sure you're cranking away on curriculum and content for SageMaker, large language models, computer vision, cybersecurity.
We do. There are a lot of options.
How is your world? Tell us about what people can take out away from your side.
Yeah, so a great way to think about it is if they're already out in the workforce or they're entering the workforce, but they are have technical skills, is what are the roles that are interesting and the technologies that are interesting? Because the way we put out our training and our certifications is aligned to paths. So if you're interested in a specific role, if you're interested in architecting a cloud environment or in security, as you mentioned, and you want to go deep in security, there are AWS certifications that give you that. If you achieve them, they're very difficult. But if you work to them and achieve them, they give you the credential that you can take to an employer and say, look, I can do this job. And they are in very high demand. In fact, that's where if you look at some of the publications that have come out, they talk about, what are people making if they have different certifications? What are the most in-demand certifications that are out there? And those are what help people, get jobs. And so you identify what is that role or that technology area I want to learn. And then you have multiple options for how you build those skills, depending on how you want to learn. And again, that's really our focus is on providing experiences based on how people learn and making it accessible to them, because not everybody wants to learn in the same way. And so there is AWS Skill Builder where people can go learn on their own, which that is really great, particularly for people who maybe are already working and have to learn in the evenings, on the weekends, people who like to learn at their own pace, who just want to be hands-on, but are self-starters. Yeah. And they can get those whole learning plans through there, all the way aligned to the certification, and then they can go get their certification. Yeah. There's also classroom training. So a lot of people maybe want to do kind of continuous learning through an online, but want to go really deep with an expert in the room, and maybe have a more focused period of time if they can go for a couple days, right? And so they can do classroom training. We provide a lot of classroom training. We have partners all over the globe who provide classroom training. And so there's that. And what we find to be the most powerful is when you couple the two. Yeah. If you can really get deep, you have an expert, you can ask questions, but first, before you go do that, you get some of that foundational that you've kind of learned on your own. And then after, you go back and reinforce, you go back online, you try out things that maybe you learned in the classroom, but you hadn't used it enough yet to quite know how to do it. Now you can go back and actually use it, experiment, and play around. And so we really encourage that kind of, figure out what are some areas you're interested in, go learn it. And then go, get a job and continue to learn, because then once you learn that first area, you start to build confidence in it. Yeah. Suddenly other areas become interesting, because as you said, cloud is changing fast. And once you learn a space, first of all, you have to keep going back to stay up on it as it changes. But you quickly find that there are other areas that are really interesting too.
I've observed that the training side is just like cloud itself. It's very agile. You can get hands-on quickly. You don't need to take a class and then get in weeks later. You're in it. Like it's real time. So you're immersed in gamification and all kinds of ways to funnel into the either advanced tracks and certifications. So you guys do a great job, and I want to give you props for that and a shout out. The question I have for you guys is, can you scope the opportunity for these certifications and opportunities for women in particular? What are some of the top jobs pulling down? Scope out the opportunity, because I think when people hear that, they really fall out of their chair. They go, wow, I didn't know I could make $200,000 doing, cybersecurity. Well, or maybe more. And what are I'm just making the number up. I don't actually know, but I know people do make that much in cyber. But there are huge financial opportunities with certifications and education. Can you scope that order of magnitude? Can you share any data?
Yeah, so in the US, they certainly are certifications on average aligned to 6-digit type jobs. And if you go out and do a search, there are research studies out there that are refreshed every year that say, what are the top IT industry certifications and how much money do they make? And the reason I don't put a number out there is because it's constantly changing. And in fact, it keeps going up.
It's going up, not going down.
But I would encourage people to do that quick search. what are the top IT industry certifications? Again, based on the country you're in, it makes a difference. But if you're US, there's a lot of data out there for the US, and then there is some for other countries as well around how much on average people make.
Do you list like the higher level certifications, stack rank them in terms of order of, like, say I'm a type A personnel, I want to climb Mount Everest, I want to get the highest level certification. Well, how do I know that? Is it like laddered up, or is like, how do you guys present that?
Yeah, so we have different types of certifications. There is a foundational, which we call the cloud practitioner. That one is more about just showing that you know something about cloud. It's not aligned to a specific job role. But then we have what we call associate level certifications, which are aligned to roles. So there's the solutions architect, cloud developer, so developer operations. And so you can tell by the role, an associate is kind of that next level. And then the roles often have a professional level, which is even more advanced. And basically that's saying you're kind of an uber expert at that point. And then there are technology specialties, which are less about a specific role, although some would argue a security technology specialty might align very well to a security role, but they're more about showing the technology. And so typically so it goes foundational, advanced, professional, and then the specialties are more on the side. They're not aligned, but they're deep. They're deep within that area.
So you can pick your deep dive and jump into where you're comfortable. Heather, talk about the commitment in terms of dollars. I know Amazon's flaunted some numbers, like 30 million or something, people they want to have trained, hundreds of millions of dollars in investment. This is key, obviously. More people trained in cloud, more operators, more cloud usage. Obviously, I see the business connection. What's the women relationship to the numbers? Or what the experience is? How do you guys see that? Obviously, International Women's Day, get the confidence, got the curiosity, you're a builder, you're in, right? It's that easy, right?
Yeah, it doesn't always feel that way, I'm sure, to everybody, but we'd like to think that it is. You know, Amazon and AWS do invest hundreds of millions of dollars in free training every year that is accessible to everyone out there. I think that sometimes the hardest obstacles to get overcome are getting started, and we try and make it as easy as possible to get started with the tools that we've talked about already today. You know, we run into plenty of cohorts of women as part of our Restart program that are really grateful for the opportunity to, see something, see a new way of thinking, see a new opportunity for them. We don't necessarily break out our funding by women versus men. We want to make sure that we are open and diverse for everybody to come in and get the training that they need to. But we definitely want to make sure that we are accessible and available to women and all genders outside of the US and inside the US.
Well, I know the number's a lot lower than they should be, and that's also why we're promoting this heavily. There's a lot more interest I see in tech. So digital transformation is gender neutral. I mean, it's like the world eats software and uses the cloud. So it has to get 50-50, in my opinion. So you guys do a great job. Now that we're done kind of promoting Amazon, which I wanted to do because I think it's super important, let's talk about you guys. What got you guys involved in tech? What was the inspiration? And share some stories about your experiences and advice for folks watching.
So I've always been in traditionally male-dominated roles. I actually started in aviation and then moved to tech. And what I found was I got a mentor early on, a woman who was senior to me and who was who I saw as the smartest person out there. She was incredibly smart. She was incredibly kind, and she was always lifting women up. And I kind of latched onto her and followed her around. And she was such an amazing mentor. She brought me throughout tech, from company to company, job to job, was always positioning me in front of other people as the go-to person. And I realized, wow, I want to be like her. And so that's been my focus as well in tech, is you can be deeply technical in tech, or you can be not deeply technical and be in tech, and you can be successful both ways. But the way you're going to be most successful is if you find other people, build them up, and help put them out in front. And so I personally love to mentor women and to put them in places where they can feel comfortable being out in front of people. And that's really been my my career. I have tried to model her approach as much as I can.
You know, that's a really interesting observation. It's a pattern we've been seeing in all these interviews for the past 2 years of doing the International Women's Day, is that networking, mentoring, and sponsorship are one thing, right? So it's all one thing. It's not just mentoring. It's like people think, oh, just mentoring. What does that mean? Advice? No, it's sponsorship. It's lifting people up, creating a keiretsu, creating networks. Really important. Heather, what's your experience?
Yeah, I'm sort of the example of somebody who never thought they'd be in tech, but I happened to graduate from college in the Silicon Valley in the early 90s. And next thing you know, it's more than a couple years later, and I'm deeply in tech. And I think when we were having the conversation about confidence and, willingness to learn and try, that really spoke to me as well. I think I had to get out of my own way sometimes and just be willing to not be the smartest person in the room and just be willing to ask a lot of questions. And with every opportunity to ask questions, I think I ended up with good mentors, male and female, that saw the willingness to ask questions and the willingness to kind of be humble in my approach to learning. And that really helped. I'm also very aware that nobody's journey is the same. And I need to create an environment on my team, and I need to be a role model within AWS and Amazon for allowing people to show up in the way that they're going to be most successful. And sometimes that will mean giving them learning opportunities. Sometimes that will be hooking them up with a mentor. Sometimes that will be, giving them the freedom to do what they need for their family or their personal life. And modeling that behavior, regardless of gender, has always been kind of how I choose to show up and what I ask my leaders to do. And the more we can do that, I've seen the team kind of been able to grow and flourish in that way and support our entire team.
I love that story. You also have a great leader in Maureen Lonergan, who I've had many conversations with, but also it starts at the top. Andy Jassy, who can come across, he's kind of technical, he's dirty, he's a builder mentality. He has first principles, and you're bringing up this first principles concept, and whether that's passing it forward, what you've learned. Having first principles helps in an organization. Can you guys talk about what that's like at your company? Because everyone's different, and sometimes sometimes I worry about what I say, but I also have my first principles. So talk about how principles matter in how you guys interface with others and letting people be their authentic self.
Yeah, I'll jump in, Jenny, and then you can. The Amazon leadership principles are super important to how we interact with each other. And it really does provide a set of guidelines for how we work with each other and how we work for our customers and with our partners. But most of all, it gives us a common language and a common set of expectations. And I will be honest, they're not always easy. When you come from an environment that tends to be less open to feedback and less open to direct conversations than you find at Amazon, it could take a while to get used to that. But for me at least, it was extremely kind of empowering to have those tools and those principles as guidance for how to operate and to gain the confidence in using them. I've also been able to participate in hundreds and hundreds of interviews in the time that I've been here as part of an interview team of bar raisers. I think that really helps us understand whether or not folks are going to be successful at AWS and at Amazon, and helps them understand if they're going to be able to be successful.
Bar raising is an Amazon term, and it's gender neutral, right, Jenny?
It is gender neutral.
Bar is a bar. It raises.
That's right. And it's funny, we say that our culture here is peculiar. And when I started, I had been in consulting for several years. So I worked with a lot of different companies in tech. And so I thought I'd seen everything, and I came here and I went, I see what they mean by peculiar. It is a very different environment.
In the fullness of time, it'll all work out.
That's right. That's right. Well, and it's funny because when you first start, it's a lot to figure out how to operate in an environment where people do use 16 leadership principles, right? I've worked at a lot of companies with 3 or 4 core values, and nobody can state those.
Yeah.
we could state all 16 leadership principles and we use them in our regular everyday dialogue. That is an awkward thing when you first come to have people saying, oh, I'm going to use bias for action in this situation and I'm going to go move fast. And they're actually used in everyday conversations. But after a couple of years, suddenly you realize, oh, I'm doing that. And maybe even sometimes at the dinner table, I'm doing that, which can get to be a bit much. But it creates an environment where we can all be different. We can all think differently. We can all have different ways of doing things, but we have a common kind of overall approach to what we're trying to achieve. And that's really, it gives us a good framework for that.
Jay has great insight. Heather, thank you so much for sharing your stories. We're going to do this not once a year. We're going to continue this Women in Tech program every quarter. We'll check in with you guys and find out what's new. And thank you for what you do. We appreciate that, getting the word out, and really is an opportunity for everyone with education and cloud. And it's only going to get more opportunities at the edge and AI and so much more tech. Thank you for coming on the program.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We need more learners.
Thank you. That's the International Women's Day segment here with leaders from AWS. I'm John Furrier. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome to theCUBE's coverage of International Women's Day. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. Got a variety of interviews across the gamut from topics, women in tech, mentoring, pipelining, developers, open source, executives. Stanford's having International Women's Day celebration with the Women in Data Science. We're streaming that live as well. Variety of programs. In this segment, Megan Eisenberg, friend of theCUBE, she's the CMO of Laceworks, is an amazing executive. Got a great journey story as a CMO, but she's also actively advising startups, companies, and really pays it forward. I want to say, Megan, thank you for coming on the program and thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're going to get into some of the journey celebrations that you've gone through and best practice, what you've learned to pay that forward. But I got to say, one of the things that really impresses me about you as an executive is you get stuff done, you're a great CMO, but also you're advised a lot of companies. You have a lot of irons in the fires and you're advising companies, and sometimes they're really small startups to bigger companies, and you're paying it forward, which I love. That's kind of the spirit of this day.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. When I think about my career, a lot of it was looking to mentors, women out in the field. This morning I was at a breakfast by Eileen and we had the CEO of General Motors on, and she was talking about her journey, 9 years as a CEO. And and she's paying it forward with us. But I think about, when you're advising startups, I've gathered knowledge and pattern recognition, and to be able to share that is, I enjoy it.
Yeah, and the startups are also fun too, but it's not always easy, and it can get kind of messy, as you know. Some startups don't make it, some succeed, and it's always like the origination story is kind of rewritten, and then that's that messy middle, and then it's like that arrows that don't look like a straight line, but everyone thinks it's great, and it's not for the faint of heart. And Teresa Carlson, who I've interviewed many times, former Amazon, now she's the president of Flexport, she always says sometimes startups in certain industries aren't for the faint of heart, so you got to have a little bit of metal, right? You got to be tough, and some cases that you don't need that, but startups, it's not always easy. What have you learned?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in the startup world, grit, creativity. When I was at TripActions, travel company, pandemic hits, nobody's traveling. You cut budget, you cut heads, but you focus on the core, right? You focus on what you need to survive. And creativity, I think, wins. And, as a CMO, when you're marketing, how do you get through that noise? Even the security space, Lacework, it's a fragmented market. You've got to be differentiated and position yourself and, be talking to the right target audience and customers.
Talk about your journey over the years. What have you learned? What's some observations? Can you share any stories and best practices that someone watching could learn from? I know there's a lot of people coming into the tech space with the generative AI things going on in cloud computing, scaling to the edge. There's a lot more aperture for technical jobs as well as just new roles, and new roles that you really don't go to college for anymore. You got cybersecurity you're in. What are some of the things that you've done over your career you can share and some best practices?
Yeah, I think number one, continual learning. When I look through my career, I was constantly reading, networking. Part of the journey is who you're meeting along the way. As you become more senior, your ability to hire and bring in talent matters a lot. I'm always trying to meet with new people. Yeah, if I look at my Amazon feed of books I bought, right, it kind of chronicle of my history of things I was learning about. Right now, I'm reading a lot about cybersecurity, how they tell me the world ends is the one I'm reading most recently. But you've got to come up to speed and then know the product. Get in there and talk to customers. Certainly on the marketing front, anytime I can talk with a customer and find out how they're using us, why they love us, that helps me better position and differentiate our company.
By the way, that book is amazing. I saw Nicole speak on Tuesday night with John Markoff in Palo Alto here. What a great story she told there. And I recommend that book to everyone. It goes in and she did 8 years of research into that book around zero-day marketplaces to all the actors involved in security. And it was very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wakes you up. Makes you think about what's going on in the world. Yeah. Very relevant.
It's like, yeah, it was happening all the time, wasn't it? All the hacking. But this brings up an interesting point, though, because you're in a cybersecurity area, which, by the way, it's changing very fast. It's becoming a bigger industry. It's not just male-dominated, although it is now. It's still male-dominated, but it's becoming much more than just tech.
Yeah, I mean, it's a constantly evolving threat landscape, and we're learning. And I think more than ever, you need to be able to use the data that companies have and, learn from it. That's one of the ways we position ourselves. We're not just about writing rules that won't help you with those zero-day attacks. You've got to be able to understand your particular environment and at any moment if it changes. And that's how we help you detect a threat.
How are things going with you? Is there any new things you guys got going on, initiatives or programs for women in tech and increasing the range of diversity and inclusion in the industry? Because again, this industry is getting much wider too. It's not just specialized, it's also growing.
Yes, actually, I'm excited. We're launching Secured by Women, securedbywomen.com, and it's very much focused on women in the industry, which some studies are showing it's about 25% of security professionals are women. And we're going to be taking nominations and sponsoring women to go to upcoming security events. And so excited to launch that this month and really celebrate women in security and help them, part of that continual learning that I talked about, making sure they're there learning, having the conversations at the conferences, being able to network.
I have to ask you, what inspired you to pursue the career in tech? What was the motivation?
If I think way back, originally I wanted to be on the art side, and my dad said you can do anything as long as it's in the sciences. And so in undergrad, I did computer science and MIS, graduated with the MIS and computer science minor. And when I came out, I was an IT engineer at Cisco. And, that kind of started my journey and decided to go back and get my MBA. And during that process, I fell in love with marketing and I thought, okay, I understand the buyer. I can come out and market technology to the IT world and developers. And then from there, went to several tech companies.
I mean, it's my father was an engineer. He had the same kind of thing. You got to be an engineer. It's a stable job. But that time, computer science, we've seen the evolution of computer science. Now, it's the most popular degree at Berkeley, we've heard, and around the world, and the education formats are changing. You're seeing a lot of people self-training on YouTube. The field has really changed. What are some of the challenges you see for folks trying to get into the industry, and how would you advise today, if you were talking to your young self, what would be the narrative?
Yeah, I mean, my drawback then was HTML pages were coming out, and I thought it would be fun to design, web pages. So you find something you're passionate about in the space today, whether it's gaming or it's cybersecurity, go and be excited about it and apply and don't give up, right? Do whatever you can to read and learn. And you're right, there are a ton of online self-help. I always try to hire women and people who are continual learners and are teaching themselves something. I try to find that in an interview to know that because when you come to a business, you're there to solve problems and challenges. And the folks that can do that and be innovative and learn, those are the ones I want on my team.
It's interesting, you know, technology is now impacting society and it's not, we need everyone involved to participate and give requirements. And that kind of leads my next question for you is, like, in your opinion, or let me just step back, let me rephrase. What are some of the things that you see technology being used for society right now that will impact people's lives? Because this is not a gender thing. We need everybody involved because society is now digital. Technology is pervasive. The AI trends now we're seeing is clearly unmasking to the mainstream that there's some cool stuff happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think ChatGPT, think about that. All the different ways we're using it. We're writing content and marketing with it. I just read an article yesterday. Folks are using it to write children's stories and then selling those stories on Amazon, right? And the amount that they can produce with it. But if you think about it, there's unlimited uses with that technology, and you've got all the major players getting involved on it. That one major launch and piece of technology is going to transform us in the next 6 months to a year. And it's the ability to process so much data and then turn that into just assets that we use and the creativity that's building on top of it. Even TripActions has incorporated ChatGPT into your ability to figure out where you want, when you're traveling, what's happening in that city. So it's just, you're going to see that incorporated everywhere.
I mean, we've been on an interview before, TripActions, your other company you're at. Interesting point, you don't have to type in a box and to say, I'm traveling, I want a hotel. You can just say, I'm going to Barcelona for Mobile World Congress. I want to have a good time. I want some tapas and a nice dinner out.
Yes, yeah, that easy. We're making it easy.
It's efficiency.
And actually, I was going to say for women specifically, I think the reason why we can do so much today is all the technology and apps that we have. I think about DoorDash. I think about Waze. You know, when I was younger, you had to print out instructions. Now I get in the car real quick. I need to go to soccer practice. I enter it. I need to pick them up at someone's house. I enter it. Everything's real time. And so it takes away all the things that I don't add value to and allows me to focus on what I want in business. And so there's a bunch of, apps out there that have allowed me to be so much more efficient and productive that my mother didn't have for sure when I was growing up.
That is an amazing, I think that actually illustrates, in my opinion, the best example of ChatGPT, because the maps and GPS integration were two technologies merged together that replace driving and looking at the map. Like, how do you do that? Like, now it's automatically. This is what's going to happen to creative, to writing, to ideation. I even heard Nicole from her book read said that they're using ChatGPT to write zero-day exploits. So you're seeing it for you're seeing it for everywhere. Super exciting. Well, I got to ask you before we get into some of the lace work things that you're involved in, because I think you're doing guys great work over there, is what was the most exciting projects you've worked on in your career? You came in, Cisco, very technical company, so got the technical chops, CSMIS, which stands for Management of Information Science for all the young people out there. That was the state of the art back then. What are some of the exciting things you've done?
Yeah, I mean, I think about MongoDB and learning and learning to market to developers, taking the company public in 2017, launching Atlas Database as a Service. Now there's so much more of that, the PLG motion, going to TripActions, surviving a pandemic, still being able to come out of that. And all the learnings that went with it. They recently, I guess, rebranded, so they're Navan now. And then now back in the security space. 14 years ago, I was at ArcSight and we were bought by HP. And so getting back into the security world is exciting, and it's transformed a ton, as you know. It's way more complicated than it was. And so just understanding the pain of our customers and how we protect them is fun. And I like, being there from a marketing standpoint.
Well, we really appreciate you coming on and sharing that. I got to ask you, if for folks watching, they might be interested in some advice that you might have for them and their career in tech. I know a lot of young people love the tech. It's becoming pervasive in our lives, as we mentioned. What advice would you give for folks watching that want to start a career in tech?
Yeah, so work hard, right? Study, network, Your first job, be the best at it, because every job after that, you get pulled into a network. And every time I move, I'm hiring people from the last job, 2 jobs before, 3 jobs before, and I'm looking for people that are working hard, care, are continual learners, and, add value. What can you do to solve problems at your work and add value?
What's your secret networking hack or growth hack or tip that you can share? Because you're a great networker, by the way. You're amazing, and you do add a lot of value. I've seen you in action.
Well, I try never to eat alone. I've got breakfast, I've got lunch, I've got coffee breaks and dinner. And so when I'm at work, I try and always sit and eat with a team member, new group. If I'm out on the road, I'm meeting people for lunch, going for dinner. Just, don't sit at your desk by yourself, and don't sit in the hotel room. Get out and meet with people.
What do you think about now that we're out of the pandemic, or somewhat out of the pandemic, so to speak, events are back.
Yes.
RSA is coming up, it's a big event. The bigger events are getting bigger, and then the other events are kind of smaller, being distributed. What's your vision of how events are evolving?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be in person. Those are the relationships. Right now, more than ever, people care about renewals, and you're building that rapport. And if you're not meeting with your customers, your competitors are. So what I would say is get out there, Lacework. We're going to be at RSA. We're going to be at Reinforce. We're going to be at all of these events, building relationships, coffee, lunch. And yeah, I think the future of events are here to stay. And those that don't embrace in person are going to give up business. They're going to lose market share to us. And
networking is obviously very key on events as well.
Yes.
A good opportunity is always get out the events. What's the event networking trick or advice do you give folks that are going to get out to the networking world?
Yeah, schedule ahead of time. Don't go to an event and expect people just to come by for great swag. You should be partnering with your sales team and scheduling ahead of time, getting on people's calendars. Don't go there without having 100 or 200 meetings already booked.
Got it. All right, let's talk about your career. You're currently at Lacework. It's a very hot company in a hot field, security, very male dominated. You're a leader there. What's it like? What's the strategies? How does a woman get in there and be successful? What are some tricks, observations, any data you can share? What's the best practice? What's the secret sauce from Megan Eisenberg?
Yeah, for Megan Eisenberg, for Lacework, we're focused on our customers. There's nothing better than being close to them, solving their pain, showcasing them. So if you want to go into security, focus on the issues and their problems, and make sure they're aware of what you're delivering. I mean, we're focused on cloud security, and we go from build time to runtime. And that's the draw for me here is we had a lot of happy, excited customers by what we were doing. And what we're doing is very different from legacy security providers. And it is tapping into the trend of really understanding how much data you have and what's happening in the data to detect the anomalies and the threats that are there.
One of the conversations I was just having with a senior leader, she was amazing. And I asked her what she thought of the current landscape, the job market, how to get promoted through the careers, all those things. And the response was interesting. I want to get your reaction. She said, interdisciplinary skills are critical. And now more than ever, having a set of skills, technical and social and emotional, are super valuable. Do you agree? What's your reaction to that? And how would you reframe that?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. You can't be a leader without balance. You've got to know your craft, because you're developing and training your team, but you also need to know how to build relationships. You're not going to be successful as a C-level exec if you're not partnering across the functions. As a CMO, I need to partner with product. I need to partner with the head of sales. I need to partner with finance. So those relationships matter a ton. I also need to attract the right talent. I want to have solid people on the team. And what I will say, in the cybersecurity space, there's a talent shortage. And you cannot hire enough people to protect your company in that space. And that's kind of our part of it, is we reduce the number of alerts that you're getting. So you don't need hundreds of people to detect an issue. You're using technology to show, to highlight the issue, and then your team can focus on those alerts that matter.
Yeah, there's a lot of emerging markets where leveling up, and you don't need pedigree, you can just level up skill-wise pretty quickly. Which brings me to the next question for you is, how do you keep up with all the tech day to day? And how should someone watching stay on top of it? Because, I mean, you got to be on top of this stuff and you got to ride the wave. It's pretty turbulent, but it's still growing and changing.
Yes. Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's a lot of reading. I'm watching the news. Anytime something comes out, Chat GPT, I'm playing with it. I've got a great network and sharing. I'm on, LinkedIn, reading articles all the time. I have a team, right? Every time I hire someone, they bring new information and knowledge in. And Cal Poly had this learn by doing. That was the philosophy at San Luis Obispo. So do it, try it. Don't be afraid of it. I think that's the advice.
Well, I love some of the points you mentioned, community and network. You mentioned networking. That brings up the community question. How can people get involved? What communities are out there? How should they approach communities? Because communities are also networks, but also they're welcoming people in that form networks. So it's a network of networks. So what's your take on how to engage and work with communities? How do you find your tribe? If someone's getting into the business, they want support, they might want technology learnings. What's your approach?
Yeah, so a few different places. One, I'm part of the Operator Collective, which is a strong female investment group that's open and works a lot with operators, and they're in on the newest technologies because they're investing in it. Chief, I think, is a great organization as well. You've got a lot of, if you're in marketing, there's a ton of CMO networking events that you can go to. I would say any field, even for us at Lacework, we've got some strong CISO networks, and we do dinners around, we have one coming up in the Bay Area, in Boston, New York, and you can come and meet other CISOs and security leaders. So when I get an invite, and we all do, I will go to it. I'll carve out the time and meet with others. So I think, part of the community is get out there and, join some of these different groups.
Megan, thank you so much for spending the time. Final question for you. How do you see the future of tech evolving, and how do you see your role in it?
Yeah, I mean, marketing is changing wildly. There's so many different channels. You think about all the social media channels that have changed over the last 5 years. So when I think about the future of tech, I'm looking at apps on my phone. I have 3 daughters, 13, 11, and 8. I'm telling you, they come to me with new apps and new technology all the time, and I'm paying attention what they're participating in and what they want to be a part of. And certainly it's going to be a lot more around the data and AI. I think we're only at the beginning of that. So we'll continue to, learn from it and wield it and deal with the mass amount of data that's out there.
Well, you saw TikTok got banned by the European Commission today around their staff. Interesting times.
It is.
Megan, thank you so much. As always, you're a great tech athlete, been following your career for a while, a long time. You're an amazing leader. Thank you for sharing your story here on theCUBE, celebration of International Women's Day. Every day is IWD, and thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, I'm John Furrier here in the CUBE studios in Palo Alto. Thank you for watching. IWD, more to come. Stay with us. Hello and welcome to theCUBE's coverage of International Women's Day. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. We've got a great guest here, CUBE alumni, and very impressive, inspiring, Rachel Mouchouar-Scaff, who's Managing Director and General Manager at AWS. Rachel, great to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here. You all make such a tremendous impact with reporting out what's happening in the tech space and frankly, investing in topics like this. So thank you.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Your career has been really impressive. You've worked at Intel for almost a decade, and that company is very tech, very focused on Moore's Law, cadence of technology power in the industry, now at AWS, powering next generation cloud. What inspired you to get into tech? How did you get here? And how have you approached your career journey? Because it's quite a track record.
Wow, how long do we have?
We can go as long as you want. It's great.
All joking aside, I think at the end of the day, it's about this simple statement. If you don't get goosebumps every single morning that you're waking up to do your job, not good enough. And
that's a bit about how I've made all of the different career transitions that I have. You know, everything from building out data centers around the world to leading network and engineering teams, to leading applications teams, to going and working for, you know, the largest semiconductor in the world, and now at AWS. Every single one of those opportunities gave me goosebumps, and I was really focused on how do I surround myself with humans that are better than I am, smarter than I am, companies that plan in decades but live in moments, companies that invest in their employees and create like artists. And frankly, for me, being part of a company where people know that life is finite, but they want to make an infinite impact, that's a bit about my career journey in a nutshell.
Yeah. What's interesting is that, you know, over the years, a lot's changed. And the theme we're hearing from leaders now that are heading up large teams and running companies, they have 20 plus years experience under their belt, and they look back and they say, wow, things have changed and it's changing faster now, hopefully faster to get changed. But they all talk about confidence and they talk about curiosity and building. When did you know that this was going to be something that you got the goosebumps, and were there blockers in your way, and how did you handle that?
There's always blockers in our way, and I think a lot of people don't actually talk about the blockers. I think they make it sound like, hey, I had this plan from day one and every decision I've made has been perfect. And for me, I'll tell you, right, there are moments in your life that mark a differentiation. And those moments that you realize nothing will be the same, and time is kind of divided into two parts, right? Before this moment and after this moment. And that's everything from before I had kids, that's a pretty big moment in people's lives, to after I had kids. And how do you work through some of those opportunities? Before I got married, before I got divorced, before I went to this company, after I left this company. And I think the key for all of those is just having an insatiable curiosity around how do you continue to do better, create better, and make better. And I'll tell you, those blockers, they exist. Coming back from maternity leave, hard. Yeah. Coming back from a medical leave, hard. Coming back from caring for a sick parent or a sick friend, hard. But all of those things start to help craft who you are as a human being, not as a leader, but as a human being, and allows you to have some empathy with the people that you surround yourself with, right? And for me, it's, you can think about these blockers in one of two ways. You can think about it as, you know, every single time that you're tempted to react in the same way to a blocker, you can be a prisoner of your past, or you can change how you react and be a pioneer of the future. It's not a blocker when you think about it in those terms.
Mindset matters, and that's really a great point. And you brought up something that's interesting. I want to bring this up. Talk about the challenges in different stages of our lives. You know, one thing that's come out of this set of interviews, this of day and the conversations, is that I haven't heard before is the result of COVID. Working at home brought empathy about people's personal lives to the table. That came up in a couple of interviews. What's your reaction to that? Because that highlights that we're human, to your point earlier.
It does. And I'm so thankful that you don't ask about balance, because that is a pet peeve of mine. Because there is no such thing as balance. If you're in perfect balance, you're not moving and you're not changing. But when you think about, you know, the impact of COVID and how the world has changed since that, it has allowed all of us
to really think about, you know, what do we want to do versus what do we have to do? And I think so many times in both our professional lives and our personal lives, we get caught up in doing what we think we have to do to get ahead versus taking a step back and saying, hey, what do I want to do? And how do I become a better human? And many times, John, I'm asked, hey, how do you define success or achievement? Mm-hmm. And, my answer is really for me, the greatest results that I've achieved, both personally and professionally, is when I eliminate the word success and balance from my vocabulary and replace them with two words. What's my contribution and what's my impact? Those things make a difference regardless of gender. And I'll tell you, none of it is easy, ever. Yeah. I think all of us have been broken. We've been stretched. We've been burnt out. Yeah. But I also think what we have to talk about as leaders in the industry is how we've also found endurance and resilience. And when we felt unsteady, we've continued to go forward, right? When we can't decide, the best answer is do what's uncomfortable. Yeah. And all of those things really stemmed from a part of what happened with COVID.
Yeah, yeah. I love the uncomfortable and the balance highlight you mentioned, being off balance. That means you're growing, you're not standing still. I want to get your thoughts on this because one thing that has come out again this year and last year as well is having a team with you when you do it. So if you're off balance and you're going to stretch, if you have a good team with you, that's where people help each other, not just pick them up, but like maybe get them back on track again. So, but if you're solo, you fall, you fall harder. So can you, what's your reaction to that? Because this has come up and this comes up in team building, workforce formation.
And we're back. We're back from lunch. Find your seat. And we're starting up again with the second half. Wasn't that a great morning with all the speakers? Did you enjoy it? Yeah? Awesome, awesome. Now while you're all settling in and quieting down, this is so different than the usual traditional conference where you have to work very hard to get people to talk to each other. Here you have to work really hard to get people not to talk to each other. I just want to give a shout out to people at Suffield, to people at Cal State LA, and to people at Bennington College who are joining us on the live stream today. So welcome all of you. Yeah, thanks for that. Now, I've told you this morning that with Wits we're all around the world and we're very ambitious people. And so we said the world is not enough. We want to be in outer space. Now, we couldn't find anyone at the International Space Station to live stream. So we thought, what is the best next thing? And the best next thing is to have an amazing speaker talk about stuff from outer space. So here we have Maria Elena Monzani from the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center talking about dark matter.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the nice introduction. We heard a lot this morning about dark matter, which is the mystery of human behavior. So I'm going to zoom out a little and talk about the dark matter in the galaxy. Okay, there we go. What is dark matter and how do we know it exists? I'm going to show something that we are all familiar with, which is our own solar system. If this thing listens, there we go. So this chart shows the orbital speed of the different planets as a function of the distance from the sun. You can see I'm a rebel because Pluto is still a planet for me, or this chart is very old. As you all know, the year on Earth is the Earth's orbit is exactly 1 year. That's what it comes from. On Mercury, it's about 3 months. Out to Neptune is about 200 years. So that's a general law of physics. When you have the mass in a system concentrated in a spot, things will go slower, will rotate slower when you go away from the center of mass. So we can ask ourselves what this looks like with the galaxy. We've been making a lot of measurements about rotational velocities in galaxies since the 70s. And if you take it, this is the Triangulum galaxy, which is where this measurement was first made before I was born, but not that long before. This is a photo of the Triangulum galaxy. You can estimate the mass from the light that you see. And you know there is a curve there that shows you the rotational velocity that we expect from the visible disk. So they made the measurement, and this is what they found. Not only were things going like not slowing down, they were going faster, even out to where there was no visible stars, etc. If you've taken a little bit of classical mechanics, you can apply the virial theorem to this chart. You have a factor of 3 discrepancy between the two curves out at the edge. That means there is about a factor of 9 mass that is there. We see the gravitational effect. We're not seeing the actual thing. We're not seeing the light. A person who made this measurement is a woman by the name of Ira Rubin. She died a few years ago. And like irony, the new dark energy telescope that is being built at Gran Sasso is named after her. But dark energy is not dark matter. So anyways, we're going to zoom. I showed you what the galaxy looks like. I'm going to zoom way out and talk about the whole universe. This is a picture from the recently released data from the James Webb Space Telescope. You see all those objects in the back that are kind of like red and wiggly. There is a lot of dark matter in this photo, very obviously. We don't see it, but the wiggliness shows that there is a lot of matter between us and the object, even though we don't actually see the matter. So you all know that 14 billion years ago, the universe blew up out of nowhere. And 400,000 years after the Big Bang, what we call the Big Bang, or the beginning of the expansion, there was a recombination event. Basically, there was light produced. That light is still there now. So if I go back here, the previous thing, and look what's behind those red galaxies, what's there, you know, when there are no stars, no galaxies, what I see is a little bit of light. It's in the millimeter wave, centimeter wave. So this is what it looks like in false colors. Basically, there was an explosion. This is warm and cold spots in the explosion that we can still see. They are 3 degrees above the absolute zero. We call this a baby picture of the universe. This is what it looked like 400,000 years after the Big Bang. This is the measurement from Planck in 2000, I'm going to say 13. And if we represent this picture in a unit that's called spherical harmonics, we can use it to weigh how much stuff is in the universe right now. Interestingly enough, you see a 4.9% in yellow there. That's every particle that we ever discovered or ever measured at a collider, a detector, etc. So most of the universe, sorry, this was outside the newspaper stand. They described it very well. Most of the universe is missing. We don't know what it's made of. We have about 27% to 30% of dark matter, 5% is the stuff we know, and everything else is dark energy. The first time this was attempted, this was measured, the different fractions. I was taking a gap year to do research between my master's and my PhD. Let me tell you, that was a great time to get into physics. Okay, what is dark matter? Spoiler alert, we don't know, and I call that job security, but anyways. I said earlier, all the particles we know, there is 13 of them, no, 17 of them. This is a new chart because it includes the Higgs boson, so it's after 2013. We're going to compare this list with the known properties of dark matter. Dark matter has gravitational interaction because we see it like rotate the galaxy, hold it together. Because it holds the galaxy together, it has to live not a fraction of a second. This gets rid of like 70% of the particles that we know. And then it cannot be hot or light or slippery. I'm talking now about neutrinos. Neutrinos are elementary particles. For example, the sun sends out, we get from the sun 100 billion neutrinos per square centimeter per second. So I don't know where south is, but if I put my hand, it's going to be like million billion neutrinos per second. They're very slippery. They go through everything. They cannot hold the galaxy together. So remove the neutrinos, and then I'm left with electron, up and down quarks, which make up protons and neutrons. So I'm left with the stuff we're made of. We interact with light. We don't shine, but we shade, or we reflect. That's why you see me right now. So it's not it, because otherwise we would see it. And so we're done. We don't have any particles left. Like I said earlier, very good news for a particle physicist, because it means there are new particles we haven't found yet. So what do we know about dark matter? Well, there is a lot of it. We use the iceberg thing to describe visible and dark matter. It was formed during the Big Bang, that's what we think, because during the Big Bang there was basically infinite energy, so you could make an infinite amount of, an arbitrary amount of anything. So to make a lot of anything, you take the Big Bang. Now we can rewind the movie to the Big Bang, to about 1 second from the very beginning, and in that 1 second, we actually see it interact with regular matter. So, let's see if we can make it interact with regular matter again. So that's what we're trying to do. This is called direct dark matter detection. It has very cool detectors. I'm going to show you a lot of pictures now. The idea here is that dark matter particles will interact with the atomic nuclei. And the recipe is build a massive tank or a massive tower of nuclei, hide it deep underground, wait for the dark matter particle to bump into one of your nuclei, and it's going to be extremely rare. Look for the recoil on the nucleus, so the tiny vibrations from the nucleus that has been hit by dark matter. You should have screamed when I said underground. Why are you hiding your thing underground? This is a GIF of the aurora borealis from space. This is what our atmosphere looks like. Most of the time, we don't see the charged particles with our eyes, but like we're being bombarded by cosmic rays. If I put a detector this big here, a ultra-sensitive detector, that's all we're going to see. It's going to light up like a Christmas tree. So what we do is we bury it under a mountain. This is an example of what they do in Mont Blanc. What we do is our experiment is in South Dakota, in the former Homestake mine, a mile underground. If you've ever seen the TV show Deadwood, or if you know of the Hearst family, that's the mine that we're talking about. No gold, just dark matter. My experiment is called LZ, acronym of acronyms. I'll apologize, I didn't pick the name. I can't even say it, to be honest, but anyways. This is in South Dakota. Great place to visit. It's not known as a tourist destination. It is awesome, especially in the summer. You can see at the top of the mountain there, that's the head frame. The cable is about 6 miles long. You can go way deeper than where we are. They started digging from the top, and then it caved in. We call that the open cut. So that's what it is. Like I said, if you grew up in Europe like I did, and you watch movies about America, the Wild West, that's what it is. There is mining. There is like, Wild Bill, all these people. Calamity Jane is buried in Deadwood. So great place to visit. So this is how the detector works. It's a bucket of liquid xenon containing 10 tons of the stuff. Liquid xenon is very compact, very dense, so it's about yay big by yay big, 5 by 5 feet. It packs a lot of mass, 10 tons in this much. I don't weigh 10 tons, I promise. So the funny thing is that we measure the recoils, we measure it through light. So basically what happens is I have a dark matter particle, bumps into a xenon atom. Xenon atom gets very excited. Its electrons start jumping up and down, and when they jump up and down, they emit light, and we measure with photodetectors at the top and bottom of the bucket. Then we apply an electric field, extract the electrons. Some electrons get knocked loose. We extract them. They go to the top where we have a thin layer of gas, more light, we detect it again. So it's kind of fun that we detect dark matter using a light signal. How do you build a massive tank of nuclei? Take a lot of photos because those things look great. We have photodetectors. They are 3 inches across. This was 30 years of work to build those things that work in the cold, ultraviolet, low radioactivity. We have a lot of them, like 500 of them. And then we built a bucket. In the bucket, you make it of very reflective material so that you collect all the light. And it was designed by one of our engineers who, after the fact, we found out was a Lego fan. And that's basically how we built it. We built it like a Lego bucket. It took about 3 weeks. It was a pretty quick process to build once you had it. Then you made the the light sensor arrays to the bucket. That's the finished product. Then you put it in a, sorry, I should point over there. You can't see the screen where I'm pointing. Roll it to the side and bring it down. That's the head frame where the cable goes. That was October of 2019. There was a lot of snow already. And this is the detector at the end of its journey down the shaft. It was hung down below the cable. It wouldn't fit in the cage, in the elevator cage, and they lowered it very slowly. It took about 2 hours. When we lower humans, it takes 11 minutes. So that was a priority. And if you ask us how we settle on this detector size, oh no, I forgot, never mind. Sorry, here's a question. You saw everybody wearing like clean room suit. What are we trying to do? Well, everything's radioactive. Spoiler alert, we are very radioactive. The air we breathe is a little bit radioactive, which is how carbon-14 dating works. Potassium is a little bit radioactive, but if you don't have potassium, your heart stops. Nothing to be scared of. But if we don't build things way less radioactive than we are, we're just going to see the materials itself. So we made it super clean, put it a mile underground to suppress stuff from the atmosphere. All our materials are between 100,000 and 1 million times cleaner than regular, than what we're made of, which means we had to invent new materials, but that's a different story. And even then, we get about 50 counts per second in our detector of background, stuff that is not dark matter. Or 1 billion counts per year, or 5 billion, or 1 petabyte of data a year, 5 petabyte total in our search. How does this compare to dark matter? Dark matter is spectacularly elusive. So in a liter of, oh, I should have brought a water bottle, but in a liter of volume on Earth, there are always about 3 dark matter particles. We're slamming again towards the dark matter halo, so it's streaming through us at 150 miles per second. So in my bucket, there is 1 billion of particles that go through every second. Of these, if we're very, 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 very lucky, we will measure a handful a year, 5, 6, 10, which is a very small number. And like I said earlier, this is like 1 billion of background particles per year. So this is an extreme needle in a haystack problem. We heard this morning and the haystack that was full of needles, mine is not, so this is how we feel about it. And so how does this work? Well, for starter, regular the xenon is very dense. Regular stuff will interact multiple times. Dark matter will interact never, or at most once. So we throw out everything that interacts more than once. And then that's already 95% of the interactions. Then we do some quality cuts for the things that don't leave enough energy to tell what they are. And then, because xenon is so dense, it's basically a wall for gamma rays that come from the cavern, from outside, from the detector material. And you see there that all the radioactivity shows up on the edge. So if we take the inner part and then do some quality cut, we're already down by a factor of 1 million. And then what we do, I showed you earlier that I have the drawing. We measure the interaction twice. The first time when the nucleus starts getting excited and the electrons jump up and down, and the second time when the electrons are extracted, the electron that gets loose. For dark matter or neutrons, the number of extracted electrons is much smaller than from everything else. So using that technique, we get rid of another 99.5% of the background. So we're left with 10 to the minus 9 event from what we started for, so a factor of 1 billion rejection. I'm making it sound easy, but it requires a couple of supercomputers. This is the newest one that we have at NERSC in Berkeley. And it required us to build the experiment in software between 3 and 5 times, depending how you count. So the last 5 years, while we were building and installing the detector, we did those things that are called MDC 1, 2, 3. So we build the detector in software, build the dark matter in software, threw all the dark matter and all the background signal at it, always simulated and practiced with it. So much so that when we actually took data in the spring of last year, we had results in like 2 weeks. We submitted to the journal 5 weeks later. Like all my students told me, this was way easier than what you had us do the last 5 years. So that's what we did to prepare. We had first light, like a telescope, although this is not really a telescope. We leveled the detector because there is a thin layer of gas on top, so you have to center the liquid level within the electrodes. You know, we had little things to move it up and down. Very importantly, we can put radioactive stuff or shine radioactive stuff to the body of the detector to know what the signal looks like. The orange, the lower band, is where dark matter should show up. The blue is where all the external radioactivity should show up, all the radioactivity. So this is, you know, when you shine a radioactive source, which you know mimics the signal in the background. When you really turn it on, it looks like this. The detector screams at you, and then we do the cleanup that I mentioned earlier. For example, if you do the radial distribution, so x-axis is the radius, the distance from the center, and then y-axis is the depth, all the background shows up on the edge. So if you make a quiet box inside, you get rid of like 95% of the backgrounds, and all the selections I showed you earlier. So data cleans up nice. I forgot to tell you, this is a data science conference. I want to say there are fancy algorithms that we use. Because these things are like 1 in a billion, what we use is the same techniques that are used at the data centers for intrusion detection. You know, there are very few hackers compared to the number of users, so we borrow their techniques. So this is a clustering, anomaly detection using clustering, which comes from Google Cloud. And this is, sorry, went the wrong way. And this is from my postdoc's PhD thesis. It's kind of the same plot, but not with the same color scale. And maybe you see there that there are smudges of blue and the stuff underneath. Those are detector anomalies that could trick us into thinking we saw dark matter, but didn't. And so it was fun with the same technique that is used all over with, you know, in AI. So like I said, the data set cleans up real nice. So the red band here, where it says NR band, is where the dark matter should show up. And the gray band is when we do all the cleaning and we only have the good background events, the ones that are nominal, let's say. You see that the red band is pretty empty. And in fact, we fitted this. And the best fit was 0 dark matter interactions at every mass. I did not explain what this chart is. I don't think it matters. I think the interesting bit is like, OK, the red bands is where we expect dark matter to show up, and it didn't. Disappointing, but like I said, job security. And also, we like to say we found nothing but better than everybody else. And so if you look in a space for dark matter and you don't find it in that space, that tells you a lot about what dark matter looks like, because it's not there. You know, like when you lose your keys and you empty your bag and it's not in your bag, you're like, OK, maybe it's on the counter. Same thing. So purple is better, so we're going down, and the curve there, you know, those are our competitors, and you see every year there is a new line of a different experiment that says, no, here, not here, not here, so we're going down. Like I said earlier, job security, so we have like 5 years to look for this, so we're going to go down more. And then in orange is when our search will be done, because we have too much backgrounds that we cannot discriminate against. Like I said, 5 petabytes of data. If you have brilliant algorithms that you want to used for ultra rare anomaly detection. Talk to me, we can make a deal. I'm Italian. I can trade data for algorithms, etc. So I want to acknowledge that this is a large effort. My team, this is a photo from right before the pandemic, 2019. We were all in South Dakota in the summer. We're going back this summer, finally, after 4 years. It's 250 people from 3 continents, 35 institutions, lots of funding agencies. I love that governments all over the world want to put money into figuring out what reality is made of. And then it's not just us. If you zoom out, there are maybe 30, 40 teams that are looking for dark matter right now in 3 underground labs in the American continent, 3 underground labs in Europe, 3 in Asia, et cetera, and there are like 30, 40 teams. I started doing this research in 2006 when there were like 50 people or less working on this problem. Now it's like 2,000, something like that. It exploded. 30 groups, we haven't found anything. I'm just gonna say this photo is, if you see it, it's a little bit bright, but it's the Milky Way observed from New Zealand. New Zealand is important because the galactic center cannot be observed from the northern hemisphere. Like where you see that cloud over there to the right, that's the center of the galaxy. And it's shady because there is matter, there is gas between us and the center of the galaxy. So most of what you see in this photo is dark matter, but you don't see it because we don't have dark matter eyes. And it's out there, there's a lot of it, it's waiting to be found, it's hiding in plain sight. If you guys, I see a lot of people younger than me here. If you want to do a career change, if you're looking for a dissertation, there will be work to do for the next 20, 30 years in here. Hopefully we will find it, but we may not, so please come work with us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks so much. I think you win the prize for the best quote ever, finding nothing but better than everyone else. I just love it. So in just under a minute, we're going to see another video, but I wanted to introduce that video to you because one of the most common questions we get asked at Wits from wannabe, aspiring data scientists is, how do I enter the field? What should I be studying to become a great data scientist like all of our speakers here today? And so we're going to have a small interlude video that shows the path of someone who's just discovering data science, followed by a panel that will continue on that theme. So I hope you really enjoy that video and then the panel after.
I have learned that I'm capable of really hard things. I've learned that I can be out of my comfort zone a lot. It's really hard to do things that you've never done before. Switching careers just taught me that I was capable of so much more than I thought I was. I graduated from business school with a degree in finance and accounting, and right after school I joined an aerospace company as a staff accountant, and then I evolved from that. I was leading a team of 5 or 6 people, and I just found it harder and harder to motivate myself and motivate my team because I realized that finance wasn't necessarily something that I was really aligned with. I left the Bay Area and left my job in the aerospace company at the end of 2019 to move to Canada. So I just started making connections that were related to the circular economy and specifically to sustainable food systems. So I met a bunch of people that were working in that industry. I just knew it was something that really spoke to me and was really important, both for social and environmental impact. I was lucky to meet with Jessica, who's the CEO of FoodMesh. I joined her team as head of finance. I kind of switched my industry towards something that I really cared about, but I was still in finance. So it checked one of the boxes, but not all of the boxes. When I was working at FoodMesh, I got involved into this data project for a national retailer to collect 6 years worth of food waste data and show the progress that they had made in reducing their food waste. And that's when it really clicked for me. I could do something really cool and really important with this data to bring awareness around the topic of food waste. After this data project, I knew that I wanted to get more involved into data and gaining some skills. So I signed up first for a certificate with BrainStation. It showed me what was possible, or like the various professions that were around data science. That gave me the opportunity to see what I was really excited about. Sometimes you just know, like, you want to do this, and that's fine, and you go for it 200%. But in my case, it was a time commitment, it was a financial commitment. Quitting your job, it's not easy, so I wanted to make sure. The bootcamp was just the beginning of my learning journey, and I know that I still need to acquire a lot of skills, and so I wanted to be able to learn from other people that have been doing this for years. That really got me thinking into what kind of job do I want to have after. 2 main criteria for me was finding data team that I could learn from and keep working for something ideally impact-driven, related to community or social, environmental impact. I am a performance and data analyst for the city of Vancouver, and I just started last week. I'm focused right now on workplace safety and to make sure that people can get home safely at the end of the day. So it's really looking at metrics around workplace incidents and the processes around that to see how we can improve things. But the team works on all sorts of metrics that can be related to homelessness, housing, sustainability. What I really like about it is that it feels like there's a real life impact into this work. Well, because I do live in Vancouver, so I see it every day, and just working with people that are dedicated to serve the city is really inspiring. This whole process also showed me is that for my first day of work last week, I was not nervous. I was just really excited. And I've never had that before. I've always been, everyone is nervous their first day of work. And I just wanted to be there. I just wanted to start. And that was such a good sign.
Great. Wonderful to hear from Laura, Mercy, and Vancouver. And I just wanted to point out, you remember Judy Logan, one of the co-directors of Wits? She's here. And I mentioned her because she has a son, and it was her son, Danielle, who introduced this to Laura. And I think, Dan, you're here somewhere. Yeah, he's hiding right there in the middle. Thanks so much for that introduction. So panel members, please come up. We're going to have a panel on preparing for a career in data science with 4 wonderful people, all with different stories to tell you. We have Sander Smith, another Dutchie, on stage who will be moderating, joined by Adriana and Monse and Elaine. So enjoy, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome everybody to this panel. So you probably have heard data science has been called the sexiest job for almost a decade, right? And nowadays the job is still very popular, well paid, and is still projected to grow for at least another decade. And I think today we've seen also so many instances where data science can make a contribution to just such a wide variety of topics. And with that in mind, I first wanted to ask the audience, who of you is preparing for a career in data science? So where are all the students? Yay. And who of you is training the next generation of women data scientists? Awesome. All right, give yourself a round of applause. You deserve it. So my name is Sana, and I am the program director and a lecturer in the Education Data Science Master's program. And joining me today are Monse, Adriana, and Elaine. Today, we are not going to give you the roadmap to becoming a data scientist. Instead, we're here to deepen your perspectives of preparing for a career in data science. So our panel comes from various backgrounds. They've had diverse experience, and they work in data science in different capacities and different roles. So first of all, I'll give a very brief introduction. You have the bios in your leaflet, so I won't dwell too long on it. But Monse here is a mathematics designer for UCubed, which is a Stanford center that aims to support math educators with the latest research and findings for math educations. And they're very busy with thinking about how data science fits in high school curriculums. Adriana she really believes that data-driven decisions are the best way to solve problems in any industry, and that is the major reason why she transitioned to data science from an established career as a senior geophysicist. So after spending lots of years in the oil and gas industry, where she analyzed lots and lots of data, she is now continuing educational studies in spatial data science. And last we have Elaine, who strives to be the connective tissue between business analytics, engineering, and data science. So she's a staff data analyst at Intuit, which is a global financial technology platform that serves more than 100 million customers and small businesses customers. So we have a couple of exciting questions that I wanted to ask you today. And the first one that I wanted to start off with is, what has helped you to get where you are? And what advice would you have for others who would want to set off in a similar direction? I'm going to start with Elaine.
Thank you for the question, Sana. And absolutely an honor to be here. I think I represent a bit more on the analytic route of data science. And thinking back to the career, I think two things specifically helped me to set up my career. First is finding where my energy is at, and second is basically reaching out to ask people, what do you do, and how can I help? With that, let me share my personal story. So my undergrad study is in statistics and nutritional science. And after graduating, I transitioned into basically a dream job that marries both disciplines. And I got into a research project, understanding the impact of obesity on diabetes. So I was very excited to join the hospital on this project. And after 3 months, I was completely miserable. And it was not the cadence I was expecting. And it basically will still be months until we start analyzing the data. So I was very crushed and trying to figure out what to do next. And I got an opportunity to talk to a lot of people around me and was introduced to something called website analytics at that time. And I was just so intrigued by that industry. So how you set a beaconing to collect the data, you can see people's interaction of the website through numbers and lines of data. And also, it's very close to customer experience. And you're very close to optimizing something that helps people to use websites and products better. And instantly, I just felt this surge of energy that felt like this is something I really want to get into. So it was really through talking to people around me, I got to explore this type of career. And eventually I talked to more people, and a friend introduced me to another friend who was also in the industry. And just by myself sharing, this is what I learned in school, this is the type of project I have worked on, and this is the type of problem I'm able to solve. I was able to enter into the web analytic industry with Lululemon in the beginning. So thinking back, I think two things that really helped me. One is how I did not start on the right place, and not feeling that energy helped me to look elsewhere. And second is just genuinely ask people around you to see, what do you do? And here's what I know, how can I help? I know some people put this as networking, and it sounds so daunting, but it's really just finding out what's out there and offering yourself out to see how can I help. And that's what helped me to start my career.
Thank you, Elaine. So what does that look like? So for you, Adriana, you already had an established career as a geophysicist. What does it look like when you're at that point in your life?
Yeah, first of all, hi all. I'm from Colombia, but I live in Houston, Texas. I am in a point where I am transitioning from the oil and gas industry. As you know, like we all humans, we move where the necessity is. We work where we find a necessity. Before the necessity was, the energy was coming from the oil and gas, and we know that now that's something that is affecting all of us. So I was in this industry, and I said, well, it's dying. I need to do something else. And so I decided to take data science classes. And when I started, and I noticed that it was so similar to what I have been doing all these years, because what you do in seismic, and seismic appeared again for necessity, because drilling was so expensive, people couldn't go and drill just, okay, I'm going to drill here and get the oil, right? No, you needed to have information, you needed to have data, so you would not lose all that kind of money. So the same thing with this, when I moved to data science, I thought it was the same thing. I'm doing the same thing. I'm getting a bunch of data, and cleaning the data, and modeling, and I'm predicting to have a real better decision, knowing what I need to do. So for me, it's, amazing. But for me, it's like practically I'm going from the specific to the general, because data science is so wide, it's such a big field that my recommendation is like somebody has to love the data that they are working with. Be passionate about that data, because it's a very wide field. So it is my struggle now too, because, for example, if I apply for jobs, they want people with experience, and my experience doesn't apply to every single, angle. I mean, if I go to business, they say, well, you are not like a business person. Or if I go to biology or healthcare, is complicated. But we are moving there. There's no way we're going back. We have to use all the data that is existing right now. Before, there was like no record of what was happening. Now it's every single moment is recording data, and we have to use it. And that's kind of the future.
Yeah, thank you. So it's really about sort of finding that what you're good at and what you're passionate about. All right, so Monse, you come in with a different perspective, because your work focuses on weaving data science into high school curriculum. So that's like a really different point of departure, learning about data science. So for you, why is it so important that teenagers learn about data in the data science field?
Yeah, as a mathematics educator, I've worked on, the traditional math courses in high school, algebra, geometry, all these things. And those are very important, but as we're thinking about what should students know? Like when we're thinking of like helping create citizens, right? Like who's gonna graduate high school? What should they know in order to be productive people in society? And we're realizing that it's, much more important than knowing trigonometry is being able to read the newspaper, is being able to understand, around like election season, what the margins of errors in polls mean, or being able to, you know, like it was so clear with like COVID coming around and all this data coming on, like, you know, who gets sick, how does it work, like how's contagion, how do vaccines work, the risk around these things, right? All of that is like data literacy. And if you're not able to, just like engage with all the data that, as you're saying, is now everywhere, it's used to make all sorts of decisions. And if people are not prepared to understand what that means, then we're failing our students, right? So that's how we kind of pivoted into data science education, which is a brand new field, right? There was not, even at like the college level, there's just now programs coming up, let alone in high school. It's like very, very much a field that, you know, didn't really exist when we started working on it just a few years ago. So that's how I find myself in data science education now. We strongly believe in it, and we're trying to figure out what it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you so much. So another thing that that I thought was also really interesting about what you said is that, you know, when you're thinking about people that are teenagers, to sort of equip them with that basic understanding what data is in their lives and how they may sort of approach with it. And then there's various points in your career where you can sort of dive deeper, right, and learn more about the techniques and about the applications. Another thing that I often hear is that people sort of struggle with how to keep up with sort of the pace of evolving technology in the data science field. And I was wondering if you've had any thoughts or advice on all the cool stuff that keeps coming out. How do you approach that? This is for
all of us.
Yeah.
I will say something that as we're like designing curriculum for high school, we are preparing people to work with technology that doesn't exist. Very obviously, right? Even if you're training someone, it's like, okay, they're gonna go get a job next year. So like, you know, what is the software that will be needed in that job? But if I'm thinking, you know, most likely this is someone who's gonna go to college, get a job in 5 years or more, definitely whatever we use is not gonna be what's relevant then. And so our focus is on, sure, teaching them, you know, the tools that are important right now. You know, we'll look at some coding, like Python, things like that, which we know are useful. But more than that, we focus on thinking, how do we support students in figuring out how to figure out technology, right? And learning how to learn, and not necessarily telling them, like, you click here, then you click here, then you click here, which they will A, forget immediately, and B, you know, it'll be gone the next time even this software is updated. But instead, figuring out how, when you are seeing a brand new piece of software or a brand new way of approaching things, you know, how do you face that? Like, how do you play around with it? How do you go and then like go online and try to read about it? And all these things that like are much more important to us than necessarily teaching any one piece of technology, which was something we didn't really expect when we were starting. Right at first, we were like, okay, let's go cutting edge, and then by the time we were done researching what cutting edge was, it was something else.
Yeah, absolutely. I can totally resonate with what you shared about teaching them about how to learn, because I absolutely feel like the best thing someone can learn about is the ability to acquire new knowledge. Then it's also absolutely true that new technology come out all the time, and it's very hard to keep up with all the happenings that's going on all the time. I think something that could be helpful for the students is to learn in phases. So there are a lot of technologies out there, and it's really good to get a very general overview level of knowledge to say what kind of technology or tool does what kind of thing. Then knowing them on a high level help us to have a general sense of what's out there. Then the next level of information that could be helpful is to stem from where we are to see for the problem that we're currently solving. Maybe there's not the best tool right now. Then does this tool help me right now to solve the question at hand? So that will draw the attention to help our current work immediately and help us to get to know the knowledge, new technologies that way as well.
I think that, technologies, yes, it's changing so fast. I think everybody sometimes feels that we are leaving behind, like it's going too fast. But I think, that's what I think we need to be specific sometimes on what kind of data so you can keep up, with everything. And so that's what I'm thinking education should be, like the data science should be first, should be like a core class, and then it would be divided to people depending on what they are passionate about, again. And so pretty much is what I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So get to know the advantages and shortcomings so we can utilize the tools to feature to what we need to solve. Right?
So hey, and do you also think that women experience different or more challenges as they prepare for a career in data science? And what are your thoughts on how to support women as they prepare for a career in data science? Adriana, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I think our culture is women have more challenge because the expectation for women is very different. Usually you don't see like in the TV or an advertisement that said, oh, this is a data scientist, like a successful woman. So for girls, it's like they kind of get all this information about something else and looking pretty, or it's not the successful woman that they want us to put on aside. So I think that limits a lot of the potential that many girls have. But the only way I see that we can change is being together. Like we are here today. I feel so honored to be here with all of you. And I'm able to share the struggles and all together look for solutions and help each other is the only way. Because it's not only, we are so fortunate that we are here, and this world where we have a voice, but there's many women in the world that don't have a voice. They don't have the opportunity to study, so in the name of them, we need to get together and help and think of them, because we could be there. It's a matter of, we are lucky, it's like randomness. You never know, you are born, who knows, you could have been born in a country where you are not allowed to do anything.
So a lot of that sounds like it's part of it is socialization, what we grow up with. So Monse, because you work with high school students, do you think what are the unique opportunities? I'm leaning towards. What are the unique opportunities for having data science as part of the high school curriculum in this particular issue?
Yeah, when I think about women and girls in data science, I actually think of the opportunities that data science brings. Because as someone whose background is actually like math education more broadly, that's a huge pipeline issues with women in STEM, in all fields of STEM. And math is often one of the big barriers. So this, part of our job has always been trying to, change the perspective, and math can be for everyone, everyone can do math. Math doesn't have to look in these ways that it has traditionally looked, and data science doesn't really come with that baggage right now, at least at the high school level, it very much doesn't. It's not, if you're thinking, oh, no one's just oh, only boys take data science classes, because no one takes data science classes right now. So it actually gives us this opportunity to have students come in, and they might not, have any expectations of who should be in a data science classroom. And also the field itself has this beautiful, I think a complicated but beautiful thing we were talking about, right? How it applies to everything. And so many girls, and I'm thinking specifically of some of the girls that have been in our programs. We ran a summer camp recently, and we had a specific student who was saying, I didn't know I could, she was I love subjectivity, and I thought I could only bring my own opinions into history or English. I didn't know I could have opinions in math, right? And the opportunity that data science brings us, where we're analyzing data on their lives and their communities and all these things, it makes math so much more meaningful to them, right? And it can change their perspective on data science, but we're also seeing and hoping that it changes their perspective on math and STEM broadly. And even if, they walk out of the class, they're still like, well, no, I'm not a math person, that's like something else. We're like, okay. But can they still think like, oh, but STEM's okay, like this is a STEM thing and I did it and I was successful at it. So to me, despite the barriers that we still see within data science, because it's not that they're not there, it actually represents a huge opportunity for students to see themselves as potential data scientists in ways that they might not see themselves as perhaps like just scientists or mathematicians, because those come with like more older societal baggage perhaps.
Thank you. So Elaine, do you see, as you're working as a data scientist, also ways, like what are some ways that, let's say, companies or organizations have been supporting you, or trends that you see in sort of ways to support women data scientists?
Yes, of course. I think it's very encouraging that from my own perspective, in a lot of the companies I've worked in the past, there is a growing trend that diversity, equality, and inclusion are becoming a more and more strong focus area. There are a lot of employee resource groups, like Women in Data Analytics, Women in Tech, and also, say, into Women's Network, that have a lot of like-minded women and also men supporting women together. And being in that network often makes me feel like there is a focus in this area. There is a devoted intention to become better in this area. Not saying there's no inequality at all, but I feel a lot of companies are actually actively spending energy and effort to bring inclusion and equality to the workplace. And from my personal experience, I actually feel like data science is a field that's really blessed, that I've never felt like I'm disadvantaged because I am just because I'm a woman. So it's rather a gender-neutral field from how I have experienced, and probably because of the environment I have been in, been very fortunate. And there have also been situations or times where I was completely just supported and encouraged by small things that's happening around me. It can be small things like I shared an idea and it wasn't first heard, then another colleague repeated similar idea, and that colleague happened to be a man or someone else. And there were people actively speaking up to say, yes, I heard Elaine mentioning this idea earlier, and I'm glad that Zhang also have the same recommendation. So it's great that we have both people having a similar insight. So small things like that really empowers me, and I think it will empower other people as well to feel heard. And I think that's something that's great for us to do on a daily basis. Voice it, acknowledge that someone have shared an idea if it's not taken up at first. And by speaking things like this very neutrally, it helped to surface the idea again and help the person with the idea to feel heard. And when we all do this, and when we do this for each other, I think it will become a norm that everyone gets heard. And there's also no assumption that maybe one person's idea wasn't heard just because it's a woman. Maybe it's not a gender-based thing. So I think we're all designers of our own experiences, and we can certainly support each other in small ways like that to promote equality, inclusion.
Right, thank you. So, do you remember a specific experience where you wished that you've done something differently in your career? So, like, if you were to do it over, what would you change? You can say.
Okay. For me, yes, of course, it's like when I think of, like how my career had progressed, and I was thinking, oh my God, this industry is declining, and seeing those massive layoffs, and I thinking I'm like in the wrong place. I mean, I choose the wrong career, but I think I should have maybe jumped earlier to data science. But I was thinking, well, maybe I make it. So that, I think that was like a mistake, maybe not. Because anyway, I learned a lot of things on geophysics, and I think right now, if I get another opportunity, I can apply a lot of things that I see different. You know, sometimes when you see like a graphic and you see it from different angle, you might find the answer. Maybe somebody that is in the same industry, like you can change the visualization and find and say, oh my God, that's what I need. So that's kind of what I said was my point, where I look back and I say, well, I maybe should have done that. My prediction should have been earlier. I was thinking already, based on the data, that I should jump, but I didn't. Well, but now I still did it. So I'm here trying to find a job, and I'm happy to have learned so much. And if, I did a project for the prediction and the diagnosis of the cancer. And of course, at the beginning, I'm like reading about, looking at the data and the size, and I couldn't figure out what was the size of these cells. And it turns out it was not size, it was pixels. And I was like, I'm used to, okay, centimeters, millimeters, what do you see? But I learned so much, and I was so passionate doing this, and I said, hey, well, yes, I'm used to seismic data, but this is very interesting. I love it. So that is my take on that question.
Yeah, that's a really good perspective. I think thinking back to my transition from my education into working in the industry, something occurred to me is that there is a bit difference between what we learn in school and in the industry. And the biggest difference is how in school, in projects and exercises, the end goal is usually very clearly spelled out. And there is usually good answers and certain things that the professor or the assignment is looking for the student to learn. But once getting into the real working field, one of the biggest challenge or the biggest part of the work itself is to figure out what we're trying to figure out. So the questions are usually very vague, and our success of being a great analyst, a great data scientist, actually comes from successfully navigating the ambiguity. So something that I think would be really helpful for all the aspirational data scientists while in school is to keep practicing that communication aspect, that soft skill aspect, in a way that when there's a question in the assignment, ask the professor, why are we asking this question? What is the end goal we're trying to solve? Really try to get behind the question and to find out basically the question behind the question. So keep practicing that communication skill. Keep being able to peel back the layer of the onion. So having that to become part of your skill set, that will really push the start of the career into the next level.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So this is, great advice for people that are in school to also, take coursework or take advantage of resources
Absolutely.
on campuses, such as writing centers, oral speaker centers that can support with that. What about people that are currently supporting early career data scientists? Are there particular things that have been really helpful for you as you were learning to navigate that right there on the job?
It's an interesting question. I think one book that helped me a lot is preparing for a product manager career. So there is more and more integration between an analyst role versus a product manager's role, and even a program manager role. So a lot of the thought processes about improving a product has a lot of similarity of what a product manager does. So thinking about the question from a business standpoint, from a product manager perspective, has been something that's really helpful for me myself to deepen my career in analytics. And it will no longer be just crunching number or doing deep dive analyses, but more about thinking what would be helpful strategically to find out the right solution for the context of my company. So it's both the right solution and the right context, and to start thinking about questions that we encounter basically in a fuller picture. So that product management perspective has been extremely helpful to help me to become a more mature analyst.
Great, thank you. Last but not least, Monse.
Yeah, I'm seeing the clock ticking down, Margot looking at me with dangerous eyes. So I'll take this question and take it a slightly different way. It's something I wish we'd done as society. In terms of math education, historically, right, for a long time now, we've focused on calculus as the end goal of high school. Right, if you are a very successful high school student, you took calculus in high school. That's generally in the US what it's like, and in a lot of countries kind of direct towards, you build up, you get pre-calc, calc, and that's where it's going. But math is so beautiful and so diverse, and calculus is just one piece of it. And I think that right now is becoming a bit of an issue with data science, because we have students who are super interested in that, but they see they will not show up as the most successful college applicant if they chose to do data stuff instead of calculus, for example, and things like that. And that's not to say we shouldn't have calculus. I love calculus. I think it's great. But I wish we had diversity of paths equally valued, that students could choose what they're interested in, what they think they would like to do, what they want to learn more about, and then have the chance to take calculus in college or take data in college. Do whatever they want to do at different times, instead of having some math being privileged over others, which is very much the way things are structured right now. So I wish we'd had the foresight to diversify pathways, and I hope we can still do that a little bit.
Well, what a beautiful note to end this on. Thank you so much for all your insight, and Sanne for moderating this panel. Yeah. And I just have to react to one thing you said, Monse, early on. You said you had a high school student who said, I didn't know I could have an opinion in math. I had a professor who told me, you can have an opinion in math, but it's the wrong one. So thanks again. We're going to segue to Tanzania for our next interlude.
Hello, my name is Mahadia Tunga. I'm the co-founder of Tanzania Data Lab, and I lead the Directorate of Data Science Research and Capacity Development. All my career, I actually got scholarship to access good quality education in Tanzania and abroad. So I feel like I'm indebted to help others, so that to help women in low-income communities also being able to access quality education. After co-founding Tanzania Data Lab, I established women in data programs specifically to inspire women to pursue careers in data. We offer scholarship for women to pursue graduate studies in data science, So that's where I got an opportunity to work with Rachel, Mwantumu, and Nurat, working on the area of HIV/AIDS.
My name is Rachel Alex Butoto. I got a chance to attend one of the Women in Data Science Africa conference. And so that really marked the beginning of my journey towards becoming a data scientist.
My name is Mwantumu Hussein Mbaga, and also I'm one among scholars from Tanzania Data Lab.
My name is Nurat Karamagi. I'm a data officer at Cambridge Education Tanzania Limited.
We are working on the triple 95 goal set by the UN AIDS. So we work on the first 95 and the last 95. So on the first 95, our rate is around 95% of people knowing the HIV status.
My piece works on early detection of HIV. And what really made me to go about this, I am a mother of two beautiful daughters. So I thought I might use my data science knowledge perhaps to create a modeling tool that will assist health facilities to predict the disease earlier, so that in that way, I'm sure it will save not only the young children, but the entire community. If in case my research performs well, then many people will be early diagnosed, that reducing like the prevalence as well as unnecessary costs.
In the last 95, our work is around ensuring that those who are in care stay in care.
So my contribution to the 95-95-95 goal is in guiding the provision of antiretroviral therapies for 95% of people who will be diagnosed with HIV/AIDS. The most surprising part of the work is, the potentials that data has and can be used to help us take precautions and preventive measures. So it's something that even surprised the doctors that I'm working with, that, we can use data to replace the manpower.
I'm going to two clinics to see how they care them, how they treat them, and the factors that trigger them to get this mental illness, depression, or anxiety. Through the care they get from the medical officers, their health is very good. So that's why I'm doing this research on the earlier detection of depression or anxiety to people living with HIV in order to save them in care.
So the first thing I would like to advise the young women out there is don't give up. If I would give up in my dreams before and never, collect myself and start afresh, then I wouldn't be here where I am today.
My dreams to be the biggest one, expert in data science. With the help of God, I will solve different challenges concerning my society, concerning my country. Yeah, by using that, I will solve different challenges.
You can't believe how much just getting into data science and updating that I'm a Masters of Data Science scholar made me be visible into a new job, which really has improved the standard of living of my family.
My dream is to wake up one day in Tanzania where there is equal opportunity for every community, despite their background, have access to quality education. At the same time, to have AIDS-free generation.
Aren't they amazing? I had the opportunity to meet with Mahadia Tunga and those students in Tanzania. And Mahadia, by the way, Mahadia Tunga, who is shown in this video, who guides these three wonderful master students, she is a long-standing Wits ambassador. And so look her up, she's incredible. Hey, we're going to do something that we've never, ever done before. And that is to have two sisters talk at the same time. Well, I hope not, but I hope they actually listen to each other. But, but they're joining us. Two sisters that I met quite a while ago here on campus. They also have a company that they founded together with the best name in the business called Crikey. So Ketaki and Janvi, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do you want to? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that great introduction. We're so excited to be here today. And we've had a chance to watch some of the talks. It's so inspiring to see how much WiDS has grown since I was a student. It's incredible. And we'll start out by introducing ourselves. And we're really excited to share something that we've been building that touches on multiple arenas of data science.
Thank you. Thank you again for having us. We'll be speaking today on bringing motion diffusion models to immersive entertainment. And we'll start with an introduction of who are we. My name is Janvi. I'm the CEO. My background, I did my BA and MBA at Stanford. In between, I did go to film school and work at YouTube before starting the company with my sister. And I'll have Ketaki introduce herself.
And I was pretty much at Stanford for 8 years. I did my BA, MA, and PhD here at the Virtual Human Interaction Lab. My research is more on the technical side of virtual and augmented reality. I also did some perception research at MetaQuest VR and Google X on the Glass team, and then brought all of that work to Crikey, where I now manage all things engineering, product, and design.
And we'd love for you to connect with us. So these are our LinkedIn QR codes, so please find us after as well. We'd love to talk to each of you. So what is Crikey? So we are a company that builds AI tools. The tool we're going to be presenting to you today is an AI animation tool. Supplementary to that, we also have custom 3D avatar toolkits, augmented reality mobile app toolkits. And the idea behind all of these is to empower creators and developers to create content faster, integrate these AI tools into their creative production pipeline, and create high-quality content, even if they don't know how to code. Our AI to AR pipeline is pretty unique, and we're very excited to present it to you today. And you can, of course, check us out at krikey.ai. That's KRIKEY.ai. So how does it work for a customer? We'll start on the business side to understand what is the tool, why is it important? So what is the tool? You can go to krikey.ai, and all you have to do is enter a simple text prompt. Today, we only do humanoid avatars, so it'll be a simple human motion text, walk, run, jump. We do zombie walk, moonwalk. We do a couple other types of prompts as well. You can generate a 3D avatar animation in minutes. Today, this process takes 5 to 10 business days. With our AI animation tool, it can take 5 minutes. Does this mean that the artist is no longer a part of the process? Absolutely not. I went to film school, and it would break my heart if we did that. So the way we see our tool is a supplement to the artist. We can build, with an AI animation tool, 80% of the human avatar's motion. So this is basic full body motion. But the emotion, the personality of the character, has to still come from an artist. How do we make a character happy or sad? What are the nuances of the facial or the hand expression? Those elements would still come from an artist. So we want to pair AI animation with artistry to generate the next generation of animation and creativity. Once you've generated your animation, you can export directly to social media to share your video. You can export your video to another video editing software tool to make it fancier. And then you can also export an FBX or a rig file, which is the inner skeleton of the character. So if you've created a 3D model of a character elsewhere and you want to just bring the animation into that character, you can do that as well in any 3D game engine of choice. And so what is motion diffusion? You've probably heard a lot about LLM models. So these are text-to-text like ChatGPT, text-to-image like Stability AI. There's also a lot of AI text-to-3D model companies on the market today. Ours is motion-based. So our AI model is built off of motion, so animation, video, data sets. And Ketaki will be speaking more about that in a few minutes. And what are some of the use cases? So we've broadly categorized these into 6 verticals where we believe AI animation can have a direct impact. The most obvious being, of course, gaming and film. Bringing the time down for animation generation from 10 days to 5 minutes is huge, and it can directly impact creative production timelines in gaming and film. There's a lot of learning companies, like ed tech companies, that use animation for tutorials, for education modules, and this is another place where we believe this type of AI tool could have a significant impact. There's also lots of metaverse companies. So these are immersive technology companies, so ones that build XR, AR, and VR experiences. And so using our AI animation tool, they can quickly prototype and drop in animated human characters to their experiences. Social media companies as well. There are a lot of places where you can generate a custom 3D avatar. But but you can't animate them yourselves anywhere today. With our AI animation tool, you can actually not only create your custom avatar, but also animate it yourself. And then, of course, cloud companies, because to run any AI model takes a lot of GPU, and so there's certainly collaboration opportunities there as well. Some quick examples we'll run through. These are from our tool. So this was generated with the prompt jumping jacks, and this you can change the speed of the animation, you can change the camera angle, you can customize the avatar. We do offer a generic or a humanoid rig, and you can switch between the two. We also have the ability to recognize the right and left side of the body. So you can see with this prompt, we've indicated for the character to move the left hand. You can keep or drop the shadow. You can change the background environment. And then, of course, you can export this into your own project and do what you'd like with it, with your creativity. And you are welcome to try this tool today at our website, crikey.ai. It is available only on desktop at the moment. We do hope to add a mobile version of it soon. And I'll pass it over to Kediki to talk more about how this works technically.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jambi, for sharing a little bit more about the end user experience and the business side of the tool. Now, of course, how did we build this and what were some of the challenges we faced? So first of all, to train a model like this and to build one, we need to go out and find a lot of data, right? So ultimately, the model is outputting predictions based on the data points that we've trained it against, and there's two different types of data. Because this is a text to animation model, we have to find motion data. So this could be motion capture data from people wearing mocap suits. It could be video data, so there's two options there. And then we actually have to text annotate all of this information with reasonable prompts. So for example, the video here, a reasonable annotation would be a person does a handstand. An unreasonable annotation might be a person stands up, right? So that's sort of correct, but it's not really what we're looking for, because later when customers are entering text prompts into the model, they're unlikely to get the right output if they put in something like handstand. So once we've sourced the data, and we'll talk more about exactly how hard is it to get motion data, but once we've sourced it, we then have to convert those data points into a format that we can actually use for training the model. And this is actually a multi-step process, especially when we're trying to train against video data. Videos are, of course, a 2D media format, right? So when we're watching people move in a video, we don't actually know the 3D position, rotation, and orientation of those people. We simply know that they're moving. So even though we have videos, we can't just immediately input them and train the model against them. We have to estimate the location of humans and their motion vectors in a given video frame, and then those are the data points that we'll train the model against. This is an algorithm called pose estimation. There's many ways to do this. The way we did it is shown in the GIF here. So what we're doing for all of these videos is we're estimating the position of all the joints in the human body, and we actually map those to a generic 3D avatar. So you can see in this video, the avatar is doing a handstand just like the original person in the video. Once we have the pose estimation data and the text annotations, we can actually begin to train the model. Now, once we have the model prediction outputs, this is essentially a Python file with 54 motion vectors, each with an X, Y, and Z value. Again, this is a flat file format, right? So we have to take these 2D motion vectors, convert them to 3D, and then map them once again onto humanoid rig joints so we can get the end output of the videos you saw earlier of a 3D character that is fully animated. And so there's a lot of challenges with finding videos that are actually going to be good quality to train the data on. So there's one example here at right. Obviously does not look as good as the handstand video that we saw before. And probably a surprise to nobody here who's ever tried to do any type of research, most data points are going to be like this, right? So training data doesn't come perfect. We have to find a good way to filter it. And so a few of the challenges here. So first of all, long clips. So if a video is 30 or 40 seconds long, that's probably too long to use for a training data point, right? So much can happen in a 30-second time span. We're really looking to kind of cut videos down to 3 to 5 seconds so we can really focus in on getting one action per data point. The second thing is number of humans. So again, that previous video that we looked at, that was a great video because it was one person doing a handstand against a totally clean background. This C-SPAN video, a lot more difficult, right? So there's multiple people in the camera. The camera angles are also changing. So we're cutting between different views of the room. the pose estimation algorithm is not perfect. So it doesn't understand what's happening when there's quick cuts, too many humans layered on top of each other in a frame. And of course, this video is also torso up, so we're missing the bottom half of the motion. So if we were to take the outputs of pose estimation, you can see right away that there's a lot of jitter in the motion vectors that are being estimated. This type of training data will lead to inaccurate model predictions and therefore a lower quality product at the end. And so again, just to reiterate, we've got to find a way to build a training pipeline that's going to filter out good videos and poor videos. Good videos have one human, a clear physical action, and just a singular camera angle. And then poor videos often have multiple humans, camera angles, and they're not full body. And again, to be clear, a starting video of 30 seconds, it could contain good clips and bad clips, right? So there's a lot of gray area here where we might get a lot of training data, and then we have to find a way to cut it up and sort through it to make sure that it's actually going to be usable for our purposes. And then once we've actually found our training data, we then have to start to annotate it. So I'll actually first just briefly touch on this video at right. So this is actually a real clip of a training video that we've ended up annotating. And you'll notice that it actually looks different than the videos we saw before. So the reason is we've actually taken a long clip of people playing volleyball, and we had to cut the clip so that, there's 12 people, right, on the volleyball court. We had to crop the video so that every person doing an action became their own video clip. The reason we had to do this was that if we took the raw volleyball video of 12 people and tried to train the model against that, we're going to end up with very inaccurate motion predictions because there's too many people in the same camera frame. Now, with the video we have at right, there's just one person, they're kicking a ball, it's very clear what the action is, and there's no one else in that training data point. So the next step would now be to annotate this video. We do have to use a manual process to label videos. The reason for this is that if you try to automate it, you will often get very low intercoder reliability. Now, what is intercoder reliability? It's basically us checking, okay, this video has 3 different labels. How similar are these labels? And then how accurate do we think these labels are? So again, thinking about this video, one coder might say a person kicks a ball. Okay, that's pretty good. Someone else might say a person plays volleyball. That's less good, right? Because it's not really clear that the person's playing volleyball from this clip. We would only know that if we see the broader context of the video, and that's not really relevant to the current data point. So this is another challenge that we've, excited to say, we've overcome with a long process, but it's important to get this right so that the end quality of the product is high. And then again, annotation examples. So strong annotation here would be a person jumps up and down, moving both arms and legs. A poor annotation would be simply jumping. While it's true that the person here is jumping, that doesn't really provide quite enough data for us to train the model effectively. And then this leads me to the next question, which is where are all the open source video data sets? So this is a surprisingly difficult challenge for anyone who's trying to train any AI model today. There's not a lot of open source video data sets to begin with. The ones that are available are often extremely specific, so they're all about cooking because there was a research paper about actions of cooking in the kitchen. There's specific sports data sets, but there's not really one big open source data set that contains a really wide range of humanoid motion. So the first challenge is the content that's out there is incomplete. The second challenge is private motion data sets. So of course, there's a lot of videos out there that would be great for our purposes, but they are private, so we have to go and get copyright and licensing rights. The third option, of course, is to create our own data set, but of course, that's very costly, and it takes quite a lot of time as well. Oops. Sorry, there we go. So the next steps for us are to continue to try to build out a big motion data set, a combination of motion capture data and video data, which we eventually hope to share with the broader research community. The reason for this is that we know that more video data is needed. We know that better annotations are needed. We've been able to make use of what's out there so far to train our model, but we hope that more people can build on our work, and we know that there's a lot more to do. And eventually, we hope to expand our current model to non-human characters as well, for example, dogs or dragons. And lastly, we just want to say thanks so much for having us here today. We're huge fans of WiDS, and please come see us afterwards at the reception. We'd love to meet all of you, and thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, both of you. That was great. And as a surprise, just to give you a reason to stay till the very end, we're going to see them again at the very end in our closing ceremony. So that's great. We're going to switch topic a little bit, and we have a couple of talks coming up before and after the coffee break. This is our last talk before the coffee break
around the theme of sustainability. And the first one to kick us off is Priya Danti. You saw her earlier. She's with Climate Change AI, and she was a partner in our datathon. And now we have a chance to listen to her give a talk about her work. So Priya, please join us.
Awesome. So thanks so much, Margot and team, for putting this amazing event together. So I want to use the next few minutes to tell you a bit about climate change. So climate change, as mentioned earlier, one of the most pressing issues that we as a society are facing today, and we're already feeling its effects, from storms to droughts to fires to flooding. These impacts are being felt globally, and they are disproportionately impacting the world's most disadvantaged populations. And this creates a real imperative to act quickly on this issue. In particular, according to the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we as a society need to hit net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 in order to avoid some of the worst impacts of climate change. And this is going to require us to rapidly transform virtually every sector of our society, from energy to transport to buildings to agriculture and so forth. So given that we're here at a kind of data science related conference, then a natural question to ask might be, are there ways that data science can play a role in actually helping us to address climate change? And a couple of years ago, a group of collaborators and I came together and put together this paper called Tackling Climate Change with Machine Learning, which tried to answer this question. In a succinct, 100 pages or so, we talked about the different ways in which AI and machine learning can help, for example, decarbonize our power systems, our transportation systems, help us build more resilient societies via disaster response, and also strengthen things like policy, economics, and individual decision making that'll be necessary to actually implement these kinds of strategies. And in that paper, there are lots of different themes that came up in terms of how machine learning could play a role, from distilling raw data into actionable information, doing things like turning satellite imagery into estimates about where our solar panels are or what the crop cover is in various agricultural lands to help us better adapt, or turning policy texts into actionable insights that could enable us to then form better policies later on. Also areas like forecasting. So for example, the Wits datathon was focused on this topic, right? How do we get more foresight on things like weather or solar power production or things like this in order to enable us to act more quickly on climate? There are also lots of places where machine learning can help improve the operational efficiency of a system. So for example, more efficiently operate the heating and cooling systems in our buildings, which make up about half of the emissions associated with buildings. Predictive maintenance, so things like identifying faults in our railway infrastructure in order to actually help that infrastructure run more smoothly and as a result be kind of relatively more competitive compared to non-public or more fossil fuel transportation. Accelerating scientific experimentation, learning from, for example, our past attempts to synthesize batteries and then recommend which experiments are most fruitful to try next in order to speed up our process of creating the best battery. And doing things like approximating time-intensive simulations, taking things like climate models or urban planning models, and learning fast approximations to them in order to enable us to run them at more granular spatial scales that are more suited to decision-making. So this is kind of a whirlwind tour towards through where machine learning can be used for climate action as a whole. And I also encourage you to look at these summaries that are linked on the slide if you're interested in poking through them. And these present a lot of really exciting opportunities to really leverage machine learning and data science to address, again, what is one of the most pressing issues of our time. Of course, there are some caveats here, right? Machine learning is not a silver bullet. In those places where it is applicable, for example, some of the examples on the slide, it's not the only component. There are many other pieces of the puzzle, other technical components, societal components, policy, things that need to come together to make these applications fruitful. And as we've heard throughout the conference today, it's really important that applications are grounded in the communities and with the stakeholders who would actually use them or who would be affected by them. And so collaborations and partnerships across different sectors and across different geographies are very key to making sure that these things go forward. So a lot of the opportunities on this slide are actually deployable today. We can really use today's machine learning and data science techniques to actually move forward on them. At the same time, there are many ways in which actually there are gaps in machine learning and data science tools, where in order to address some of the critical challenges in climate change, we actually need to improve the machine learning tools themselves to be suited to those areas. And so my research actually looks at this in the context of electric power systems. So when I talk about electric power systems, I'm talking about the systems through which our electricity is produced, then transported along lines and electrical equipment, before eventually being consumed by end-use consumers like us. Power systems make up about 1/4 of greenhouse gas emissions today, and decarbonizing them is going to involve integrating more renewable energy like solar and wind, as well as potentially other low-carbon sources of energy like nuclear. And kind of making these large-scale changes to the system can be difficult for various reasons. Specifically, power grids are physical systems that we need to make sure keep operating in a stable way. And they're subject to various kinds of physics. So when you put power into the power grid, it goes along the lines and electrical equipment according to those physics. You also have various kinds of hard constraints, things like the fact that you need to keep your power grid near an electrical equilibrium, or that you can only change the amount of power that a generator is producing from one moment to the next by so much. And layered on top of that are all sorts of decision-making processes. For example, given some estimate of power demand, how do I schedule supply subject to all of these different hard constraints in order to do something like minimize prices? And so traditionally, how power grid operators deal with all of these considerations is by using traditional optimization and control techniques. These techniques are really good at enabling you to write down your physical constraints and actually satisfy them when you're operating your system. But the challenge we're starting to see is as we start to contend with the variability that solar and wind and other time-varying renewable energies bring, as well as the increased scale as we kind of install and manage more devices like electric vehicles and batteries, these existing optimization and control techniques are really struggling to kind of deal with this scale. And so tools from data science and machine learning have been proposed as an alternative, because these techniques are really good in ingesting large amounts of data and very quickly enabling us to make decisions in a way that's fast and scalable. But the challenge is that today's machine learning tools are really bad at enforcing all of these physics and hard constraints that I just told you are so important to making sure that the grid doesn't, black out. And so what my research looks at is, how do we bridge these two worlds? How do we actually develop machine learning methods from the ground up that inherently capture these physics and hard constraints that we need to capture on electric power grids? And so my work presents a framework called optimization in the loop machine learning. And this is a framework to actually write down your physics and hard constraints and decision-making procedures as optimization problems, and then embed them into, for example, our machine learning models or into the objective functions that the model uses to learn. Now, some of you who are kind of in the machine learning space, you might have think, wait, optimization in machine learning, do you mean things like gradient descent and deep learning? Actually, how do we train machine learning models? And I actually mean something different. I basically mean we can find ways to write down the physics and hard constraints that we care about and actually embed them into our machine learning models. And so how this works, so I do this in the context of deep learning. So we can think of machine learning, right? You have a machine learning model. It has various kinds of inputs, outputs, and various adjustable parameters that you're trying to change in order to improve the performance of your model. And my work looks at this in the context of deep learning, where our machine learning model is a neural network, which you can basically think of as a bunch of nonlinear functions with parameters that are composed together. And where these parameters of the model are updated based on information about how well your model is performing, the kind of derivative of the loss function of your model with respect to parameters. And so one thing that comes up from a technical perspective then is that every single component of your neural network, so every single function within it, the objective function that is used to actually train the model, has to be differentiable. I need to be able to tell you how to take derivatives through it in order to make it compatible with how a neural network actually learns. And so what my work says is, well, can we somehow throw power system physics into this mix? Can we somehow write down power grid physics as an optimization problem and somehow figure out how to embed this optimization problem into our neural network as a layer in a way that then enforces certain behavior on how the neural network actually behaves? And I'm not going to go into the technical details of how this works, but basically we kind of leverage something called the implicit function theorem to actually differentiate through the equilibrium conditions of our optimization problem, with the upshot being that we actually figure out a way to make putting an optimization problem into a neural network compatible with the way that a neural network actually learns. And in the context of electric power systems, this can be used in various different ways. So for example, on power grids, we want to often construct these dynamic controllers for, power generators or batteries or solar inverters or other components that are on the power grid. But we want to make sure that the way that we're controlling these devices is compatible with satisfying the safety criteria and the physics that we have on the power system. And so in this setting, we're looking at something like you have a machine learning model where the model is taking in some information about the state of your electrical grid and then outputting some kind of control action. And what we do, and what the hope is that if we can somehow write down the safety criteria and the physics the model has to satisfy as an optimization problem, then we can actually embed that optimization problem into our machine learning model, as I showed before, and have this now controller, machine learning-based controller, that's learning from data, but is still inherently making sure that its outputs satisfy the physics we need to satisfy. And so this is what some of my work looks at. Some of my other work looks at a different setting, the setting of prediction. So we're often creating predictive models in settings like power grids and many other settings, right? Where we're trying to do something like predict electricity demand using historical data in order to create a prediction. And often our predictive models are trained to kind of optimize for some notion like accuracy. Can we come up with a demand forecast that is as close to the actual demand that we see on the system? The challenge, though, is that not all mistakes are created equal from the perspective of our decision maker. So for example, if we overpredict electricity demand, that might cause us to overschedule electricity supply. Whereas if we underschedule electricity demand, that might cause us to underschedule electricity supply. And whereas an overprediction and an underprediction from an accuracy perspective, what we usually use, are equivalent, overscheduling and underscheduling power generation, the two different results of those two different types of mispredictions, have significantly different consequences. Underscheduling power, for example, means it can be really hard to recoup that power, and again, you might be subject to blackouts. And so what my work looks at is, can we actually write down the relationship between our prediction and this downstream decision-making process as an optimization problem? And again, do this in a way that's compatible with how neural networks learn in order to then allow the neural network to update its parameters and avoid making mistakes that are particularly bad from a decision-making perspective. So this is just one example of the many different ways that machine learning methods can really be improved in order to actually work well for climate relevant systems. So I've talked about, for example, physics-informed robust machine learning, but there are lots of different ways in which we need to make methods more interpretable, quantify uncertainty, help them generalize in various ways to make them better suited for climate change related problems. And I think what's really important to think about here is that basically these methods will look fundamentally different when they're employed to actually address the challenges that we need in climate change domains versus maybe some of the large-scale image and text areas that we often see machine learning being deployed or developed for kind of more traditionally. So the demands of the climate change domains should really shape the directions of the machine learning innovation. And so I just want to leave you with my technical vision here, which is the creation of next-generation machine learning methods that are well-suited for use in climate and energy domains and are also impactfully deployed on the ground. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that we're going to see Priya again in the panel after the break. Now, before we go to our coffee break, there's a couple of things I wanted to say. First of all, we have one of the best receptions in the field afterwards. So even though a break is coming up, don't leave. You know, we've got great programming till 4:30, and then from 4:30 on, we have a fantastic reception with drinks and lots of little goodies to eat. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that there are still people here with dots on their vases, the pink ones, I think, which are the pink table. You have a pink table. There are 2 pink tables. Okay, so I've got a treat for you. You can, on each of your tables, nominate someone to be a guest in the podcast show later this year. So you can decide, and everyone else can help you find a good guest. Okay, so we're gonna stop for a 20-minute break. I see you back here at 3 o'clock for a continuation of our sustainability theme.
Hello everyone, welcome to theCUBE's coverage of International Women's Day. I'm John Furrier, host of theCUBE. Been profiling the leaders in the technology world, women in technology, from developers to the boardroom, everything in between. We had 2 great guests remoting in from Malaysia. Nancy Wang is the general manager, also CUBE alumni from AWS Data Protection, and founder and board chair of Advancing Women in Tech, AWIT.org. And of course, Kate Watts is the executive director of Advancing Women in Tech.org. So it's AWIT.org. Nancy, Kate, thanks for coming all the way across remotely from Malaysia.
Of course, we're coming to you as fast as our internet bandwidth will allow us. And you know, I'm just thrilled today that you get to see a whole nother aspect of my life, right? Because typically we talk about AWS, and here we're talking about a topic near and dear to my heart.
Well, Nancy, I love the fact that you're spending a lot of time taking the empowerment to go out and help the industries and helping with the advancement of women in tech. Kate, you're the executive director. It's a 501c3, it's nonprofit dedicated to accelerating the careers of women and people groups in tech. Can you talk about the organization?
Yes, I can. So Advancing Women in Tech was founded in 2017 in order to fix some of the pathway problems that we're seeing on the rise to leadership in the industry. And so we specifically focus on supporting mid-level women in technical roles get into higher positions. We do that in a few different ways, through mentorship programs, through building technical skills, and by connecting people to a supportive community. So you have your peer network and then a vertical sort of relationships to help you navigate the next steps in your career. So to date, we've served about 40,000 individuals globally, and we're just looking to expand our reach and impact and be able to better support women in the industry.
Nancy, talk about the creation, the origination story. How did this all come together? Obviously the momentum, everyone in the industry has been focused on this for a long time. Where did AWIT come from? Advancing Women Technology, that's the acronym, AdvancingWomenTechnology.org. Where did it come from? What's the origination story?
Yeah, so AWIT really originated from this desire that I had, to Kate's point around, well, if you look around, right, and don't take my word for it, right, look at stats, look at news reports, or just frankly go on your LinkedIn and see how many women in underrepresented groups are in senior technical leadership roles, right, out in the companies whose names we all know. And so that was my case back in 2016. And so when I first got the idea, and back then I was actually at Google, which is another large tech company in the Valley, right? It was about how do we get more role models, how we get more, for example, women into leadership roles so they can bring up the next generation, right? And so this is actually part of a longer speech that I'm about to give on Wednesday as part of the U.S. State Department speaker program. In fact, that's why Kate and I are here in Malaysia right now, is working with over 200 women entrepreneurs from all over in Southeast Asia, including Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, Borneo, so many countries where having more women entrepreneurs can help raise the GDP, right? And that fits within our overall mission of getting more women into top leadership roles in tech.
You know, I was talking with Teresa Carlson. She came on the program as well for this year, this next season we're going to do, and she mentioned the distinction in the U.S. progress and international, and she's saying as much as it's still bad numbers, it's worse than outside the United States and needs to get better. Can you comment on the global aspect? You brought that up. I think it's super important to highlight that it's just not one area, it's a global evolution.
Absolutely. So let me start, and I'd love to actually have Kate talk about our current programs and all of the international groups that we're working with. So as Teresa aptly mentioned, there is so much work to be done, not just outside the US and North America, where typically tech nonprofits will focus, but rather if you think about the one-to-end model, right? For example, when I was doing the product market fit workshop for the US State Department, I had women dialing in from rice fields. Right. So let me just pause there for a moment. They were holding their cell phones up near towers, near trees, just so that they can get a few minutes of time with me to do a workshop and how to accelerate their business. So if you don't call that the desire to propel oneself or accelerate oneself, I'm not sure what is, right? And so it's really that passion that drove me to spend the next week and a half here working with local entrepreneurs, working with policymakers, so we can take advantage and really leverage that passion that people have, right, to accelerate more business globally. And so that's why, you know, Kate will be leading our contingent with the United Nations Women group, right, that is focused on women's economic empowerment, because that's super important, right? One aspect can be, sure, getting more directors, you know, vice presidents into companies like Google and Amazon, but another is also how do you encourage more women around the world to start businesses, right, to reach economic and freedom, independence, right, to overcome some of the maybe social barriers to becoming a leader in their own country.
Yes, and if I think about our own programs and our model of being very intentional about supporting the learning development and skills of women and members of underrepresented groups, we focus very much on providing global access to a number of our programs. For instance, our product management certification on Coursera, or engineering management, our upcoming Women Founders Accelerator. We provide both access that you can get from anywhere, and then also very intentional programming that connects people into the networks to be able to further their networks and what they've learned through the skills online. So
yeah, and something Kate just told me recently is these courses that Kate's mentioning, right? She was instrumental in working with the American Council on Education, and so that our learners can actually get up to 6 college credits for taking these courses on product management, engineering management, on cloud product management. And most recently, we had our first organic, one of our very first organic testimonials was from a women's tech boot camp in Nigeria. Right. So if you think about the worldwide impact of these upskilling courses, where frankly, in the US, we might take for granted, right? Around the world, as I mentioned, there are women dialing in from rice paddies, from other, you know, for example, outside the, you know, corporate buildings in order to access this content.
If you think about the idea of, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kate.
I was going to say, if you can't see it, you can't become it. And so we are very intentional about ensuring that we're spotlighting the expertise of women, and we are broadcasting that everywhere so that anybody coming up can gain the skills and the networks to be able to succeed in this industry.
We'll make sure we get those links so we can promote them. Obviously, we feel the same way, getting the word out. I think a couple of things I'd like to ask you guys, because I think you hit a great points. One is the economic advantage. The numbers prove that diverse teams perform better, number one. That's clear, so good point there. But I want to get your thoughts on the entrepreneurial equation. You mentioned founders and startups, and there's also different makeups in different countries. It's not like the big corporations. Sometimes it's smaller business in certain areas. The different cultures have different business sizes and business types. How do you guys see that factoring in outside the United States? Outside the big tech companies, okay, yeah, the easy, lower the access to get in education and then stay with them. In other countries, is it the same, or is it more diverse in terms of business?
So what really actually got us started with the U.S. State Department was around our work with women founders. And I'd love for Kate to actually share her experience working with AWS startups in that capacity. But frankly, we looked at the content and the mentoring programs that were providing women who wanted to be executives, quickly realized a lot of those same skills, such as finding customers, right, scaling your product, and building channels can also apply to women founders, not just executives. And so early supporters of our efforts from firms such as Madrona up in Seattle, Emergence Ventures, Decibel Ventures in the Bay Area, and a few others that we're working with right now, right? They believed in the mission and really helped us scale out what is now our existing platform and offerings for women founders.
Those are great firms, by the way, and they also are very founder friendly and also understand the global workforce. I mean, that's a whole nother dimension. Kate, what's your reaction to all that?
Yes, we have been very intentional about taking the product expertise and the learnings of women and in our network. We first worked with AWS startups to support the development of the curriculum for the recent Accelerator for Women Founders that was held last spring. And so we're able to support 25 founders and also brought in the expertise of about 20 or 30 women from Advancing Women in Tech to be able to be the lead instructors and mentors for that. And so we have really realized that with this network and this individual sort of focus on product expertise, building strong teams, we can take that information and bring it to folks everywhere. And so there is very much the intentionality of allowing founders, allowing individuals to take the lessons and bring it to their individual circumstances and the cultures in which they are operating. But the product sense is a skill that we can support the development of, and we're proud to do so.
That's awesome. Nancy, I want to ask you normally we talk about data storage and AWS cloud greatness and goodness. Here it's different. And you also work full-time at AWS, and you're the founder and the chairman of this great organization. How do you balance both? And do you get they getting behind you on this? Amazon getting behind, AWS getting behind you on this?
Well, as I say, it's always easier to negotiate on the way in. But jokes aside, I have to say the leadership has been tremendously supportive. If you think about, for example, my leaders, Wayne Dussault, who's also been on the show multiple times, Bill Vass, who's also been on the show multiple times, they're both founders and also operators, entrepreneurs at heart. So they understand that it is important, right, for all of us. It's really incumbent on all of us who are in positions to do so, to create a pathway for more people to be in leadership roles, for more people to be successful entrepreneurs. So no, I mean, if you just looked at LinkedIn, they're always upvoting my vote, so they reach to more audiences. Yeah. And frankly, they're rooting for us back home in the US while we're in Malaysia this week.
That's awesome. And I think that's a good culture to have that empowerment. And I think that's very healthy. What's next for you guys? What's on the agenda? Take us through the activities. I know you got a ton of things happening. You got your event out there, which is why you're out there. There's a bunch of other activities. I think you guys call it the Advancing Women Tech Week.
Yes, this week we are having a week of programming that you can check out at advancingwomenintech.org that is spotlighting the expertise of a number of women in our space. So it is 3 days of programming, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday if you are in the US, so the 7th through the 9th, but available globally. We are also going to be in New York next week for the event at the UN, and are looking to continue to support our mentorship programs and also our work supporting women founders throughout the year.
All right, I have to ask you guys, if you don't mind, get a little market data so you can share with us here at theCUBE. What are you hearing this year that's different in the conversation space around the topics, the interests? Obviously, I'm seeing massive amounts of global acceleration around conversations, more video, things like this, more stories are scaling, a lot more LinkedIn activity. It just seems like it's a lot different this year. Can you guys share any kind of current trends you're seeing relative to the conversations and topics being discussed across the community?
Well, I think from a needle-moving perspective, right, I think due to the efforts of wonderful organizations, including theCUBE for spotlighting all of these awesome women, right, trailblazing women and the nonprofits, the government entities that we work with, there's definitely more emphasis on creating access and creating pathways. So that's probably one thing that you're seeing is more women, more investors posting about their activities. Number two, from a global trend perspective, right, the rise of women in security. I noticed that on your agenda today, you had Lena Smart, who's a good friend of mine, Chief Information Security Officer at MongoDB, right? She and I are actually quite involved in helping founders, especially early stage founders in the security space. And so globally, from a pure technical perspective, right, there's more increasing regulations around data privacy, data sovereignty, right? For example, India's in a few weeks about to get their first data protection regulation there locally. So all of that is giving rise to yet another wave of opportunity. And we want women founders uniquely positioned to take advantage of that opportunity.
I love it. Kate, reaction to that? I mean, founders, more pathways. It sounds like a neural network. It sounds like AI enabled.
Yes, and speaking of AI, with the rise of that, we are also hearing from many community members the importance of continuing to build their skills, upskill, learn, to be able to keep up with the latest trends. There's a lot of people wondering, what does this mean for my own career? And so they're turning to organizations like Advancing Women in Tech to find communities to both learn the latest information, but also build their networks so that they are able to move forward, regardless of what the industry does.
I love the work you guys are doing. It's so impressive. I think the economic angle is new. It's more amplified this year. It's always kind of been there and continues to be. What do you guys hope for by next year this time? What do you hope to see different from a needle moving perspective, to use your word, Nancy, for next year? What's the visual output in your mind?
I want to see real effort made towards 50-50 representation in all tech leadership roles. And I'd like to see that happen by 2050.
Kate, anything on your end?
I love that. I'm going to go a little bit more touchy-feely. I want everybody in our space to understand that the skills that they build and the networks they have carry with them, regardless of wherever they go. And so to be able to really lean in and learn and continue to develop the career that you want to have. So whether that be at a large organization or within your own business, that you've got the potential to move forward on that within you.
Nancy, Kate, thank you so much for your contribution. I'll give you the final word. Put a plug in for the organization. What are you guys looking for? Any kind of PSA you want to share with the folks watching?
Absolutely. So if you're in a position to be a mentor, join as a mentor, right? Help elevate and accelerate the next generation of women leaders. If you're an investor, help us invest in more women-started companies, right? Women-founded startups. And lastly, if you are women looking to accelerate your career, come join our community. We have resources, we have mentors, and we have investors who are willing to come in on the ground floor and help you accelerate your business.
Great work. Thank you so much for participating in our International Women's Day 23 program. And we look to keep this going quarterly. We'll see you next year, next time. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Sean.
Okay, women leaders here.
Thanks for having us.
All over the world coming together for a great celebration, but really highlighting the accomplishments, the pathways, the investment, the mentoring, everything in between. This is theCUBE, bringing as much as we can. I'm John Furrier, your host. Thanks for watching.
cup of coffee outside. Come on in, find your seats again. While you're getting settled again for our final session until 4:30, I just wanted to do a shout out to two of our ambassadors who are here today from Nicaragua. So Laura and Darlene. So if you're in the room, you know, stand up but unbelievable. There are a lot of ambassadors around. Maybe you just heard them shout in the living room. But hey, we've seen all kinds of women today with different backgrounds. We saw a dark matter chaser, we saw a geophysicist, and now we're going to hear from a marine ecologist on open spaces and sustainability. The stage is to Julia.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction and for the invitation. I'm so excited to be here. I love being able to share about OpenScapes and how we support kinder science for future us. So OpenScapes is an approach and a community that I founded as a Mozilla Fellow in 2018 and have built together with my partner, Aaron Robinson, and our growing community. And we champion open data science. So we think of this as the tooling and the people enabling reproducible, transparent, and inclusive practices for data-intensive science. And so we're really motivated by this question. What if we connected our skills and our values as a daily practice in our daily work for climate solutions, for climate justice? And I know in talking with a lot of you here today and through many of the amazing talks this morning, there's a lot of interest in what we can do around climate change that's beyond changing light bulbs in our house. What can we do as a daily practice? And so what we've learned through OpenScapes is seeing that data science and open science combined with mentorship and teamwork and community is a huge part of this effort. And this quote says, to address our climate emergency, we must rapidly and radically reshape society. We need every solution and every solver. This is by Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson and Catherine Wilkinson and their book, All We Can Save. And this motivates us in so many ways. We work primarily with environmental and earth scientists and thinking about the interface of the communities that folks work with and how we can leverage mentorship and teamwork and community. Before I share these stories about OpenScapes, I wanted to give a little bit more background about what marine scientists do. I'm often asked why we're needing data science or how we're involved in the climate movement. So this is me doing my PhD research at Stanford about 15 years ago now. This is me holding a squid as big as I am. I'm on a boat off the coast of California, and we're releasing this squid back into the ocean alive with an electronic tag on it. And this tag turns this squid into a little oceanographer. It's collecting data every second as it swims through the ocean, learning about its movement and its habitat. But it's also, at that resolution, you're also able to see this animal breathe because of jet propulsion, and that movement and breathing are combined with this animal. It's amazing. It's just beautiful. And my data that I used for my PhD was from squids, from satellites, from submarines. It was just this amazing ability to study this ecosystem and think about how this animal that is in this ecosystem is super important globally for food security. We eat a lot of calamari globally. So do a lot of other fish and other animals in the ocean that depend on that. And as oceans warm and food, different fish move around, squid also move around. And so thinking about how this animal is interacting with its environment is part of the climate movement and climate solutions. This is super exciting. I am out at sea doing all this research. But when I actually got to hold that data in my hand that had traveled with a squid, it felt like this. It felt awful. The most demoralizing, lonely feeling. And I didn't have big data necessarily, as you might think about it, but it was big data to me. It was bigger than the skill sets that I had. But luckily, I had amazing mentors that met me where I was, taught me how to code, and let me see that I could not only answer my current questions, but I could think bigger than my previous way of thinking. I remember the first time I realized I could run an analysis 100 times as easily as I could run it twice because I knew what a for loop was. That was a completely new way of thinking in marine science for me. But it wasn't just about coding. It was about open science and community. It was about teamwork. So when I finished my PhD and went to UC Santa Barbara and worked with my team, I also was introduced to open source and through the R community. Our Ladies with Gabriela de Quiros, who spoke earlier, has been transformative to me, welcoming me and creating this identity that I had as a data scientist. Many other amazing communities as well. So I was able to rethink the way I thought about science. However, whether you're feeling like Luke Skywalker or like a sad, cute animal, this problem is real. Scientists in a lot of different fields are not formally trained in data science or computing or software. And so this comes to this question about who is included in data science and when are folks supported to learn. And when we think about how science can be quite exclusionary, potentially in different facets for women, how this can be compounded when data science is involved as well. So this is a big motivator for OpenScapes. OpenScapes is really helping shift the culture from that sad, lonely feeling to help researchers explore this beautiful landscape that is open science and data science, the communities and tooling and data that are available. There are many existing paths forward in open science. And what we try to do with OpenScapes is to welcome folks at the trailhead and find out where they are, help them establish where they are, who's around them, and that they can safely navigate existing paths forward with their team. And they're able to then contribute to new paths forward and be a part of this amazing ecosystem. So we've worked now with over 150 teams through our flagship program called the Champions Program. These are professional research teams from NASA and from NOAA Fisheries and from the Environmental Protection Agency. They're also from academia and nonprofits. And the way we do this is with what we call the OpenScapes flywheel. So what we do, starting in the top left, is that we engage a future us mindset. We welcome folks to this space and create a place for them to ask questions and to get to know what's available. We introduce existing software and examples relevant to their research. Then we empower a learning culture. We invest in learning and trust, and we work openly together. This is in Google Docs, this is on GitHub. This is investing in a culture of psychological safety where we're safe to be vulnerable and say what we don't know and to help each other. And then we amplify open leaders. We leverage common existing tooling and workflows and skills and data, and we reuse that and iterate on it and extend it, and we inspire others to come. So this is really thinking about culture change in this flywheel. The flywheel concept was introduced by Jim Collins, who's thinking about when you're building things to last, it's not about one single thing, it's about relentlessly trying to move a big, heavy flywheel and doing something cyclical many times and gathering momentum and including more people and having other folks join this movement. So this kind of culture shift is really about technology and people. And you'll see that in these two examples that I'll show now. The first is an example of folks that first came to us with OpenScapes as learners and became leaders. So these two amazing women, Ileana Fenwick and Eli Holmes, are both marine scientists, and they are both data scientists. They're both in different parts of their careers. Ileana is a third-year PhD student, and Eli Holmes has been at NOAA Fisheries for over 20 years. Through our program, both of them saw what they needed to see in order to take their next steps in their data science journeys. For Ileana, that was learning that she could not only code in R, but code collaboratively, reuse other people's code, meet the people that wrote those R packages with fisheries, and talk to them and build relationships and get help. She learned how to use GitHub for version control, and also learned to meet other folks. And during COVID, it was a really lonely time, and onboarding to a new lab during COVID became less lonely through this program. With Eli Holmes, she's on many collaborative teams creating annual government reports around fisheries. And something that she took from OpenScapes was about succession planning. When folks retire from her team, how do you reduce the amount of information that's lost? She's a longtime coder and GitHub user for version control, but she learned to use GitHub for project management and shared project management through GitHub issues and projects. And she also has leveled up the whole game at NOAA Fisheries using Quarto for collaborative reports, which lets you combine Jupyter notebooks, R Markdown notebooks, and create really beautiful reports. So now, as learners, then, they became leaders within their own spaces. Ileana has just launched the Pathways to Open Science program, which is a remote event series for Black environmental and marine researchers in partnership with Black and Marine Science and Black women in ecology, evolution, and marine biology. And Eli Holmes has been helping lead over 10 different OpenScapes trainings throughout NOAA Fisheries, as well as spearheading cross-center collaboration and open science policy. And you can see that open documentation is a big part of this culture change and sharing. These are both examples of online books made with Quarto. The second example is with NASA. And it's been amazing to see so many NASA data examples so far at WiDS. We work with a mentor community across the NASA Earth Science data centers. So as you saw in Priya's talk just previous, NASA collects a lot of data about the Earth as well, and that's used in climate change research. And so what we're doing with NASA is helping this mentor community support researchers as they migrate their analytical workflows to the cloud. And that is following how NASA Earth data is now migrating to the cloud. So researchers won't be downloading gigabytes or terabytes of data. They'll be able to take their compute to the cloud. And this is just an amazing community of user support staff, engineers, ecologists, a whole swath of amazing folks who really have this mindset of anyone I interact with, I want to help feel hopeful and valued and seen. I want to help people spiral up hope. And an example of what they have been creating together to support researchers is just phenomenal. We have a Jupyter Hub managed by 2i2c, and their researchers can bring their code in Python or R or MATLAB and have a place where they can start to figure out what these analytical workflows look like. They lead learning events and tutorials. They share lessons learned. They're also building Python libraries and cheat sheets and guides where they see the cracks or opportunities to support researchers even further. So this is just an amazing example of this community that kind of came to OpenScapes as leaders and then have become learners together, because we had to learn all this tech ourselves as well. Learning how to use a Jupyter Hub and manage it and think about administration, think about facilitating workshops, thinking about how to do code review together, but also tutorial review, thinking about how to give and receive feedback as teachers. It's been an amazing collaboration and is ongoing. So what this is all about is about movement building and thinking about what's possible because all of this. First of all, there's more time for researchers on their science and on solutions if they're not spending time in those daily shuffling of hand versioning files from email or whatnot. But it's not just about time saved, it's about better products, it's about reproducibility, it's about less time lost day to day as you onboard yourself to projects, but also less loss during succession. It's about improved morale, and it's about climate change and social change, and that's really the end goal. This is about connecting our biggest challenges with our daily work. So I want to use my last 40 seconds to talk about how we all can develop a kinder data science mindset. So mentorship is a skill, just like any other technical skill. This is something we can all develop. This is something you can learn and bring to your work and join existing efforts. These are a handful of the things that inspire us and that we bring into our work, the books, the people, the communities, and it really starts with generosity and empathy. It includes asking questions and then learning how to listen not only to give a solution, but to listen, to understand, and really not make assumptions about where folks are starting from. So I'll thank you all there. There's more resources and links throughout, and we welcome you to reuse and extend and join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work, and it's just wonderful what you're doing with OpenScapes. And you can actually stay on the podium now, where you can sit down. Yeah. And I'd like to welcome all the other members of the panel on data democratization. So we have Priya coming back, we've got Julia still here, we have Nikki joining us, and our fearless moderator who's just running in from the back, Miguela. But in the meantime, let me ask the pink tables, how is it going with selecting a podcast guest? You have someone? Excellent, let me know. Yeah, great, wonderful.
Thank you for being here. Thank you to my
fantastic up to the panel.
Colleagues. And I'm so excited to be here today and share this panel with this fantastic colleague I've met a couple of months ago, and it's amazing what you are doing. Like me, you share this passion for data and data democratization. It's a buzzword, or is this something that we really need? We will discover that in our panel. So data, first of all, we have seen today with these fantastic talks, our community are creating data, and data science is the bridge, is what allows us to build community, connect community. So I would like to start with, oh my goodness, I was running, I would like to start from learning from you, who are your community? Who do you represent? What is the community or the communities you're part of? And what is your role? And we start with Priya, and then we move, with Nikki, my goodness, and then Priya, and then Julie.
Yeah, so there's many titles that I hold right now and how people associate me with different institutions, one being a doctoral candidate at the University of Arizona, next working with the Bay Area Environmental Research Institute, and lastly working with NASA Ames Research Center. But out of all of those introductions or titles that I might hold, one of the things that really holds the most importance for me is being recognized as an Indigenous woman research scientist, and that really identifies the communities that I work with. So yat e she'e nikituli in a she torijin in the shlon takut ego tenen san shlem. So what I shared with you is my name is Nikki Tooley, and I come from the Navajo Nation, and I'm recognized as Bitterwater, a woman in my community. And we're a matrilineal society, and so all the work that I do has really stemmed from a lived experience in working with the indigenous communities that I now work with. And not long ago, in institutions like this and many others, you might have heard of the residential schools and the boarding school era, where we weren't allowed to wear anything related to our identity or speak our language in any form. And so I think that is a motivation and a passion that has led me into the work of data science and working in the communities that I do. And so understanding that history and looking at the community and the empowerment that comes from creating data scientists within the communities. My area of focus is water science and looking at remote sensing. And so the ultimate goal being to allow communities and people within those indigenous communities that I work with to feel comfortable and develop that relationship with being trustful of the data that is out there, whether that's data coming from the outside or being extracted, but finding that balance to create this symbiotic opportunity in data science.
Thank you, Nikki. Priya, what is your community? What is your role in your community?
Yeah, so you did hear from me just now, but basically I would say, I'm both an academic, kind of, again, doing this research on machine learning and power systems, as well as I kind of identify with, being a nonprofit founder, right? Somebody who's really trying to build something for the collective good and really bring together people from different communities to work on a common challenge. And the challenge in this case is climate change. And so I got into working on climate change because back in high school, actually, I had a teacher who dedicated the first week of the biology class that everybody was required to take to actually a sustainability and climate-related curriculum. And when we learned about climate change, the thing that really struck me at the time is I think a lot of times before that it had been framed as sort of, an issue of, an environmental issue. And that, of course, makes a lot of sense and is super important. But I think for the first time, it was also framed to me as a human issue and as one where human and environment really are connected and both really being affected by this. And so as somebody who is the kind of child of immigrants to the US and grew up visiting India, where my parents are from, growing up, I think seeing these inequities in the world and really internalizing the fact that these inequities exist, I think really then drove me to say, well, if climate change is going to exacerbate them, we really have to do something about this. And so I'd say kind of bridging, the academic and nonprofit communities, the climate change and machine learning data science communities, but then also I think bringing that kind of experience as, again, the child of immigrants into it. I think all of these kind of shape my approach to the things I work on.
Thank you so much. And Julie. Yes, so our OpenScapes community is really exciting and wonderful. There's a lot of environmental and earth scientists. And when I was first thinking about OpenScapes, the focus was really on academic lab groups and thinking about folks of really my cohort going into leading academic labs, and if they had never been included in data science or kind of these open practices, what were their labs, why would their labs be any different than what they'd seen from years before? And so there's new tech, new ideas and practices around inclusion, and how do we welcome more folks to have those skills and resources? So it's been really exciting to work with academics, and then more and more we're working with government, and that's been just a wonderful surprise and exciting thing, and that's in large part to my partner Erin Robinson, when we work together with NASA and also with our fisheries scientists partners. And I think that like seeing institutional change and culture change happen is just like the most amazing thing. Like I can't really even describe it articulately at the moment, but to see folks say like, you know, I've been feeling stuck for years and I didn't know how to talk about it. I didn't know how to change that. But this, you know, I can feel this change now, and that's really exciting. And I think artwork is a big part of our welcome to open data science, and partnering with Allison Horst, who's an amazing artist, to really bring the feelings of like, you know, you can have a Luke Skywalker moment or a sad animal moment, and that is normal. It's okay. It's part of this landscape. And how do we like recognize that and help welcome you further? Yeah.
Thank you. So the topic of our panel is data democratization. And it is something that we read about data democratization more and more, I think, this idea of open access to the data, easy access to the data. So what is the status of data democratization in your community? Is it a work in progress? Is it still a buzzword? Is it something that is almost accomplished? Tell us a little bit about, and perhaps we can start from Priya.
Yeah, so I'd say data democratization in the climate change space is very heterogeneous. Of course, climate change affects virtually every sector across society, so you can imagine this looks different in different sectors. But I think there are a couple of kind of key ingredients to what data democratization really means that come up when we approach this. So one of them is that it's not just about the literal data, it's about the capacity, right? Who holds the money, skills, expertise, ability to really collect, monitor, evaluate, sustain data that is collected and use data that is out there. And I think this kind of the democratization of capacity building and really making sure that a wider range of people, institutions, geographies have access to these kinds of skills is extremely important. Another one is making sure that data democratization isn't conflated with always just one-for-one the notion of open data. Open data is indeed very important, but I think it's important to look to things like the indigenous care principles, which articulate basically how it's both that data needs to be put out for the collective benefit, but also the ability of the people whose data it is to actually have autonomy and control over why is that out there, when, how do those communities really get to benefit from the fact that the data is out there. Thinking through these aspects of basically both openness but also dignity with respect to whose data it is become really important. And then the fact that it's not just literal data that we would do machine learning on, but also data about the community and network and who is able to come together to do this work. Because often, a lot of, even rooms like this, I think WIDS has done a really fantastic job bringing together people from a lot of places, but I think there's more that needs to be done to really make sure that truly everyone around the world is able to access communities like this and really benefit from communities like this. And so I think data about the network and data about the community is also a really important part of thinking about what it means to democratize data.
Julia. Yeah, no, Priya, I agree so much. I think where I think about it a lot is around skills. I think we think about data democratization often about the thing, the data, so the products, but the process of data democratization and who has the skills to participate is a big deal. So I think time to learn, like paid time to learn, has been a huge theme with us, and that's I think why NASA OpenScapes is so exciting. Is that NASA is leading open science initiatives and spearheading this 2023 as the year of open science. And as part of that, I think that sort of high-level policy towards open science has enabled managers across these NASA Earth Data Centers to allow their staff to give 8 hours or more per month towards learning towards OpenScapes. At the California Water Board, some of our partners spend a day a week teaching and learning and supporting their communities at work. So like making learning and peer teaching part of their paid jobs, which is super exciting. And I think, I mentioned identity before, like identity as a data scientist. I think identity as mentors and teachers is like such a huge part of this too, because all of us, many of us, I'll say in the environmental science community, are self-taught. We'd identify as self-taught, and with that comes with this idea of like, therefore I'm not an expert to teach someone else. And it's like, no, we're all on the forefront. Like we can all teach something, and you can learn from something from everyone as well. So I think that like the missing piece is the skills and saying that it takes time and it can't be automated. We saw that beautiful example this morning of code review, like spending time together to look at code together. Like that's a big part of this learning process and experimenting and taking time. And we really think about this as like slowing down to speed up, right? Like this will take more time now, but we'll be able to speed up together soon.
Thank you. Nikki, what about your community and what does it mean, data democratization?
Yes, I think hand in hand with data democratization, that has to be considered with the communities I work in is also what Priya just touched on with the principles component, is really understanding the data sovereignty component as well, and understanding that, yes, I work with communities, but a lot of them are sovereign nations, and so what are the laws and structures that are needed to be built into some of the data access, the data education, and what that looks like. And when we're talking about equity or we're talking about access and education, or we're talking about the different levels of understanding of technical backgrounds that are working with this data, I think it's important to understand that there's a huge diversity of communities when we talk about data access. And in my instance, when I talk about data access, it might be different from some, where some people that data access starts with the pushing of a keystroke on a keyboard, whereas a lot of the communities that I work with, it goes back even a step further of looking at structural infrastructure. So looking at the groundbreaking levels of creating internet access, whereas it's not just a luxury to have internet, but how does that become part of a household to be able to create that opportunity for access and education. And that's where I think it is now, is that building of capacity, like Priya just talked about, like that capacity building component is really important towards this co-development and collaboration of this opportunity now with data and the democratization thereof.
What a great set of ideas, and really enlightening to us what does it mean data democratization for different community, but there is a lot of overlapping in our needs and also in what we share across our community. So we go to the big point of this panel, which is sustainability, and sustainability for community through data democratization. And so I would like to start from Julia this time, and let's define what is indeed sustainable community and whether indeed data democratization is the mean or one of the means for such an important component. So let's start with the concept of sustainability in communities.
Yeah, no, and sustainability in community, it takes so many levels, right? Like the personal sustainability so that your daily life is in balance. You're not working, 20 hours a day or whatnot. But also looking out for each other and thinking about resilience within teams, like concentric teams, I think is one way to think about it. I think our one example I can give is our very first teaching event that we led with the NASA mentors. Folks had spent the whole summer learning GitHub, learning Jupyter notebooks, in order to teach them, learning teaching approaches, figuring out how to be in our Jupyter Hub, like all these pieces. And then when we taught and also had done code review and feedback about teaching, and in our first teaching event, we had 65 folks logged into our Jupyter Hub from across the whole country using NASA Earth data on the cloud. It was super exciting. And one of our first teachers wasn't able to be there with an emergency. And another mentor said, I can do it. I've seen him teach it. I can do it, and it was like that kind of like resilience and sustainability, like, and that feeling of like, now we can do more together and come, with ebbs and flows of people's capacity and life. Like, I think building these kind of resilient systems across teams is really exciting.
Wonderful, wonderful examples. Nikki, what about you? What is data democratization enabling and for sustainability purposes?
Yeah, so in the sustainability component, I think, again, going back to the diversity of the different communities, just one indigenous scientist, I can't speak for all different tribal nations that are out there, over the 500 federally recognized tribes, but like particularly focusing on the community I come from, there's this concept that we believe in called essentially that goes to this core fundamental belief of Hajon, which is this underlying principle of creating a harmonious type of living. And so we can, in looking at what like the essence of data democratization that I am familiar with, of creating access, creating education, and at that different level of ability in relation to the data, that type of teaching that I'm familiar with breaks it down to looking at every single living being has a reason for existing in this environment. So whether it's the tiniest little ant walking across the landscape, that just has as much purpose and reason for existing as a human being. And so I think in creating that conduit type of knowledge exchange is something that is important, that is coming out even more in that these principles were already existing for millennia in a lot of the communities I work with, but it was just a form of understanding that connection in different ways of terminology and thought process that is now coming together and is being addressed more apparently with this capacity building component now in understanding what data is meaning to different groups that are working together, breaking down those silos.
Thank you, thank you. Priya.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this aspect of both like putting together data democratization and capacity democratization are absolutely important to building sustainable communities. And I think it's important to think through, how do we shape societal incentives to make sure that these things actually happen? So for example, a company that maybe is a solutions provider for machine learning in climate, right? They may have the incentive to basically try to bring business into their own company, right? And so they might grow their own company, they might train people to bring into their company. But even if sort of, aside from the question of should one company or one entity, from an ethical perspective then serve the, whether one company should really centralize that power, there's this question of how big can really one entity be and still do this work in a really like on the ground, very informed manner. And so I think it's worth thinking through what are the kind of societal incentives around democratization, and some of these do in some sense run counter to democratization, and how do we make that happen? I think democratization is also important, not just from a supplier side, but also from a kind of consumer side. So if you are, for example, an NGO or a small government that doesn't have in-house capacity in data science, but wants to employ data science for climate action, you might go to a solutions provider. And if your needs shift if there's some reason you don't want to work with that solutions provider anymore, if there isn't sort of a choice there in terms of who your supplier is, then that can lock in these entities to higher prices or the whims of their solutions provider. And so I think the democratization kind of is important from that kind of choice perspective, and ensuring that entities aren't kind of captured by or locked into the interests of other entities. And I think that kind of interoperability, making sure that different so standards exist such that you can really switch suppliers and can switch these things, becomes important then as well.
And I was listening to you, and I was seeing that you all are putting together a puzzle, a little bit of the business model. Some of you point out the importance, for example, Julia, you point out the importance of government agency. Priya, you point out the aspect of engaging company. And Nikki, you are pointing out the importance of putting the human being and the tradition. So I would like to put you on the spot and say, what is the business model that you think can take us to have a sustainable community and data democratization, keeping in mind that companies have to survive, have to have a profit, government has limit in the resources, and human being has have tradition that sometimes are hard to preserve or to respect. So why don't I start from you, Nikki, and you tell me what is the business model that could meet all these needs, if there is one?
Yeah, I think if in talking like along the business line component, I think it's the human connection and understanding the value of data and what it represents is something to be considered. And so whether in the communities that I work with, oftentimes the capacity building in the area of remote sensing, not necessarily as for the monetary reasons, but for the conservations or the continuing of way of life. And so how to use data in different contexts, or how to define monetary reasons or business models in different contexts, and what's the purpose of data. Mm-hmm. And finding the relevance of whatever model you're using to fit the needs of the community, I think is important. And I feel like the opportunity is there in looking at how for example, I just met with a tribal leader on the airport right here, and he mentioned that, oh, you're a scientist, that's interesting. I like how you are indigenous and you understand these things, but with your scientific mindset and the learnings that you're now, do you still see a pile of rocks just as a pile of rocks, or do you see the value in that and what it means to the community? And he was from a different tribe, and so it brought to this realization of what is that model in creating the diversity of thought to coexist together, and understanding that there's this traditional ecological knowledge framework that is in line with the Western education scientific methodology. And I think when the two come together, that could be considered some sort of model in the business relation of the inputs and the deliverables to come to the communities.
Yeah, very inspiring. Julia, what about your vision of this business model?
I wonder, think about the flywheel again, how it's not just one thing, but many little things that play together. So I wonder too, just the idea that not everything scales at the same rate. So when we think about movement building and thinking about open science and data science in the space, we look to movements like Get Out the Vote movement. That's something where there's local efforts, sharing knowledge, both on financial sides and on strategy and on people, and really using kind of the same tools, if you ballots, or if you think I don't know how far this analogy goes, but like there's small efforts on the ground that are learning together, and not reinventing everywhere. It's not only one big thing, but I think that that's kind of the business model or learning model that comes to mind.
Fascinating, this overlapping between business model and learning model. Priya.
Yeah, so I guess one kind of model that exists for example, what a single entity might look like that's doing this. There are some models that kind of fall in between what a kind of nonprofit or a for-profit entity would look like. So you're starting to see, for example, high growth tech nonprofits or high growth climate nonprofits where the entity is actually structured as a nonprofit, but you wouldn't necessarily think of that if you saw them. They, operate like a business. They sell services, they do various things, that money comes back. Similarly, there are many entities that are cooperatively owned. The ownership of the company and the profits really flow back to the membership. And there are various ways to basically align kind of the societal good of the entity and where the money flows, so that you don't have an entity that's focused on infinite growth, but one that's focused on how do I create benefit, how do I do this while generating revenue, and how do I invest that revenue back into the mission of the organization and the kind of communities and the people who are both part of the organization and who are served by it. And so I think these kinds of like self-sustaining, kind of cyclic, almost like entities where you have the revenues coming in and they're really going back to serve the mission and the people, rather than necessarily focusing on, you know, an entity that has to infinitely grow year on year and the profits sort of get funneled off to some anonymous people. I think these are some models that I think are underrated and should be explored more in our kind of mainstream when we start companies.
Thank you. So we are in a very diverse community here to the Women in Data Science Conference, very diverse in terms of disciplines, in terms of geographical region where we live, where we contribute. So in the last 4 minutes of this panel, 1 minute each of you, I would like to know, how can we be part of this vision of democratization and sustainable community through data science? And I would like to start from Nikki again. So how can we become data scientists that embrace this vision and contribute to your community and our communities?
I feel like as scientists or anybody like in academia or in a level where people kind of listen to you because they think you're intelligent and they kind of discredit themselves a little bit more. I come from a community where they feel it's like oftentimes represented as underrepresented, and there's always this opportunity where people say we need more voices in these communities, but the reality is these voices have already been there, but we've been hogging the mic. And so I think it's time for us to pass the mic to let these other people amplify their voices, to really create that education, that access, and welcoming those at different levels of technology. And I feel like that is really that opportunity to connect community to end user and whatever type of data access or data creation that we're thinking about.
Fantastic. Julia.
Yeah, I think something we can all do is reflect on our assumptions of ourselves and of others, and maybe ask more questions so that we break down those assumptions. I think there's a lot of assumptions around what tech people know or don't know, and what skills they have. And I think one thing you can also do is role model openness in different ways. So screen sharing is a great way to role model openness. Showing somebody like, oh, I just figured out this keyboard shortcut, like that's gonna save, like I think that's cool. Or also if someone's describing their challenge, if you ask them to screen share and have role modeled that sort of safe place for them to do that, you can help solve problems in ways and build that culture that they can pass forward too.
Thank you. Priya.
Yeah, and I guess I'd add, on a structural level, I think understanding how our current structures create inertia towards kind of solutions and money and data kind of being used more so for certain groups than others, and understanding really how to fight that inertia intentionally becomes important. So thinking about, for example, when we have sponsored research at universities, sponsorship is money. So whose problems end up getting solved, right? People who have the money to sponsor research. Are there things we can do to actually combat that and kind of work with stakeholders who don't have that kind of money and resource, and channel some of that money towards stakeholders who don't in some sorts monetarily pass the mic. And then in addition, thinking about things like who is at job fairs, right? Similarly, people pay in to get to job fairs. Can we go to our universities and really ask, can we make slots available for entities that are coming from different places and are coming from different resources, and let our students see them, interact with them, and potentially go work with them? So I think really seeing where are existing structures creating some kind of inertia that's moving resources towards entities that are already resourced, and figuring out how can we make sure that others are able to more fundamentally be part of that as well.
Yeah. Fantastic. I'm learning so much from you, and I hope that you all have been also learning from our fantastic panelists. And I think that you are also telling us that we have to embrace and be courageous, being able to go out and also teach, learn, communicate, respect, because that is also part of data science. One word to define your passion for data science. Just one word, and then we will finish the Nikki.
Collaboration.
Impact. Kindness. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please join me to thank our fantastic panelists.
Thank you very much. We're going to, for the final part of today, we're going to go back to a health focus. And to lead us into that, we'll now watch a video from the University of Washington.
For our work, we're really working to support mobility in all its forms for individuals with disabilities. We love working with our participants. We see them as co-designers and creators in our process as they're helping us understand how technology can support their mobility in daily life. And so in particular, we work with kids and adults with cerebral palsy and stroke survivors to help them understand how their body is moving after injury and how our technology can best support them. And so as I've progressed in my career, I've become much more interested in supporting mobility in all of its forms, from walking to wheeling. And wearable sensors and data science are a big component in helping us understand this and to eliminate some of the bias and barriers that currently impact an individual's mobility. And oftentimes our traditional healthcare mechanisms to support those don't actually get to what they need in daily life: moving, exploring, and for kids, playing.
How do you make the music play? Great job.
As we try to figure out how to leverage all this data to support mobility, one of our big challenges has been figuring out how do we optimize our assistive technology and other techniques to best support each individual's mobility. One of our techniques that we've often used to make sense of all this data is to normalize it to population-based averages. However, in doing this, we often were ignoring the reality that what is optimal or best for one individual is highly unlikely not the best for another. This is something that we call the normalcy fallacy, or basing our decisions or evaluations on normative assumptions of a population-based average that may not be appropriate for the group that we're working with, such as children with cerebral palsy. Now, one of the techniques that we've been exploring for the normalcy fallacy is something that we call discrepancy modeling. We have to remember that every brain injury is unique, and that means each individual moves and participates in daily life in a different manner. And so Megan's been developing these discrepancy modeling frameworks that leverage data science and machine learning, along with our physics-based modeling and experimental analyses.
Discrepancy modeling is a new machine learning technique that myself and my collaborators developed originally in applied mathematics to help resolve the mismatch between the models that we build and the measurements we get from reality. Discrepancy modeling also allows us to investigate and probe what and how much data we need to be able to capture a discrepancy, and if that looks different for different people.
We often call it an error, but it's not an error. It just is the fact that our normative set is not appropriate for this individual.
I think the outcomes of some of this work with discrepancy modeling will allow us to better understand how an individual might respond to assistive devices or clinical interventions. Hopefully, it can allow us to inform clinical treatments or aid exoskeleton designers to optimize design parameters to best help an individual.
And so, as an example, when an individual learns to use this exoskeleton, it can feel clunky and odd at first. But also on the backside, these are powered ankle exoskeletons, so they're providing torque and force to the body. And while some methods can be used to try to approach a non-disabled walking pattern, that likely isn't optimal for this individual. And so understanding how an individual responds with discrepancy modeling, plugging that information in to a method like human-in-the-loop optimization, where we can then help them optimize and discover the best movement pattern for them, represents the exciting frontiers that we find for this melding of data science with biomechanics to support mobility. And it's been really fun seeing a lot of the kids that we work with go from being young kids in our lab to starting high school. And so we've been trying to challenge ourselves as engineers to not just address the human body and assistive technology, but spend as much time also understanding how can we leverage data science. That's really been a lesson from the individuals that we've worked with over the years. We can create as much technology as we want, but unless we dismantle some of these environmental and societal barriers, we're not going to be able to support mobility in all its forms.
Isn't that wonderful work? It's amazing. Yeah. So Kat, who you just saw, was a student at Stanford University a long time ago, and I met her there. She was special then, and she's really special now. And to continue on this amazing work from the video, we have a product, well, that's a bad way to describe you, a product from Kat's group at the University of Washington. Our next speaker, Momoni Yamagami. And she's going to be in RISE, but she will tell you more about this technique, about sensors and mobility. So Momoni, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you all so much for having me today. And before I begin, I want to quickly thank my collaborators and my sponsors for making this research possible. So throughout my career, I've made it a mission of mine to collect as many engineering degrees and backgrounds as possible, including electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, bioengineering, and most recently, computer science and engineering. Anybody else collecting degrees around here? Okay, a couple. Awesome. And so my research on making biosignal interfaces accessible is a culmination of all those backgrounds, and I'm really excited to share that with you today. So first, I want you to take a second to think about what kinds of machines and devices that you've operated today. Maybe you use a smartphone, maybe you drove to work, maybe you are on your laptop right now. And as you use these machines, what kind of assumptions are these machines making about your abilities? Maybe your car is assuming that you're at a certain height and weight as a driver. Maybe your smartphone is assuming that you have the strength to hold a smartphone and the dexterity to finally navigate all those tiny little buttons. And in particular, your machines and devices are making assumptions about our abilities and developing models so that they can interpret our intended interactions from sensors like the capacitive panel on the touch screen, a load sensor on a gas pedal, or mouse movement. But who fits into these assumed abilities, and how can we better design such interfaces such that the diverse abilities we see in this world are integrated into the development of these algorithms and sensors? So at this point, you might be thinking, well, why not just design for the average so most people can use these technologies? So I'll give you an example from aviation that really highlights the importance of ability-based design and personalization. So as Sarah Hendren recounts, in the 1940s, the US Air Force was experiencing a high incidence of crashes during flight training. And when a scientist was commissioned to identify the cause of the crashes, they noted that all the cockpit structures had been built to the specifications for an average military recruit. But when they went ahead and measured these soldiers, none of the soldiers fit the 10 dimensions that had been considered when building the quote-unquote average cockpit. And so the conclusion that the scientists came to was there was no such thing as an average pilot. The unyielding fixity of the average cockpit ended up being useful to exactly no one. Right, and from there, the engineers began to make all these changes to the cockpits and made it be able to be personalized to each person's body types, and safety and comfort for the pilots significantly improved. And so similarly to how the aviation engineers personalized the cockpit in the 1940s, I'm interested in understanding how we can build individualized adaptable interfaces to customize human-machine interactions for people with and without limited movement. And my area of research that I'm really excited about is an area of research of developing next generation brain/body machine interfaces that could be used for accessibility and help and improving that for people with and without disabilities. And there's several reasons why I'm really excited about this next generation technology. First, biosignals by their nature fluctuate from person to person and from day to day and may require individualized interfaces, which is really awesome for personalization and ability-based design. Additionally, biosignals tend to be a little bit higher up the neural circuitry, so even if somebody has a stroke and can't use a mouse, they might still be able to use sensors placed on the person's muscles or their brains and be able to control a mouse still, or be able to control a cursor. Lastly, always-on sensors, or sensors that are always on the body and continually monitoring the person, could be really useful for continuous health monitoring. And in my research, I primarily focus on a type of sensor called electromyography sensors, which uses sensors on the person's muscles to sense muscle electrical activity. So today, I'll tell you about 2 different ways in which I enabled individualized adaptive interfaces using electromyography input. And the first way we did this was by doing real-time adaptation using a linear regression model. And the other way that we did this is by developing individualized gestures for each individual using k-nearest neighbors model. And you might notice that both of these models are very simple and kind of the most basic models that you can have. And that's because we are customizing the algorithm to each particular person. So we have very, very small data sets. And it actually works surprisingly well, as I'll show you in my talk. So first, I'll talk about some of the work that we've done on developing real-time adaptive models using linear regression. So in this study, we had 7 participants without disabilities doing a 2-dimensional trajectory tracking task. They were asked to track that red reference trajectory with a blue cursor on the screen. The input that the participants were providing was a 64-channel EMG sensors that were placed on their forearm. The model, like I said, is a linear mapping from the EMG activity to the cursor position Y. And in order to optimize the model parameters, we minimize the cost function f with respect to the model parameters every 20 seconds. And in order to ensure that our participants weren't having to learn a completely new model parameters every single update, we actually had them do a smooth transition where we updated the new model parameters as a linear combination of the old model parameters as well as the optimal model parameters that we found in the previous step. So here's an example of what this task looks like. So at the very beginning, the model parameters are completely randomized. So this participant cannot control the blue cursor at all. They're trying to track this red reference, but it's very, very challenging. And then actually, we're going to skip ahead a couple of minutes, maybe like 3 or 4 minutes. And now we're able to see that our participant, the model has updated and personalized to this particular participant. And so they're able to control the cursor reasonably well. And they can track this cursor on this reference trajectory on the screen. And I'll show you a little bit more results in graphical form. You can see that in the first 30 seconds of this experiment, our participant has no control over the cursor because the model parameters have not personalized. But by the last 30 seconds of this 5-minute trial, our participant has really good control over the cursor, and they're able to track this reference trajectory really well. And another really interesting finding that we found is that I told you that we had a smooth update between models, and we could either update the model parameters quickly or slowly. And what we found is that when we updated the model parameters slowly, participants and this model were able to kind of co-adapt and improve performance with time in kind of a smooth learning fashion, which is good. However, when we updated the model parameters quickly, we found that our participants and the model were unable to kind of converge to a good error, and they were not able to improve performance very much. And we are hypothesizing that it might be because the model parameters were changing a little bit too much, and so our participants might have found it very hard to learn a moving target. Next, I'll talk about some of the very, very preliminary work we have on developing individualized gesture interfaces for people with upper body disabilities. And so the reason why we're interested in this topic is because as new technologies such as augmented and virtual reality are coming out, gesture-based interfaces like the point and pinch interface that I'm showing you here are going to become more and more ubiquitous in our daily lives. However, for somebody with an upper body disability like stroke, Parkinson's, or other disabilities, it might be really challenging for them to do this kind of movement. And so we wanted to enable personalized gesture-based interfaces. And so we had a couple of inclusion criteria. One, they had to have a disability that affected their ability to interact with technology. And two, they had to be able to move their head from left to right. And so what this means is we had a really broad range of participants, from those who had some numbness in their hands to participants who had full paralysis from their chest down. And so because of that, we placed these sensors on the person's whole upper body in a distributed fashion instead of in one location. And we asked them to do different interactions that represented common interactions with technology, such as zoom in, select, and rotate. And we only asked them to do 10 gestures per, 10 samples per gesture. And so here are some of the gestures that our participants came up with. This participant had overall muscle weakness, and so they're doing kind of a full body shoulder neck gesture to do the zoom out gesture. This participant has weakness in their fingers. They can't really move their fingers, but they have really strong biceps and triceps, and so they're doing this move gesture primarily using their upper arm. This participant has muscle weakness in their bicep triceps, but has really good forearm and finger dexterity, and so they're placing their hand on the table and doing a rotate gesture on the table. And lastly, this participant has overall muscle weakness, and so they are using just one finger to do a select gesture. And so the big takeaway from watching all these videos is that there is no such thing as a single disability or one way that our participants are doing these motions. And it's really important to ensure that these sensors are distributed across the whole body. Next, I'll tell you a little bit about how we analyze the data. So this is what raw EMG signals look like. It's very random. And so we can filter our EMG signal and perform a moving average in order to get a much smoother trajectory. And that's what we're going to put into our k-nearest neighbors algorithm. And what we found is that we were actually able to get 80% accuracy for the 13 participants that we've had so far. And that's really remarkable because we had 10 different interactions that we were asking them to do, so the baseline accuracy is 10%, and we only had 5 samples that we used for training and 5 samples for testing. We're super excited about this, but we're still collecting more data, so I'll keep you updated. Diving a little bit deeper into individual participants, so this particular participant actually had a 94% accuracy, which is awesome. And it seems like what might have contributed to that is that this participant told us that they tried really hard to make the gestures as different as possible. This particular participant, however, had a much lower accuracy of 56%. It didn't seem like they were trying to make the gestures differently. And what's really interesting is we had 2 interactions, a move interaction and a pan interaction, that some of our participants felt like should just be the same gesture. So pooling that data set might help us with improving that accuracy of gesture classification. So in conclusion, my vision is to optimize the next generation human-machine interfaces towards a more inclusive and equitable society. And optimization doesn't just mean optimizing for performance. I also want to optimize for the user's preferences, their abilities, and how those preferences and abilities fluctuate and change throughout the day. And we tend to see this trend where we take technologies, we develop them for the quote-unquote average user, and then after the technology comes out, we then try to make things more accessible for people with disabilities, or we try to use them for health tracking. And I would love to see a paradigm shift where we take into account how different users interact differently with all these different technologies while the technologies, algorithms, these sensors are being developed. That's all I have for you today. If you are interested in hearing more, you can feel free to email me. I am looking for PhD students to join my lab. So yeah, feel free to email me or come talk to me during the, after this, at the reception. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ramona. And she's going to move to Rice University in Houston. So if you're interested in working with her in Houston, then look her up. It's fantastic. Hey, while we're sort of waiting for the next speaker and our last Tech Vision speaker, but certainly not the least, let me do another shout out. There's a special group of people in the audience today, and I just think it's always so wonderful when they come. Those are high school students. And particularly one of them who is a high school ambassador and still a junior at high school, and her name is Zainab Kaya. Are you here? Oh, maybe she just stepped out. Anyway, big hooray to all the high school students. That's our future. Right, so our last Tech Vision speaker of today is continuing this health trend that we have. And her name is Catherine Himes. She's standing right there. She's also, as you can see, 7 months pregnant. So I'm extremely happy that she came out from the East Coast to be with us here today. I've known her for a long time. She was a student at Stanford. She is quite the woman. She designed games with her husband. And now she works for Doctors Without Borders, which is one of my very favorite organizations in the world. So I'm very excited to hear about her work at MSF. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm proud to join the ranks of Wits speakers who are pregnant, but I'm also going to take this opportunity to sit down. I think you will understand. Hello, I'm Catherine Himes, and I am here to talk to you about building useful things with data that meet real human needs in the most urgent of circumstances. So specifically, productizing data for humanitarian aid. My background is in product management, math, and engineering. I studied computational and applied math here at Stanford in the Institute, later led by Margot. And after graduating, I worked at technology companies like Slack, Nextdoor, Facebook, before making a switch into the humanitarian sector. And there's a set of product building tools, methods, practices that have been developed over years and refined in this latest era of tech that are part of research and development. And many times they're used to serve business goals, but they can serve humanitarian data and technology goals too. So I'm here as one small part of a larger organization called Doctors Without Borders. We are known widely by our French name, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, as we call it internally. MSF is a medical humanitarian aid organization that operates around the world to care for people affected by conflict, by disease, by natural and man-made disasters, and exclusion from the healthcare system. This organization was founded in Paris some 50 years ago at this point, it's incredible, by a handful of revolutionary doctors and journalists, and its reach and impact has grown tremendously over that time. At MSF, we go where we are needed most, be it disease outbreaks, malnutrition, violence, or war. When emergencies occur, MSF teams are often the first to arrive and then the last to leave. So beyond these on-the-ground operations, we also produce peer-reviewed research from the insights and data that's collected from just a vast array of projects. To put this into numbers, in our latest annual report from 2021, we ran medical humanitarian projects in over 72 countries, performed 12.5 million patient visits, with over 1 million patients admitted to MSF hospitals or clinics around the globe. So this is really deeply humanitarian work at scale. We do this work by operating from a set of principles that are rooted in independence, impartiality, and medical ethics that are meant to ensure that we can provide this healthcare to people in crisis, even in very, very complicated circumstances, be it medically, geopolitically, or environmentally. So with this scope, you can imagine just the data that we deal with. Oh, so many different forms of data. And these data often reflect the messy, scrappy, and complicated settings that we work in. Consider just the range of data involved in thinking about patient records for different kinds of treatment and health issues around the world. The tracking and reporting of supplies needed to run remote hospitals or project sites, or data from HR and the many staff in medical, logistical, and other roles that's necessary to do all of this work. And given our global operations, these data are also in many different languages. They are multinational, reflecting the customs and formats that are different from country to country. And given that we are operating in low resource areas, data is produced both digitally, so recorded on some kind of device, but also critically, it's analog. That means pen and paper. Think about that. Under all this scope, we have to take data privacy really seriously. We collect only what's necessary and have to comply with data privacy standards around the world, like GDPR. This is a tricky but fascinating data landscape. And so I'm going to take you on a small tour, a flyover of some of the data products that are made at MSF by many different teams and that illustrate a bit of the range of what we do here. The first is to highlight geodata. The MSF Geo Initiative is based out of Geneva and operates at sites around the world. MSF Geo uses geospatial data, visualization, and analysis in order to get a deeper understanding of context. So activity planning and piloting, monitoring and reporting, all to help support better decision-making for medical operations, but be it in real time, in the field, on the ground. This support from tools that are powered by geospatial data can also increase the impact and efficiency at MSF, both when we're operating in more stable conditions, but also emergency situations. Some of these resources, like this MSF Geo platform, are available publicly. I encourage you to take a look at it. And I'm just going to tell you about a couple of applications of some of this that have come up quite recently. So in the realm of emergency preparedness and response, one use of this data is to make pre- and post-disaster reference maps. For example, this one in the aftermath of the February 2023 earthquake in Turkey and Syria. So this data is then used to improve planning, analysis for projects and treatment sites that then can be lent better spatial understanding for conditions that are rapidly evolving on the ground. On the other side, you can see cyclone response in Mozambique. This is geodata analysis helping to know the density of neighborhoods, water points, health centers, religious buildings, which then can help MSF projects understand and plan at different geographic scales. There is so much more that I could say about geodata at MSF, but I have more to show you. So I'm going to move on, but you can find more at geo.msf.org. So continuing our flyover tour, we also use data for prediction. In 2021, MSF launched the Malaria Anticipation Project to better support teams as they try to anticipate and respond to malaria outbreak. And for places where the disease is endemic, the seasonal caseload and outbreaks can be highly variable, and that presents serious challenges for operational planning. Predictive models, then using data that we collect from these sites about malaria, along with climate indicators like rainfall, temperature, humidity, wind speed, can then give health workers early warning signs of these outbreaks. Right now, this is a project that's being piloted in South Sudan in several health facilities, and it's part of this burgeoning area of research in predictive models for humanitarian applications. Data also powers diagnostic tools too. One example is AntiBioGo. This is a mobile app developed with MSF and partners like Google that is designed to allow doctors in low resource settings to address antibiotic resistance in a more efficient and affordable way. Antibiotic resistance is a major public health issue, It's something that we all want to slow down the impact of, and it's responsible for 1.3 million deaths in 2019, according to the WHO. So this app in particular helps lab technicians to measure and interpret antibiotic susceptibility tests in order to prescribe antibiotics accurately. The focus in developing an app like this, which is interesting, is that its needs were identified in the countries that it was meant to serve. These are countries with limited resources, with input from the people who are going to benefit from it, and with their data. And this is different from the way that many diagnostic tests are developed, often in high-income countries, and then made available in places, once they're profitable, that have more limited resources without taking into account what it is that they really need. So a different order of operations in how we build, making us more effective. Each of these are examples of data products, which kind of begs a definition at this point. And definitions, I find, are a way to start fights. But we'll talk about data products here as an application that's made to facilitate some kind of end goal or bring about some outcome through data. You can contrast this with other forms of thinking about data, maybe things that we talked about today with one-off analysis, a report, perhaps data as a service, or just the raw data itself. But here the focus really is the outcome. We're thinking about data as powering a digital experience and then combining that with methods in product development, design, product engineering to make something that can last. So why do this? Especially why do this when it is so much work? Why productize data? And the answer is for its impact. When you productize something, you're making a digital home for data, which means that people can use it in deeper ways. It means they can use it over the long term, they can develop a deeper relationship with it, and that can make its impact more effective and durable. If you're building something for the long term, then it opens up opportunities for investment in sophisticated data processing and programmatic treatments that really just would be too costly otherwise. And that means that you can effectively serve up more interesting kinds of data. By productizing something, you're also opening it up to new people. And of course, this is by far the most important part. That means that you're serving new audiences, removing barriers, by making it more user-friendly and accessible. And once you've given it to new people, who then weave it into their routines, they're gonna find new and interesting ways to use it and to do things with it that you could never have anticipated otherwise. And so that creates new use cases entirely. I lead the product and innovation efforts at MSF USA. We are a humanitarian technology team that builds things on behalf of MSF's mission. So we're a team of software engineers, data engineers, DevOps engineers, and we also have some product and human-centered design expertise. And we operate in-house to build prototypes and standalone products. We think that by operating in-house from within MSF, we can be in the room where it happens, closer to decision-making and to the people we serve, and that makes us more impactful. I can speak from experience, both good and bad, that it is certainly tricky to build things, but it is much trickier to build the right things and actually get them into the hands of people who can make use of them. And so I think that our placement within MSF makes us more effective. So we use industry standard product development methods, and they offer a lot of appeal and potential for building things at MSF. I'm going to give one more example that comes from this team. So though MSF is known for its emergency responsiveness, it produces a lot of original research that's delivered at conferences. You can find it at peer-reviewed medical journals. For many years, there was just no single place to find it. It was scattered across multiple sources, and that made it less useful. The Science Portal is a response to this. It was built as a one-stop shop for finding research across MSF. It's designed to help people who use medical research to do their work, those in medical operations, communications, advocacy, health policy, both internal and external to MSF. The Science Portal is meant to help them find, access, and then ultimately share MSF's publicly accessible research. It's also, as a data product, an interesting testing ground for applying a product development process in a humanitarian context. First, defining a target user. Who are you building for? And are you solving a real problem? This can sound so trivial when you say it like this, but it is all of it. It is the downfall of so many products. For the Science Portal, our target user was people using medical research in their daily work. And we learned about them through surveys, through interviews, focus groups, and then we ultimately needed to package that so that we could make decisions down the road that were in line with their real needs. The Science Portal went through prototyping, where it was translated from this idea to analog mock-up to scrappy code. And it's this series of informed bets and choices about what's important that ultimately resulted in a demo that can be tested with real users. We go to product engineering, building something that's meant to last, and ultimately launching, measuring, and iterating. Our next steps for the Science Portal are to get into the hands of field workers so that they can use research as a part of their everyday work. These are early days for data at MSF, and we have a lot more to do. I would like to invite you to do it with us. So I have to say that we are hiring right now, and I see a sea of amazing women here. And so if anyone's looking for a job, we are hiring a data engineer and soon a senior software engineer on the product and innovation team. And so I welcome you to take a look and let us know if you want to do this work. We have so much to do, but it is very worth doing, and I'd love your help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Catherine. If I weren't working for Wits, I would join you, Catherine. So we've reached the end of the program, and it has this mysterious closing address on it for 10 minutes. So we're going to, before we head into reception, going to do three things with you. First, we're going to hear some closing words from a long-standing Wits ambassador and a senior tech fellow at IBM. She's a great supporter of Wits, and she's overall a great community builder, Susan Malachi. So she's already almost ready. Then I'm going to come back and do some thank yous, and then, and don't leave before that, we have the sisters taking us into some exercises that will get us ready for reception. Does it sound good? Okay, brilliant. So Susan first.
Thank you. Okay, I'm delighted to be here. I'm going to be brief. Usually, my one piece of advice to people is always say yes when you're offered, or think very carefully about why you're saying no to an opportunity, a career opportunity, and so on. But this talk is really about transformation that's happening everywhere and integrating the WiDS program into what your company does, or what your university is doing, or you as a student might be doing. And in the context of transformation. Oh, by the way, that QR code is where the slides are. So maybe if you want to, that's where you can find the slides. Okay, so this is the Women in Data Science program. It's made up of many elements. Those are three main ones. This conference that we're at today, which has been amazing. Regional events where the ambassadors conduct activities worldwide, and the datathon, the contest. At IBM, where I work, we've really integrated the regional events and the datathon into the way the data scientist profession is conducted. So when people do the WiDS events or activities or participate in the datathon, for example, they can get badges. Their managers will recognize that they've gone out beyond what they're supposed to do extra things for building their own skills. So that's what I wanted to point out to you. I've taken the numbers from WiDS, so for example, there are over 100,000 participants in the events. IBM, the events that the IBMers run, I've underestimated. There's at least 1,200 participants. There's actually more. There are typically 500 ambassadors. That's what WiDS says that they have. At IBM, we have well over 20, but I'm underestimating. But it's really nice. People enjoy and get benefit. And let's take a look at some of what we do. So for example, for the ambassadors, and we start getting them going in what's called fourth quarter. Universities have semesters, we have quarters. In companies, we start getting them ready. We start onboarding them on Kaggle. And then the first quarter, which is now, people start sharing the ones who started doing their ambassador events start sharing. Others are just ramping up and planning their events for June. And we just have this, it happens every year. And there's a lot of benefits. One is building technical skills. Another is engaging with clients and people outside the company, which is very helpful. Also collaborate with universities. So I've listed some of the things that Heriot Watt do. And I've collaborated with Professor Henzantut there. And they have their own activities every year. They bring a lot of the universities in the United Arab Emirates to their regional events, and it happens in May. And everybody finds out what everybody else is doing, including the PhD students and so on. It's really marvelous. Moving on, I'm thrilled, totally thrilled, that the #1 winner of the datathon is an IBMer. She collaborated with someone else, and Team Zephyr, so please find her on LinkedIn. She's just posted on LinkedIn. Her name is Ilham Amini. Find her on LinkedIn, congratulate her. It's just amazing. And you can see some of the lovely remarks that there are more than 20 teams from IBM, but you can see what they've done and what they've benefited. Like, they got more out of doing the datathon than taking a class. They learned how to apply methods that they never used in their daily work. So it's been a great experience for everyone. So call to action, everybody. If you're in a company, do consider incorporating the WIDS program into what you're doing. Maybe it's around open source, maybe it's around agility. It really is a wonderful program that you can incorporate in different ways. At universities, faculty can help bring other universities nearby together. The students can get to know each other. They learn the discipline of presenting in very short periods. And I'll just end with, you remember when I started, I said, generally I recommend people say yes to things. Now, I think you should really be the one who asks. You have to put yourself out there because of the way the world is changing. Anyway, that's me. I'm done.
Thanks so much, Susan. That is wonderful. Thank you. Well, that was great. So she said a lot that I wanted to say. Get involved. Get ready. Hey, before we start moving with the sisters, let me just say a few thanks. This has been a phenomenal day for me. My brain is full completely, and that's because of all these amazing speakers. So the very first thing I want to do is just thank all our speakers and the panelists of today for coming here, often from very far away, to join us at this conference. So thanks so much, everyone. Terrific. Right. Then I want to point out the very last page of this program book, and you see a tremendously long list of people who've been active at WIDS this last year and who've made today possible. There is an awful lot that goes into organization of this day, and I want to thank a whole bunch of people. First of all, of course, the core WIDS team. So Judy, Elizabeth, Valerie, Shally, Amy, Chisu, Lynn, Charlene, and everyone else, all the volunteers that helped us today everywhere. There's about 30 of them walking around in these t-shirts. So big, big, big thanks to them. It's great. And then, our tech folks. So led by the wonderful Steph and Gordon. They've been with us now for many years, so thanks so much. It went flawless. The only time I thought we were in trouble was when I lost this one, but that was just my fault. But it's incredible how flawless a day like this goes with a fantastic tech team. So thanks so much for you and your crew. Yeah. And the CUBE interviews and everyone, it's been just amazing. Now, before we leave, I just wanted to give you some save the dates. Is that the next slide? This one. Just to let you know that we'll be back next year. We're actually, before that, we'll be back in September with a global and fully virtual conference that will be free for everyone, and we'll send a lot of information about that around the whole community. If you have any nominations for speakers for that worldwide virtual conference, please let me know. Just send me an email message. We'll have a lot of regional events coming up as well. I just wanted to say that tomorrow we have events in Geneva and Calgary, Friday in Kenya and Cambridge, the US, and Saturday, for example, in Illinois, but there are very many more, and you can find them on our website as well. So before I give it back to the lovely sisters that are ready for this, I just want to say with Susan, stay engaged. With Wits, we want to provide a podium to elevate women and celebrate the outstanding work that we do. You can do the same. We want to provide a platform for people to connect with each other and for us all to support each other. And we want to create a community of women in data science, and you're part of that community. So please spread the word, and connect with each other, and for the reception, talk, and make many, many more friends. And it's been wonderful to have you all here. Thanks so much for coming. And now to the sisters.
Thank you for having us back. We're going to get you all ready for the reception. Oh, wait. You go first.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, so the reason we're back is that we want to kind of loosen everyone up before we go to the reception, so we're all ready to make connections. I know it can be overwhelming sometimes if you don't know anyone. Please come up and say hi to us. We're excited to meet everyone, and I'll pass it back to John B.
And you're all doing great, because I lost my name tag 3 seconds after entering this building, and I see everyone still has theirs. So make sure it's in a prominent position before you go to the reception. And I'm just going to say one story. We've had over 50 meetings with different companies in the last 3 months, going for VC deals, partnerships, technical integrations, and in only 2 rooms has there been another woman. So what you're about to do in that room is so important for the industry. So please make connections. Please find each other years from now and continue to work together. Make sure you have your LinkedIn out on your phone so you can connect. Make sure your name tag is in a prominent place. And we're going to ask everyone to stand up now and do some AI animation stretches with us. So you can get your arms up, loosen up. It's a little crazy stretching. And take a bow, because we did it. This is the end of the day. And you were all amazing participants and speakers, and thank you to the tech team and organizers. You did an amazing job. You can shake it out. I didn't have a shake hands animation, but I know we're going to be doing a lot of that in the other room. Look across the room, 2 or 3 tables away. Find someone that you want to meet when we go to the reception, and I hope you all have a wonderful time at the reception. We look forward to meeting you.
Thank you.